playing as Tathagata in Marvel, I suppressed Thanos for 500 years. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. 167. Chapter 166 Lin Feng and Yang Jian eat barbecue together. 167. Chapter 166 Lin Feng and Yang Jian eat barbecue together. 2024-09-10 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 166 Lin Feng and Yang Jian eat barbecue together. The great master Yang Jian directly took Lin Feng's arm and flew all over the country, the two of them wandering around snack stalls all over the country. The great master Yang Jian was responsible for taking the two of them directly, while Professor Lin Feng was responsible for buying snacks. After buying snacks, the two of them ate barbecue while riding the wind. In just a few minutes, it seemed like they had traveled all over the world. Hiss, oh my god, am I dreaming? Master Yang Jian and Professor Lin have such a close relationship. That's just how close my best friend and I are. Wow, Master Yang Jian is so kind. He actually took someone on a plane just to take his good friend out for a barbecue. Wow, they even drank beer and ate gala together. Damn, I'm so jealous. The Chinese watched with growing excitement, while the Americans grew increasingly worried. Especially the reporter who had just claimed that the US would go to war to protect its dignity. His face had turned completely pale. Someone told him that Professor Lin and Master Yang Jian had such a close relationship. If he had known about their close relationship, he wouldn't have spoken so harshly. After all, the giant dog god's attitude towards the US was still unknown. If a war really broke out, he might not have rushed to the front line for them. But Yang Jian and Lin Feng had such a good relationship. If anyone offended Lin Feng, he would definitely help them. Would the first person to bear the brunt of Lin Feng Bao's trash talk be him? The reporter grew increasingly apprehensive, daring not to utter a single word. Behind him stood a timid Chinese girl, a student at Yanqing University. Watching the video at this point, she couldn't help but cautiously ask a question. Professor Lin, are you close to Master Yang Jian? Could you tell us when you first contacted him? The others immediately looked on with anticipation, but hesitated to be too explicit, fearing they might annoy Lin Feng. This was the man who was so close to Erlang Xiansheng's Henjin, sharing their barbecue adventures. Lin Feng smiled and said, I suggest everyone watch the video first before speaking. With that said, the others naturally dared not question him. In the subsequent videos, Yang Jian transformed into a handsome man dressed like an ordinary person. He and Lin Feng played video games, went to the gym, watched movies, and walked the dog. Wait, walking the dog? Everyone stared at the dog in disbelief. Its scarlet eyes and pitch-black body, punctuated only by a crescent of white hair between its brows, looked eerily familiar. Then, it became more than just familiar. The two of them stood on a cloud, drifting off into the sky. Erlang Shen untied the dog's leash, and the black dog began to run wildly across the sky. As it ran, its size suddenly grew, its form undergoing a strange transformation. As it shifted, it transformed into the form everyone had known so well last week. Giant. Dog. God. In that instant, every American was Spartan, and every Chinese was stunned. They stared in amazement as the shadowy beast stretched and morphed across the sky, wantonly obscuring the sunlight. After a few minutes, it transformed back into its original black form, happily running towards Erlang Shen, its slender head nuzzling his hand affectionately. Its tongue lolling out and panting for caress. It looked like a pet. No, it was a pet. Many people belatedly recalled Lin Feng's words, finally understanding why he had spoken so confidently, even with a hint of disdain in his tone. It turned out he had known all along that the black beast was truly just a pet. The giant dog god, the god who ruled the night, was nothing more than Erlang Shen's dog. The video continued, showing Yang Jian and Lin Feng walking the black dog around the sky. Occasionally, they would fetch a massive stone half a man's height and toss it for the black dog to catch, like a frisbee. The black dog's bite force was truly astonishing, crunching even the hardest marble with one bite. Many were still stunned by the fact that the giant dog god was Yang Jian's pet, but some gradually began to understand. If the so-called giant dog god was actually Yang Jian's dog, then it should be a Chinese deity. How could it be connected to the United States? For the past week, The American website dedicated to the giant dog god has been updating new information almost daily. Written records, murals, and oral stories told by indigenous peoples, all of this information was plausible. Precisely because of its apparent authenticity, many people believe the US government's claims. But now, they've suddenly realized it was a complete hoax. The website for the so-called giant dog god is rife with fabrications. People around the world are outraged by the US's fabrications, but Americans are the most furious. It's okay for people in other countries to be deceived, they don't lose anything, after all. But they've truly been ripped off by their own country. Over the past week, the US has been embroiled in countless jokes online and in real life due to its superstitious belief in the giant dog god. Many American rednecks, convinced that the giant dog god is the most powerful deity in the world, have engaged in over 800 Twitter exchanges with foreigners, especially Chinese, who question this. They're even staying up late to watch Chinese live broadcasts, ready to pick up their keyboards to defend the giant dog god and the dignity of the US. And now they're being told that the giant dog god they're defending is actually a dog owned by a Chinese deity. Pulling up all night just to watch this. Immediately, angry citizens called the White House, unleashing a barrage of drone attacks that stunned even the secretary. The interim US president was now deeply regretting his decision. He'd already felt some regret the moment Yang Jian's image appeared in the video. He'd known there must be some strange connection between Lin Feng and the gods, but he hadn't expected it to be so close, so intimate. After all, they'd been eating barbecue together and walking the dog together. Only close friends would do that, right? This meant Lin Feng's origins were even more mysterious than they'd imagined, and the power and knowledge he possessed were far greater and richer than they'd imagined. Such a person should never be offended. The president was about to contact the reporter again, asking him to soften his words and try to appease Lin Feng. But before he could even finish his call, the video revealed something even more shocking. Anyone with eyes could tell the so-called giant dog god was actually this dog. But some people were determined to resist. Perhaps the giant dog god and the dog beside Yang Jian are only related by blood. Even if they are related by blood, but they are not the same dog, then this dog is Yang Jian's pet. How high can the giant dog god's status be? 275. Chapter 274 Power Gem. 275. Chapter 274 Power Gem 2024-12-17 Author, Good Monster. Although she could sense the power's might, she didn't believe it could threaten Lin Feng. She had no idea what specific magical powers Lin Feng possessed, but he had already surprised them countless times. Scarlet Witch decided to step forward and give it a try. Staying here forever wasn't an option. She figured that as long as she was careful and moved a little closer, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Black Widow pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing with her decision. Scarlet Witch cautiously approached the gemstone, attempting to touch it. However, as she felt a violent force before her, even as she slowly extended her hand, she felt a deep, soul-piercing pain. She hastily pulled her hand back, but it was too late. The crowd gathered around and discovered her hand had been severely burned, its injuries rapidly worsening. Soon, her entire hand had crumbled to dust. Everyone was shocked by the scene and thanked themselves for not rushing forward. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to cosmic dust by now. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately used his power to forge a pair of new hands for her and used his healing powers to repair her injuries. Scarlet Witch discovered that her injuries had completely healed, even her missing arm had returned, and she felt several times stronger than before. More importantly, the soul-rending pain she had felt had completely vanished. She hadn't expected Lin Feng's healing abilities to be so powerful, healing her injuries in just a few seconds. While this was good news for them, obtaining the crystal remained a major challenge. With such a powerful energy, none of them could withstand it. Lin Feng looked around and noticed that the crystal was not large, as if it had been placed there intentionally. He reasoned that if so, there must be a container nearby. Otherwise, with its terrifying power, it would be impossible for someone to bring it here. He wondered what could possibly hold the crystal securely. Seeing this, the others realized that they were trapped here, unable to directly remove the crystal. Even more troubling was the fact that the door that had brought them here had vanished without a trace. Unable to advance or retreat, they could only rest in place. Lin Feng, Black Widow, and Scarlet Witch were gathered together, discussing how to capture the crystal. Containers capable of containing high-energy objects do exist in the universe, but the problem is that all materials have a limit. If they can't exceed this limit, they can't contain this power. However, as far as we know, no material in the universe seems capable of withstanding this devastating force. Thor, bored to death, was wandering around when he suddenly spotted an object resembling a Rubik's Cube on the wall. Intrigued, he reached out and tried to remove it. Yi Fan, who was contemplating how to store the crystal, saw this and hurriedly tried to stop him. After all, they were unfamiliar with the area, and the cube-like object's presence was no accident. Therefore, it was best not to touch anything here rashly, lest any accidents occur. However, it was too late. Thor had already removed the Rubik's Cube. The moment he did, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. Everyone, noticing something unusual, stood up and glanced around warily. The Rubik's Cube, having left its original position, suddenly emanated a mysterious force, charging directly at the crystal. The previously calm crystal began to tremble violently, unleashing a powerful attacking energy that assaulted the group. Several people, unable to dodge, were instantly reduced to dust by the force. Horrified, everyone fled in the opposite direction. Lin Feng, leading the charge, raised a protective shield, blocking the attack. The shield remained unscathed, leaving everyone curious about what could have made it so resilient. Those who had been fleeing in panic breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng knew the situation was far from over. The shield might not be able to withstand the crystal's terrifying attack for long. Sure enough, cracks soon began to appear in the shield. Lin Feng hadn't expected the crystal to unleash such powerful force. Even his seagate shield couldn't fully resist it. He then produced an object shaped like the 8 diagrams. While he wasn't sure of its effectiveness, he had no other choice but to try his luck. Two yin-yang Tai Chi fish appeared in midair, swam around and formed 8 symbols. These symbols unleashed a mysterious force, absorbing the crystal's attack into 8 diagrams shape. This force seemed absurd, but once it touched the Tai Chi diagram, it vanished without a trace. Lin Feng manipulated this force through the Tai Chi 8 diagrams, discovering its ability to counteract and complement each other, slowly dissolving and transforming the crystal's power, turning it to his own advantage. This was his first time using the 8 diagrams, and he was unexpectedly effective. He secretly celebrated having another trump card in his hand. After the magic cube had released its power, it returned to its original state. Seeing the changes around them cease and the crystals lose their violent power, becoming docile, the crowd sat on the ground, gasping for breath. They still felt a lingering fear in their hearts as they recalled the terrifying power just now. Without Lin Feng's timely intervention, they would have been unable to withstand it. Their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng. Thor felt guilty for the series of events his curiosity had caused. Instead of blaming him, everyone began to observe their surroundings. Lin Feng carefully surveyed the wall and discovered that the crystal's power was being manipulated by the Rubik's Cube. He reasoned that since the Rubik's Cube could activate the crystal's power, it might be its nemesis. Thinking of this, he asked Thor for the Rubik's Cube. Thor, remembering his previous mistake and fearing it might pose another danger, considered destroying it or returning it to its original location. However, Lin Feng suggested that the Rubik's Cube still had uses and might hold the key to recovering the crystal. Despite his doubts, Thor handed the Rubik's Cube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the cube and channeled a trace of his spiritual awareness into it to investigate. Sure enough, he sensed a power within it that traced back to the crystal's origins. He suspected that the cube might hold the key to recovering the crystal. He tried to control the cube with his own power, but while he managed briefly, it didn't last. He then took out the cube, and a flash of golden light erupted in his hand, and a miraculous power surged forth. He carefully tested the crystal with this power, finding it gradually weakened, while the power emanating from the Rubik's Cube further weakened it. Gradually, Lin Feng realized he had the upper hand, and he quickly enveloped the crystal. By the time he'd finished, he was sweating profusely. Controlling this power required extreme precision, both enveloping the crystal to prevent its escape and constantly guarding against the Rubik's Cube activating it again. The process was extremely exhausting. However, once he had complete control of the crystal, he slowly removed it and inserted it into the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube suddenly emanated a surge of power, which then began to converge towards the center. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Curious, everyone gathered to investigate, only to discover the crystal had vanished. Lin Feng explained that the crystal had been absorbed by the Rubik's Cube and was completely controlled. With a Rubik's Cube in hand, They no longer had to worry about the crystal's power spiraling out of control. Everyone nodded in agreement. Whatever the truth, at least they had completed their mission and were eager to leave. However, they searched everywhere but could find no exit. At this moment, Lin Feng produced a Rubik's Cube and released a beam of energy towards a nearby location. Power began to gather there, eventually forming a doorway. This doorway was identical to the one they had entered previously. They opened the doorway and stepped out, finding themselves still on the planet, but the castle before them had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Upon reaching their destination, Black Widow declared their mission a complete success. Everyone was about to board the spaceship for their return trip. However, Lin Feng explained that such a daunting task was unnecessary. Initially, he had no knowledge of the area and relied on their guidance. But now, he had memorized the route and knew Earth's coordinates like the back of his hand, ensuring he would never get lost. Therefore, he planned to use a simpler method, teleport everyone back to Earth. Upon hearing this, the people around him whispered in amazement at Lin Feng's power. They had previously witnessed his remarkable healing and defensive abilities. It was said that he had defeated Thanos, so his offensive power was certainly not to be underestimated. Now, he could even teleport them directly back to Earth. This incredible ability made people wonder how many secrets he still harbored. Despite the perilous nature of the mission, returning early was a good thing, and everyone agreed. Black Widow also nodded in agreement. Although she had obtained the crystal, she didn't fully understand it, and the mysterious power it held made her uneasy. Although Lin Feng had informed her that the Rubik's Cube was the crystal's nemesis and that placing the crystal inside the Rubik's Cube would ensure its safety, she remained concerned. As the team leader, she was responsible for her team, and any further losses would be unbearable. Therefore, she decided to accept Lin Feng's suggestion and teleport everyone directly back to Earth headquarters to avoid further complications. Lin Feng unleashed his magical powers, instantly transporting them back to Earth. Upon their return, Captain America was surprised to see Lin Feng and the others. He had come to visit the injured Hawkeye, but was surprised to find him nearly healed. He also learned that Lin Feng, Scarlet Witch, and Black Widow had been on a mission together, but had returned so quickly, evidently leaving the mission unfinished. Just as he was about to take action himself, Black Widow produced a Rubik's Cube, declaring the mission complete and the necessary items hidden within. Hawkeye and the others were amazed by this. They had previously attempted to enter that secret realm but had returned unsuccessful, but they hadn't expected Lin Feng and his team to complete their mission so quickly. They surrounded Lin Feng, begging him to recount his experiences. Lin Feng recounted a few details, though he omitted crucial details. He knew that if his abilities became known to too many, they would inevitably lead to trouble, and he didn't want to risk any of that. After a while, he noticed Black Widow quietly leaving. Puzzled, he inquired about her whereabouts. Learning she was about to hand over the Rubik's Cube, he became concerned. The cube was not simple, so he could only contain it with his own power to prevent its leakage. However, this power was extremely unstable, and if it got out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. Fearing an accident might occur, he inquired about everyone's whereabouts and hurried there. Meanwhile, Black Widow and the others had arrived at the office. They detailed their mission and presented the crystal. The leader, upon hearing this, was intrigued and astonished by Lin Feng's power. When Black Widow placed the Rubik's Cube on the table, the leader reached out to touch it, but was suddenly struck by a powerful thrust, knocking everyone back. Black Widow, well aware of the Rubik's Cube's power, hadn't anticipated its immense power. She attempted to follow Lin Feng's example and seal the cube, but was again repelled by the force, spitting blood. As if receiving a signal, the cube began rapidly shifting in midair, unleashing a violent force. The entire office was bathed in light, and Black Widow, clutching the leader, fled in panic. As they reached the door, they heard a loud crash behind them. The office was reduced to rubble, leaving only the crystal atop the Rubik's Cube gleaming. Clearly, the crystal had been released, poised to destroy everything once again. Just then, a flash of light revealed Lin Feng's arrival. Using the Hichulu Oshu, he constructed the Hunun Hello formation, sealing the crystal. The crystal, sensing the threat, launched a frantic counterattack. Lin Feng sensed this force was even greater than before, but he couldn't retreat. He could only hold on, waiting for the magic cube's power to run out. Those around him watched the devastating explosion with trepidation. Someone bravely stepped forward to investigate, only to see a three-legged golden crow in midair suppressing the shimmering crystal. As time passed, the magic cube's power gradually weakened, returning to normal. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and cast a spell, placing several seals on the crystal to prevent it from erupting again. He comforted the injured Black Widow and the leader. The leader, still terrified, decided to let Lin Feng keep the crystal temporarily to prevent its power from erupting again. Lin Feng understood the leader's concerns and was well aware of the crystal's terrifying power. Although he had no particular interest in the crystal, since everyone wanted him to keep it, he agreed. He figured he could return the crystal once everyone had come up with a solution. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After all, the object's true power remained unclear. So perhaps it would be more appropriate to hold it in his own hands. Unfortunately, the power system contained within the crystal was completely different from what he was familiar with, and it offered him no benefit. He hadn't yet fully understood the magic cube's purpose, and without it, he wouldn't be able to utilize the crystal at all. Therefore, he had no current intentions regarding the crystal. He agreed to keep it for now, and they could come back to him later when they needed it or were able to control it. His development of his own strength had been rapidly accelerating, and he felt confident in keeping the object in his own hands. He firmly believed that no one could easily take anything from him. After both parties reached an agreement, Lin Feng took the magic cube and crystal back to his room. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 169. Chapter 168, Quickly Contact Tathagata. 169. Chapter 168, Quickly Contact China 2024-09-10 Author, Good Boy Monster. Chapter 168, Quickly Contact China. Just as Strange was passionately accusing the Ancient One of being a liar, the Ancient One suddenly blasted his soul out of his body. Strange saw a world he had never seen before, the spirit world. He experienced experiences beyond his physical senses. Then, in an instant, his soul returned to his body. "What did you do to me?" Strange asked, panicked. "Just so you could experience this world with your soul," the Ancient One explained with a smile. Although Strange suspected the tea had been spiked with a drug or a neurotoxin, the Ancient One explained that it was just ordinary tea with some honey. "You are so ignorant. You have seen so little," the Ancient One said. "Open your eyes." She placed her hand on Strange's eyes, and his entire world turned upside down. For a moment, he seemed to be transported to 1,000 feet in the sky. "No, this is impossible," he cried. "What the hell am I seeing?" His consciousness seemed to float off the planet. A butterfly fluttered into his sight, and out of curiosity, he gently touched it. Instantly, he was swept into a dazzling, bizarre passage, hurtling through it at a rapid speed. His heartbeat is soaring, his body can't bear it. Mordo observed Strange's condition and reported to the Ancient One. Bang! Strange gasped and slumped into a chair, his heart filled with astonishment. He had just returned from that strange passage. "I see he's doing well," the Ancient One smiled, examining Strange. Strange had no chance to catch his breath as he was dragged through multiple worlds. Vast planets. Space debris filled the sky. Time and space seemed to have lost their constraints. Do you think material space is all there is? What is real? What is illusion? In reality, spirit and matter converge. The world we see is but a tiny part of the vast universe. The world is infinite, filled with both beauty and ugliness. In dark corners, savage forces lurk, waiting to devour everything. Who are you, then, Mr. Strange? Strange returned to reality, slamming heavily to the floor. He was convinced. He admitted his ignorance and believed in the existence of the soul and spiritual power. This gave him hope. "Please teach me," Strange pleaded. Bang! Strange was locked outside, and the Ancient One tried to dispel his arrogance. "He possesses an indomitable spirit. He has persisted for 5 hours. Let him in," Master Mordo pleaded on Strange's behalf. "His attitude, though arrogant, is truly brilliant. It reminds me of someone," the Ancient One said, approaching the eye of Agamotto. "You remembered Caecilius." Master Mordo understood Master Ancient One's intention. Caecilius had been Master Ancient One's most admired student. "I don't want to make the same mistake again," Ancient One said calmly. But you taught me how to master power and overcome the demons within, Mordo said passionately. The demons within cannot be eliminated, we can only learn to coexist with them. The Ancient One gazed into his eyes. We need fresh blood to aid us in the fight against the forces of darkness. The forces of darkness are stirring, and we must stop them, Mordo continued to persuade Ancient One. You are right, we really should waste time, Ancient One nodded. Meanwhile, in Japan, Caecilius was performing a ritual to summon Dormammu in a church. Dormammu. Several people sat in a circle, and Dormammu's power descended from another dimension through the summoning. Who is calling me? A face, too vast to be fully grasped by the naked eye, emerged. Dark power filled Caecilius's mirror dimension. It's me, Caecilius cried out. Great Dormammu, Lord of Darkness, please grant us the power of darkness, we yearn for immortality. Let us fight the demon of time. I will sacrifice my life and the lives of all mankind. Dormammu gazed down at the crowd below and generously granted them strength. Crack, the mirror world shattered. A vast hole appeared in the Japanese sky. Dormammu, you have finally arrived. Lin Feng felt the power of Dormammu. Over the Japanese capital, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared. Space gradually twisted and slowly cracked, revealing a portion of Dormammu's massive form. Dark energy quietly flowed into this world, bringing with it an indescribable sense of oppression. The crack expanded rapidly, as if gathering destructive power, ready to tear space apart completely. Dormammu's arrival was imminent. The Japanese people and government officials were all shocked by this unusual phenomenon. This is a rift in another dimension, tearing our world apart. This terrifying power, I sense of deep evil, is this connected to the visions that appeared above London? People were filled with confusion and fear. The top leaders of the Japanese government had already begun appealing to China for assistance. This crisis is more serious than the London incident. We must seek help. Quickly, contact the Chinese leaders. We need their support, and whatever conditions they offer, we must accept. Faced with this unimaginable disaster, the Japanese leaders were completely distraught. They knew it was beyond the capacity of human civilization to cope. Now, they placed all their hopes on the gods of China, hoping that the great god Yangjian would descend and save their capital from the scourge. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, a sudden event shattered the previously peaceful atmosphere. Dormammu, the Ancient One, who had been instructing Stephen Strange, suddenly lost her composure and cried out in shock. It shouldn't appear at this time. The Ancient One had previously peered into the future through the eye of a gameter and knew Dormammu's arrival would come far sooner than expected. Ever since the appearance of the Chinese gods, the future seemed even more uncertain. The Ancient One had been forced to use the eye of a gameter more frequently, seeking to discern the ever-changing future. Dormammu's premature arrival was undoubtedly a significant change. Master, what are you talking about? Strange asked curiously, noticing the Ancient One's solemn expression. The Dark Lord has arrived. I must respond immediately. The Ancient One regained her usual calm and indifference, rising to her feet and preparing to mobilize her powers to reach the scene. The Dark Lord? Who is that? Strange's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. He had no idea what the Dark Lord the Ancient One was referring to. It's Dormammu. He is the source of the dark forces and possesses immortal power. It is this being that the three great temples on Earth have been guarding against, Mordo explained, his tone revealing deep fear. Caecilius roared, you are so selfish. Humanity is in a never-ending race against time and death, yet you allow us to be trapped by death, eroded by time. You are a traitor to humanity, Master. What he said isn't true, is it? Mordo cast a questioning look at the Ancient One. Caecilius gathered his strength and slammed the ground. The surrounding buildings, like deconstructed and recreated blocks, instantly transformed into a vast, movable maze. Their power has transcended the constraints of reality. The Ancient One, Mordo, and Strange were thrown from the building. The Ancient One was no longer distracted by fighting Dormammu. Just as Mordo and Strange felt despair, the surrounding buildings transformed into a giant rotating compass, steadily catching them. The three were placed on the compass, and Caecilius and the others, imbued with dark power, quickly caught up. The place had become a gladiatorial arena for a life-or-death struggle. Master, your forehead. Mordo noticed a mark on the Ancient One's forehead and paused in astonishment. You know how to use it. The Ancient One handed the Eye of Agamotto to Strange, solemnly declaring, the responsibility of protecting this world is now in your hands. Turning to Mordo, she continued, I do not fear death, But I have yet to find a suitable successor. She renounced the power of darkness and waved her hand, revealing 2 golden rune discs. By then, Caecilius was approaching. Zizizizi, the Ancient One engaged in a fierce battle with Caecilius and the others. Not everyone was a match for Caecilius, and the Ancient One defeated them in a few rounds. When the Ancient One faced Caecilius again, Caecilius used the body of his last companion as a shield. Puchazi, an invisible blade pierced the Ancient One's body, and she fell heavily to the top of a tall building. How foolish, Caecilius said coldly, glancing at the Ancient One's dead body. No one can stop Master Dormammu now. Darkness is about to engulf this world. Mordo, watch him. I am going to meet Master Dormammu. Strange had no time to mourn the passing of the Ancient One. He had once opened the Eye of Agamid and knew how to keep Dormammu out of this world. However, when he tried to activate it again, his movements were a little slow. Snap, Caecilius slapped Strange, knocking him unconscious, and snatched the eye away. Without it, no one in this world can stop Master Dormammu. He smashed the Eye of Agamid, shattering it into the rubble. Looking back, Mordo and Strange had vanished. They were but insignificant rats. When Master Dormammu arrives, your escape will be useless. Caecilius was unconcerned with their escape. Crack, the space in the sky cracked like a shattered mirror. In a short time, 3/4 of Dormammu's face had emerged from the cracks. Unstoppable now, it only needed to breach the defenses of the 3 major temples. Caecilius, destroy the 3 temples, and I will descend immediately. Dormammu's voice echoed through the air, and Caecilius responded, swiftly destroying the temples. Unobstructed, the destruction would take only 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Japan would be instantly devoured by the fully descended Dormammu. It's not that we don't want to help. We Chinese have always prioritized humanity's safety and have never been more forthcoming, but you also know that gods often appear and disappear without a trace, and we can't always contact them. What did you say? Oh, and we've already contacted Professor Lin Feng. Japan sought help from China, and the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs felt helpless. Chinese officials personally called Lin Feng. Lin Feng had actually intended to go there to provide support. He planned to wait for Dormammu to fully reveal himself before striking, to teach him a lesson. To earn points and missions, he needed to wait for the most dangerous moment. Since the incident wasn't taking place within Chinese territory, Lin Feng wasn't worried about any casualties. Professor Lin Feng, please contact Erlangen as soon as possible. The Japanese have asked for help. Although they may have been somewhat naive in the past, we share a common ancestry and cannot stand by and watch them perish. They've already prepared a large amount of high-end technology as a reward, for the sake of our country and nation, and for the development of China. Please speak to Erlangen. As for your reward, everything is negotiable. After Lin Feng answered the call, the other party eagerly stated their request. It was clear that Japan had recognized the severity of the crisis and was willing to pay a huge price to seek Chinese assistance. It's not that I don't want to contact Erlangen, but he's a god, and I'm just a mortal. Communication is indeed difficult, Lin Feng said with resignation. He had to proceed with caution to avoid endless trouble in the future. Upon hearing this, the Chinese leader's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed that Lin Feng indeed had some connection with the gods. Lin Feng, what assistance do you need? Whatever the price, we're willing to provide tenfold. The Chinese officials displayed great sincerity. Seeing time running out, Lin Feng made no further demands. Give the SHI Bureau 10 billion as a token of our sincerity. He remained unconcerned, returning to his phone. However, True Lord Erlang is unable to come right now. Another deity has already gone to handle it. Feng hung up, leaving everyone stunned. Zheng-san, what should we do now? The short, middle-aged man from the Japanese embassy asked Zheng Xian anxiously. Zheng Xian had just spoken with Lin Feng, and their mutual acquaintance had contributed to Lin Feng's readily agreed agreement. Zheng Xian was stunned, for the anomalous phenomenon over Japan was twice as intense as elsewhere and continued to spread. The ferocious face seemed about to break free from the constraints of space and descend fully upon them. Everyone eagerly awaited Yang Jian's arrival. They couldn't imagine anyone else capable of stopping Dormammu's onslaught. Strange, wake up, Mordo called from the building next to the ruins. Chapter 275, Searching for the Power Gem. 275, Searching for the Power Stone, 2024-12-18, Author, Good Monster. Upon learning of this, Nick from SHIELD, deeply impressed by the extraordinary power of the crystal, went straight to Yifan and expressed his desire to study it, hoping to uncover some mysterious power that would enhance their strength. Lin Feng dismissed this thought. Since the owner of this place had such intentions, there was no need to keep the object. He saw no great use for it, so he might as well give it to them. He readily took out a Rubik's Cube, placed a seal on the outside, and handed it to Nick. Nick immediately gathered all the scientists in the area to study and unlock the power within the crystal. However, the crystal's power was far too immense, and their existing methods were completely impenetrable, leaving Nick deeply troubled. Then, one of his scientists suggested comparing the information. They had previously encountered numerous energies, all of which were marked with specific time points. By comparing these time points, it might be possible to deduce the origin of this energy. By comparing it with similar powers, it should be possible to determine its nature. Nick nodded and immediately compared it with the existing data, unexpectedly discovering traces of the power of creation. Upon learning of this power, his expression became extremely solemn. This power was extremely powerful. He had never expected it to appear here. He immediately summoned everyone to discuss the matter. Upon hearing Nick's call, everyone flocked to the square, filled with confusion. Could something major have happened? Lin Feng also arrived upon hearing the news. Nick shared their recent research data with the public, proposing that this object contained the power of creation, and its power was extremely powerful. Thor, listening nearby, frowned. This wasn't the first time he had seen such an object. The space stone given to the Ancient One possessed similar powers. Could this object also exist? Furthermore, the Infinity Stones didn't include this one. Many of them possessed immense power. This stone clearly possessed extraordinary power. He had personally experienced the power of this crystal, its immense force making it difficult for him to defend himself. Coupled with the fact that the gem's power had recently exploded, easily destroying a house, this further convinced him that it might be one of the Infinity Stones. He proposed this hypothesis, shocking everyone around him. This was their first time seeing the legendary Infinity Stone in person. Lin Feng, looking at the shape of the gem, felt a familiarity. Combined with the information Thor had provided, he speculated that it might be the Power Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. However, this thought left him without any greed. His cultivation system was unique, and no matter how powerful the object was, he couldn't use it, so there was no point in fighting for it. Besides, he already had ample strength within him. Instead of wasting time on this, he should focus on developing his own power. After all, his current combat abilities still needed improvement. He felt that if he could improve his combat abilities, his strength would surely increase significantly. Nick also believed his hypothesis made sense and immediately went back to research. While they possessed a wealth of information, the data was too vast to record. So, they began a relentless search, ultimately concluding that the object was likely one of the Infinity Stones, though their specific abilities remained uncertain. Therefore, they continued their search in this direction. After a lengthy search, they discovered that the stone's effects and shape closely resembled those of the Power Stone. After comparing its power to others, they ultimately confirmed it to be the Power Stone. Upon learning this, Nick was unwavering in his pursuit. He knew the power of the stone was immense. Furthermore, many coveted its power, so he had to be fully prepared to prevent such a powerful force from falling into the hands of those with ambition. He reinforced and sealed the cube containing the stone and established security around it. He then sealed the Power Stone within SHIELD. This discovery sparked a huge outcry, with many curious about the object. However, due to the tight security surrounding the location, they had no chance to see it for themselves. Still, people continued to discuss the matter after dinner. SHIELD didn't keep the matter low-key, but instead publicized it widely. Thus, Thanos learned of the matter. He knew the power of the Infinity Stones well. If he could control them, he could unleash their full might. Keeping such treasures in SHIELD's possession was a waste of resources. He pondered how to acquire them, and his sights set on Loki. He found an opportunity to summon Loki. The previous incident had drawn suspicion from everyone, and Loki wanted nothing to do with Thanos anymore. However, he had no choice. If his connection to Thanos were discovered, he would be in serious trouble. Therefore, he had no choice but to bravely come here. Upon arrival, Thanos mentioned the Power Stone. Loki's eyes gleamed at the mention of the Power Stone, and he yearned for such power. The space stone had already fallen into his possession, and if it hadn't been for Lin Feng's interference, he might have already mastered its power. If the gem were in Lin Feng's possession, he would never have dared act rashly. Lin Feng's power was so unbelievable that even Thanos had suffered at his hands. Such power was beyond his reach, so he dared not attempt to attack Lin Feng. But now that the gem was with an SYNOPSIS, it gave him some ideas. Thanos, observing Loki's expression, smiled. He needed no further words. He knew Loki's thirst for power. However, Loki's ambitions were fraught with scheming, yet he lacked the strength to match them. He had informed Loki of this now, and there was no need for further concern. Loki would undoubtedly find a way to extract this power from SYNOPSIS, and he would only need to monitor him, stalking him like a mantis stalking a cicada while the Oriole waited behind. Ultimately, the gem would fall into his hands, so he said nothing more. Upon receiving this news, Loki ceased his distractions, remaining oblivious to Thanos' hidden plot. His mind was filled with a rosy vision of gaining this power. A surge of strength, a freedom from fear or marginalization. If he could obtain this power, where could he go? Who could he not defeat? He now set his sights on his brother, Thor. Everyone else was skeptical of him, and any request he made at this moment would surely be met with skepticism. Therefore, his only chance of success was his brother. Although Thor's previous actions had left him suspicious, he knew Thor's weaknesses. As long as he showed genuine repentance and offered some kindness, Thor would undoubtedly dispel his suspicions. With this in mind, he immediately approached Thor and laid out his plans. Thor's heart surged with joy. Thor then introduced his brother to everyone present. Thor's good reputation meant everyone had a favorable first impression of Loki. After all, they were unaware of Loki's past. Thor then introduced Loki to Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Loki's brow furrowed involuntarily. He was familiar with the name, knowing that this person possessed extraordinary power. Even a formidable being like Thanos was no match for him. Loki secretly thought he had to be cautious, but fortunately, there was no need to worry too much. Once he obtained the Power Stone, his strength would undoubtedly increase dramatically, and even Lin Feng, as powerful as he was, would be powerless to stop him. With this thought, Loki felt a glimmer of hope for the future, and he looked at the people around him with even greater enthusiasm, as if they were all there to give him the Power Stone. However, the glint of cunning in his eyes did not escape Lin Feng's notice. Lin Feng knew Loki's true colors. He refused to believe that Loki had changed his ways. Why had Loki not come earlier or later, but only when they had found the Power Stone? There must be something fishy going on. Lin Feng suspected that Loki's purpose for this visit was likely the Power Stone they had just found and stored at SYNOPSIS. With this in mind, he decided to prepare in advance. He made an excuse, saying he had something to attend to, and temporarily left the crowd. No one suspected anything. After all, Lin Feng was powerful, often sought out for help. He also possessed powerful healing abilities, and the injured sought him out. After leaving, Lin Feng used his special abilities to instantly arrive at SYNOPSIS. Seeing the Power Stone so prominently displayed, he was speechless. Although traps and anti-theft measures had been set up around it, they were completely useless against a true expert. Lin Feng understood that such protection might be effective for ordinary people, but would be of little use to those with strength or intelligence. He sensed the aura emanating from the stone and confirmed that it was indeed the real Power Stone. He then used his newly developed sealing technique to add another seal to the stone. This seal could only be broken by him. Anyone else attempting to touch the stone would inevitably suffer a backlash. Furthermore, if the seal was triggered, he would be notified, allowing him to arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. Having done all this, Lin Feng quickly left SYNOPSIS, fearing discovery. When he returned to the square, no one thought much of it, merely noting his swift return and suggesting the matter was not serious. At this point, Loki mentioned an upcoming football match in the Divine Realm. It was rumored to be incredibly intense, with many top players, making it a truly exciting spectacle. Loki's eloquence was truly remarkable, and his vivid description of the match lit up everyone's eyes. They'd been sitting here for so long, and were already bored. Going out to see the match would undoubtedly be a great option. Seeing everyone's reaction, Loki seized the opportunity and said, "Registering for the match isn't difficult. Anyone who wants to participate can go. As for the registration, he'd handle it." Everyone thanked him profusely, feeling he was just as generous as Thor. Since Loki could handle it, they'd go. They were genuinely interested in such an event. However, they didn't notice Loki chuckling. Loki's words moved everyone, and they all decided to go to the divine realm to watch the match. As they prepared to leave, they invited Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, to join them. Although Lin Feng felt a little strange, he quickly put aside his doubts and joined them. Upon arriving at the divine realm, they indeed witnessed a football match, the most traditional kind, retaining many traditional features, which made everyone eager to try their hand. Loki, thoroughly familiar with this sport, introduced it to everyone present. Everyone was excited and eager to join in. Seeing Loki's dedication, Lin Feng felt a touch of admiration. But at the same time, his suspicions grew. If this were just an ordinary incident, Loki wouldn't have bothered with such fuss. This only meant he had planned this situation. Therefore, Lin Feng's vigilance grew. Then, Thor suggested playing football together. Everyone agreed, believing the large group would be perfect for splitting into two teams. They asked Loki if he wanted to join in, but he shook his head, saying that while he enjoyed football, his skills weren't great, and he preferred to watch from the sidelines. Seeing this, the others didn't force him, instead dragging others along, including Lin Feng, to join in. The two teams engaged in a fierce battle on the field. Lin Feng glanced forward from time to time, seeing Loki still watching the match, his eyes filled with joy. This puzzled him. Could Loki truly be alright? Even so, he continued to monitor him. After a while, both sides were competing with all their might. Lin Feng was forced to give his full attention to the match. Since everyone present was not ordinary, they decided to temporarily suppress their true powers and compete as ordinary people. This proposal was accepted by everyone. They did not use superpowers, relying solely on their physical strength. It was true that after becoming accustomed to superpowers, using physical strength felt quite different. Lin Feng also felt that his physical strength had increased significantly. Even without the magical power, he could still exert considerable power. The two sides played back and forth on the field for a long time. Since the two sides were equally matched, the game remained evenly matched. They were forced to give their full attention to the game. Finally, after a while, everyone felt exhausted and stopped to rest. Lin Feng was also exhausted and panting, and it seemed that he had consumed a lot of physical strength. These people's physiques were much stronger than ordinary people, which was why they could persist for so long. However, during the rest period, Lin Feng always felt that something was wrong. 171. Chapter 170, Fear Spreads. 171. Chapter 170, The Spread of Fear. 2024-09-10. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 170, The Spread of Fear. Strange looked up at Dormammu, the towering figure that obscured the heavens, then glanced at the demon Emperor Digen, who was like a giant beacon. He had to admit that the power emanating from the demon Emperor Digen was astounding, but even a sliver of Dormammu's power had already caused a devastating impact on the Japanese capital. Countless lives perished in this catastrophe. He clutched the Eye of Agamotto tightly in his hand, knowing that time was running out. "What should I call you?" Caecilius asked loudly. "I am the Demon Emperor," Lin Feng replied softly, turning his gaze to Strange. "Your Majesty, the world is in danger, and we need your help," Strange pleaded. Dormammu, who was standing nearby, witnessed the exchange between Digen and Caecilius and was furious. These two tiny beings actually dared to ignore it. "The tide of darkness will engulf you, and you will become eternal slaves of my dimension," Dormammu roared. "I am the master of darkness. You lowly creatures, prepare to face the wrath of the Dark Lord." As Dormammu roared, the tentacles on his body lashed out wildly, destroying everything around him. Life seemed fragile before this dark force. This land was about to become a forbidden zone, a toy in Dormammu's control. "Time is running out, Your Majesty," Strange said urgently. "I need you to restrain it while I use the Eye of Agamotto to return it to its own world." No intact buildings could be seen around him. Dormammu's shadow continued to expand. True darkness had descended, accompanied by the wailing of countless lives. "You intend to use the Eye of Agamotto to send Dormammu away?" Lin Feng glanced at the rampaging Dormammu. "I'm afraid it's too late. It has already breached the spatial barrier. The Eye of Agamotto isn't omnipotent. If you doubt it, try it." Lin Feng's gaze fell on the time stone, debating whether to seize it. However, he still didn't know how to use the gem. Perhaps, Strange could give it a try first. Whoosh, a massive tentacle suddenly crashed down, its diameter staggering, enough to completely envelop the two of them. Strange panicked, his only remaining hope of escape being the portal. He turned to gaze at the towering Demon Emperor Dijin beside him, speechless with shock. Demon Emperor Dijin extended his massive hand, and the tentacle instantly froze in midair. A blazing golden flame raged, spreading rapidly along the tentacle, vaporizing it like gasoline on sparks. The flames raced towards Dormammu, who, severing the tentacle in terror, a deep fear etched across his massive face. This was the power of pure light. Yet, it wasn't boundless darkness. Don't just stand there, try to send this creature back to its own world, Lin Feng warned, noticing Strange frozen in his tracks. Okay, Strange had no time to marvel at the Demon Emperor's power. He gripped the Eye of Agamotto tightly in his left hand, and with his right, he drew green runes, causing the gem to glow with a dazzling green light. He slowly turned his right hand, and the surrounding buildings rapidly restored themselves as if time had reversed. Dormammu's tentacles and body began to slowly retreat. An old trick, Dormammu quickly broke free from the constraints of time. The city buildings, having been restored, were reduced to ruins once more. And those who had been reborn were instantly transformed into fodder for darkness. This is impossible. Strange frantically overdrawn his soul power, the light of the Eye of Agamotto nearly enveloping him. The surrounding buildings instantly returned to normal, but Dormammu within them paused only for a moment before continuing his charge. The enormous face was only tens of meters away from Strange and Lin Feng. Enough. Stop this. Your body hasn't perished yet, but the power of your soul will be exhausted. Seeing Strange's desperate efforts, Lin Feng instantly dodged and interrupted his attack, snatching the time stone from his grasp. You think you can defeat me with this kind of power? Haha. Dormammu laughed sarcastically as he saw Lin Feng also pick up the Eye of Agamotto. Now that I have fully descended into this world, my world has no time, only eternal darkness. This power is only useful while I haven't fully descended into this world. Do you really think I can't do anything about it? Don't underestimate the Lord of Darkness, Dormammu roared, shaking the whole place. You are so foolish. Lin Feng hadn't expected Dormammu to be such a chatterbox, so boastful. But come to think of it, a god who can't be directly invaded and can only recruit followers through pyramid schemes is likely to be this kind of chatterbox. Dormammu is similar to those who run pyramid schemes. They are cruel and ruthless. To expand their power, they will do anything. This power is far too weak. Demon Emperor Jun gently shook the treasure in his hand. Suddenly, the dark forces were completely suppressed, and Dormammu's body, constantly pouring into this world, was firmly imprisoned. A look of disbelief crossed Dormammu's enormous face. Strange watched the ever-expanding Demon Emperor Jun and the slightly retreating Dormammu, and hope ignited in his eyes. Could this be the true power of the Chinese gods? The world's attention turned to Demon Emperor Jun. However, only Dormammu felt an unusual power. The suppression and restraint he felt came not from Demon Emperor Jun's own masculine energy, but from an unfathomable book. Dormammu had seen countless artifacts, even ones capable of severing his dark dimension, but never one as powerful as this. It was the river map in Luoshu. Contained within it was a vast world, surrounded by numerous smaller worlds. Each of these smaller worlds was far more powerful than its own dark dimension. Those were complete worlds, while this one was merely a dimension. Strictly speaking, it devours these worlds to strengthen itself and gain more physical form. And yet, such a world is contained within a book. The book emanates no light, but this very fact intensifies Dormammu's panic. Yang Jian's previous blow already unnerved him, and he arrived ready to engage him. He believed his strange power would be too much for Yang Jian to handle. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun, armed with a river map in Luoshu. Lin Feng retrieved the river map in Luoshu. His greatest asset on this journey was this artifact. His own power as the Demon Emperor could only protect him. To repel the enemy, he needed the power of the river map in Luoshu. Just as he was about to unleash the power of the river map in Luoshu, the book glowed faintly. Oh my god. My life is in danger. Terrified, Dormammu desperately tried to flee the scene. He struggled frantically, retreating hastily like a snail desperate to retreat into its shell. To survive, it forsaken countless dark powers, a true act of self-sacrifice. It quickly withdrew its main strength and consciousness back to the dark dimension, eagerly severing its connection with that world. After completing this, it wiped away the non-existent sweat with its few remaining tentacles, muttering to itself, "Thank goodness I'm resourceful. The world before it lay in ruins, with shattered walls dotting the landscape. Most of the buildings in the Japanese capital were reduced to rubble. Only a few tall buildings behind the demon emperor, Emperor Jun, remained standing. Lin Feng witnessed Dormammu's escape and attempted to stop him, but the boss-level creature was too cunning and gave him no chance. Dormammu's disappearance was met with cheers from the crowd. Did you see that? The invader fled at such speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The power of the demon Emperor Jun is truly terrifying. Who on earth is he to be so powerful? What a shame. London didn't suffer such devastation last time, yet the Japanese capital has become like this. Internet chatter erupted. The Chinese people were filled with curiosity about the identity of the demon Emperor Jun. Meanwhile, the Japanese high-ranking officials were in a state of panic. How many people died in this disaster? Koizumi Rikuro asked his subordinates in a deep voice. Prime Minister, preliminary estimates put the death toll at 3 million. The disaster struck so quickly that evacuation was impossible in time. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle bowed deeply, his voice choking with emotion. Just now, the new U.S. president asked us to express our dissatisfaction with this new god of China. He carefully observed Koizumi Rikuro's reaction and continued, the president said that China cannot be allowed to dominate alone. This is not conducive to the spread of peace, freedom, and equality. He also threatened that if we don't cooperate, he will conduct military exercises with a Japanese garrison on Rope Island. Koizumi Rikuro's eyes narrowed. Bang! His beloved purple clay teapot was slammed against the wall, shattering into pieces. The middle-aged man shuddered with fear. He clearly felt Koizumi Rikuro's anger, which was a mixture of grief for the country's casualties and helplessness at Japan being used as a pawn by the United States. Rikuro Koizumi sighed deeply, and after a long pause, he addressed the middle-aged man. Tell me, do we have any other options, Prime Minister? I'm not sure if I should say this. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. China's rise is an unstoppable trend. Can the United States really summon a god to counter it? The last U.S. farce has already humiliated them. We are more aligned with China in every way. Why should we still be subject to U.S. threats? His words deeply touched Rikuro Koizumi. But not yet. You should go down and follow the U.S.'s instructions. The middle-aged man bowed and quickly left. Rikuro Koizumi gazed toward Toyama, his gaze far-reaching. Dormammu, he escaped? Strange's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Strange, you succeeded. Dormammu has been sent back to the Dark Dimension. Mordo approached from behind, assuming that the Demon Emperor Dijon and Strange had worked together to accomplish this. You're a hero. You're the hero who saved the world. Mordo was overcome with emotion, his dark face brimming with pride. His friend had become the savior. Why do you look like you've seen God? Are you too excited? Mordo noticed Strange staring in the direction Dormammu had disappeared and asked with concern. Mordo, you misunderstood. This wasn't me. Strange looked at Mordo in disbelief. Are you still not used to being called a savior? It's okay. We don't need to prove anything to anyone, Mordo consoled him. We just need to follow nature and protect this world from the shadows. No, Mordo, listen to me. I did nothing, Strange interrupted Mordo. The power of the Eye of Agamotto is no longer enough to withstand Dormammu. In this world, Dormammu is already able to withstand the power of the Eye of Agamotto. I failed. He had actually failed? Could Dormammu's disappearance have been the work of this radiant god? The Time Stone could have contained Dormammu, but unfortunately, your power is still weak. Lin Feng returned to his normal form, holding the Time Stone and approaching the two. Demon! Your Majesty the Demon King, Strange exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed me. Your courage is commendable, Demon King. Mordo recalled the awe-inspiring, gigantic figure just now. You are radiant with light. Could you be the legendary angel? He looked puzzled. Although I have wings, I have never seen an angel in person. Perhaps they are seagulls or other white birds that have cultivated into immortals. Lin Feng smiled and replied, I am the Demon King Dijon, the ruler of the heavenly court. My origin is the innate being, the golden crow. Mordo was confused, but he felt that the one who could repel Dormammu must be a formidable force. Greetings, Your Excellency, Mordo hurriedly saluted. Lin Feng ignored him and turned to Strange, saying, the Time Stone should remain in your custody. The mission of the lineage of Sorcerer Supremas you belong to is to protect it. Are you saying that the Eye of Agamotto is the Time Stone? Strange inquired. I'm curious to know how you were able to do that just now. Was it the power of the Time Stone? Was it because my power was too weak? Just now, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. He had originally planned to give Dormammu a good fight and earn more points, but he hadn't expected Dormammu to escape so quickly. That cowardly reptile escaped on its own, Lin Feng chuckled sarcastically. I was ready to fight it, but it was as cowardly as a mouse. It called itself the Lord of Darkness, even worse than my former demon commanders, escaped? Strange felt as if he were in a dream. Your Excellency, the Demon King, Dormammu cannot possibly escape. He is ravenous and can only be restrained by the Eye of Agamotto. Could even gods exaggerate? Mordo, unable to bear it any longer, sneered. How dare you? The Demon King's majesty instantly enveloped the entirety of Japan. Countless people involuntarily fell to their knees, their bodies as if suppressed by an invisible force. Has the true apocalypse arrived? An even more terrifying monster has appeared. Why is my body resisting my commands? Panic spread through the crowd. 172. Chapter 171, Reject Moral Kidnapping. 172. Chapter 171, Reject Moral Blackmail. 2024-09-10 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 171, Reject Moral Blackmail. However, the pressure dissipated as quickly as it came. Before anyone could react, it quickly dissipated. Your Majesty, please calm down. Mordo has simply not witnessed your power. His crime does not deserve death. Thump. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, pleading for Mordo. The pressure was too terrifying. Even though it wasn't directed at Strange, he knew that the gods could not be trifled with. Lin Feng had indeed been furious, his aura revealing itself. He withdrew his pressure and looked at Mordo, who lay motionless, eyes wide open, on the ground. This is the true power of the Time Stone. The Demon King, holding the Time Stone, pointed forward. A green ring of runes, tens of meters in diameter, appeared around it, leaving Mordo and Strange stunned. The number and complexity of such runes were beyond anything they had ever seen, even with the Ancient One. A clock slowly emerged above the rune, displaying the current time. Spin, the words echoed with action. The hour, minute, and second hands whirled rapidly. All the buildings, countless fragments, and lost lives gradually returned to their original state. Lin Feng retracted his fingers and tossed a gem to Strange like a lollipop. It's not omnipotent. Half of those lost lives cannot be restored. Even prolonged restoration has its limits. This explains why the Time Stone becomes ineffective after Dormammu's full arrival. Lin Feng explained this to Strange. Strange carefully took the gem and nodded respectfully. Strange. You bastard. How dare you stop Lord Dormammu from granting all of humanity? A sudden voice shattered the momentary silence. The voice was gruff, and Strange felt as if he were facing his mortal enemy. The person who had just destroyed the temple and witnessed Dormammu's defeat was none other than Caecilius. He watched Dormammu dissipate in the air, in disbelief. He knew only the Time Stone could stop Dormammu. He searched the area, finally locating Strange, who had just received the stone. Strange frowned, meeting Caecilius's gaze. Caecilius, repent. Dormammu has deceived you. Shut up, you scum of humanity. Caecilius, clutching a transparent blade, slashed down fiercely. Stop. Lin Feng had never seen such an arrogant and domineering person. He had no sympathy for such a traitor. You are the one who truly betrayed humanity. Do you wish to make all of humanity like you? I will let you experience the feeling of being completely consumed by the power of darkness. Lin Feng waved his hand, channeling all the remaining Dormammu power in the city into Caecilius. Starting from his eye sockets, the darkness rapidly consumed Caecilius's body, causing his flesh to rapidly wither. In an instant, Caecilius was reduced to a mummy. This is the fate of surrendering to Dormammu, Lin Feng said coldly. Your body will be reduced to a puppet, and your consciousness will be annihilated, becoming Dormammu's nourishment. How pathetic. Do you really think eternal life comes without a price? Strange gasped in shock. Oh my god, it seems the teacher was wrong. She betrayed our faith, Mordo muttered. The Ancient One was not wrong. Lin Feng displayed the dark power before Mordo. Mordo gazed at it, his face filled with fascination. For power, no one can resist its temptation. Lin Feng's face was filled with contempt. Dormammu's power can prolong life and preserve the body's immortality, but one must resist temptation to avoid complete destruction, he scoffed. Your teacher did it. She could have died calmly. She feared no death, longing to accept nature, yet she shouldered a heavy responsibility, to protect the world from Dormammu's corruption. If you want to blame someone, Blame your disciples for not living up to the expectations. None of you have the heart and strength to meet them. She waited for centuries to find a suitable successor. Mordo's eyes grew hazy after Lin Feng's rebuke. He lowered his head in silence, tears welling up in his eyes again. Ah, hiss, hiss, the frozen Caecilius suddenly spoke. Death is not the end. Sometimes, eternal life is also a torment. This emperor, I will free you from all this. Yang energy surged into Caecilius's body, accompanied by Lin Feng's thoughts. Caecilius's body gradually crumbled to ash, but a smile remained on his face. Your Majesty, why can the power of darkness grant our bodies immortality? As a doctor, Strange had witnessed the power displayed by the Demon King and felt that this god, surviving from ancient times, might be able to answer his questions. As a doctor, you should be wiser than fools like Mordo. Lin Feng, not forgetting to disparage Mordo, went on to explain. Higher energy that can be absorbed by the human body can enhance physical fitness, increase cell division, and strengthen cell strength, but it's difficult for humans to fully adapt to higher energy, which may become a means for some gods to control us. I understand, Strange nodded. Is the power of darkness an evil entity? Teacher accepted the dark power, and you tell me you are right. I can't accept that. Mordo's years of faith had been shattered by his teacher, who had compromised with darkness to survive. He couldn't accept Lin Feng's words. Mordo, power itself has no distinction between dark and light, only the positions of intelligent beings give these definitions. To protect the world, the teacher constantly draws on dark forces to sustain her life. She is the light, she always seeks to follow nature's course. She believes in nature and teaches us, yet the responsibilities she shoulders prevent her from fulfilling her wishes. Strange stared at Mordo and continued, there's no contradiction. Mordo pondered. Lin Feng spoke a few more words to Strange, expressing his approval, then turned to leave. Your Majesty, please stay, Strange called out. Speak. Lin Feng didn't turn back. Where should I find you? Strange still had questions, and now only the Demon King could bring him peace of mind. Professor Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing from sight. Your Majesty. Strange hadn't finished his words when he realized Lin Feng had already left. Professor Lin Feng, the scholar who expounded on the history of the gods at the press conference, Strange muttered to himself. Mordo, now that the temple is destroyed, I have a new idea. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he continued, I plan to travel to Lin Feng's city and build a brand new temple. Mordo stood up and stared at Strange. Are you seeking to enlist the power of the Chinese gods to protect the temple? He guessed Strange's intention. Strange smiled confidently. Though unlikely, Dormammu will surely be much more restrained in that place. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Dormammu was conversing confidentially with a woman. Despite his immense power, Dormammu dared not treat this woman with the slightest disrespect. The woman wore long hair and a tight-fitting garment, a mocking expression on her face. She had been imprisoned in the dark dimension for years, yet Dormammu was powerless against her. This time, frightened off by Lin Feng, Dormammu grew wary of his own power, and so he thought of the woman trapped in the dark dimension. Goddess of Death, I can help you escape from this place. Dormammu's enormous face appeared outside his prison. Hila's lips curled up slightly, and she glanced at Dormammu while lying on the throne. Ugly beast, I will be able to break free from this cage soon. What are you planning? I can give you great power to help you regain your freedom immediately, Dormammu said, and countless energy fragments poured into Hila's body. As the power poured in, Hila's eyes gradually became sharper. The black cage was covered with cracks, and finally exploded with a bang. Odin woke up from the throne. She escaped. What do you want in return from me, ugly beast? Hila asked sarcastically. You gave me such powerful power, you must have some ulterior motive? Hila knew that there is no free lunch in the world. She has recovered to her peak condition, and there must be some purpose behind this from Dormammu. Hila, a new god has risen, and you Asgardians will no longer rule the 9 realms, Dormammu said with a smile. After you leave, I hope you will create more chaos in the world. Only then can I devour more worlds. Dormammu, you're joking. Odin will never allow Asgard's rule to be threatened. Hela simply didn't believe Dormammu's words. But he has aged. While his strength is great, his stamina is far less. Dormammu said this before quietly departing, leaving behind only a warning, beware of the gods of China. Roleplay mission completed, rating SS. Lin Feng checked his points. I've accumulated over 13 million points, but I still need to work harder. He longed to redeem Tongshan Patriarch's B-level ability, But no one had challenged him yet, and his points growth had stagnated. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Feng picked up and learned it was from the Chinese authorities. "Professor Lin Feng, I have two pieces of news for you," a gentle female voice came from the other end. "Go ahead," Lin Feng replied after sitting down. "There's good news and bad news," the female voice continued. "The good news is that a private American media giant has invited you to the US to discuss the topic of the Chinese gods. The bad news is that Japanese officials are accusing you of deliberately delaying notification of the Chinese gods, resulting in nearly 1 million casualties and massive economic losses in their capital." Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by these two pieces of news. Japan's reaction seemed overly reckless. Everything he did was out of kindness, and even if he stayed out of the matter, no one could blame him. "I accept the US invitation. As for the Japanese, please convey my condolences for their tragedy." Lin Feng's voice was slightly cold. "But if something like this happens again in Japan, I will refuse to provide any assistance." The person on the other end of the line seemed to think this was inappropriate and tried to dissuade him, but Lin Feng firmly hung up. He decided to be tough and not be held hostage by morality. Mr. Prime Minister, the Chinese authorities have stated that Professor Lin Feng will no longer provide assistance, a middle-aged official reported to Rikuro Koizumi. "That's not surprising. After all, we can't afford to offend the United States," Koizumi Rikuro said thoughtfully. "Do you have anything else to report?" "Yes, Mr. Prime Minister. A U.S. media tycoon has invited Lin Feng to hold a press conference there," the official replied. "It's said that Lin Feng intends to introduce the newly emerged deity, the Demon Emperor Jun, at the press conference." "I understand. The United States is no longer reliable. We need to reassess the situation." Koizumi Rikuro tapped his desk lightly. "You may withdraw." The official quickly left, and a few minutes later, an elegant woman entered. "Mr. Prime Minister, everything is ready." The woman's crisp voice broke the silence. "Hashimoto Kanzuki, as a civilian representative, you will deliver our contact records with the United States to China. Remember, you will be visiting as a Chinese student," Koizumi Rikuro instructed. Please, he did not want Japan to be controlled by any other country, so he had to tread carefully in this complex situation. Meanwhile, discussions in Japan about the Demon Emperor Jun intensified. Some experts suggest that the Demon Emperor Jun may have deep historical ties to us in Japan. Some even believe that our national flag contains elements of the Demon Emperor Jun. News reports continue to hype this topic. Aside from the official accusations against Lin Feng, Japan seemed to be showing goodwill towards China. In Asgard, Odin, the king of the gods, awoke from his slumber, his face weary. "Heimdall, recall Thor and Loki. I'm running out of time," he ordered. Loki was at Lin Feng's home, flipping through Lin Feng's book, The Secret History of the Monkey King. Heimdall's voice echoed in his ear. "Loki, the king of the gods summons you back to Asgard. Bring Thor, the god of thunder, with you. He's in a bar a kilometer away." Loki asked you if his mother missed them, but Heimdall didn't answer. In the bar, Thor, speaking broken Chinese, tried to strike up a conversation with an Asian girl, but she dismissed his words. "Everyone knows now that only China has gods," the girl said disdainfully, turning away. Thor looked dejected, and Loki couldn't help shaking his head at the sight. He was worried about Thor's intelligence. The two were summoned back to Asgard by Heimdall, and faced Odin, the king of the gods, in the hall. "I am dying," Odin said calmly. "I summoned you back so that one of you can inherit my throne." Thor and Loki were both shocked, but Loki unexpectedly gave up the throne. "The throne is not what I want," Loki said sincerely and stood aside. This surprised Odin, as Loki had always longed for power. In the end, Odin announced Thor as the crown prince and summoned Loki alone to ask the reason. Loki expressed his pursuit of greater power and his sense of powerlessness in the face of wisdom. At this time, Heimdall's voice was heard again. "King of the gods, someone has invaded Asgard." 173. Chapter 172 Mysterious Power. 173. Chapter 172, Mysterious Power 2024-09-10 Author, Good Monster Chapter 172, Mysterious Power Asgard. Rumor has it that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone are located. A Titan, radiating purple light, stood atop a massive space battleship, surveying the area below. This was Thanos, the mighty Thanos. Now the true ruler of the universe. He chose to visit Odin at the end of his days, not at the peak of his powers. While Odin's power remained at its peak, his lifespan was fading. Thanos, on the other hand, was at the height of his powers. Two celestial beings, one at the height of his power, the other on the verge of his fall. The outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. Alert, alert, foreign invasion. Upon hearing the news, the Asgardian army quickly assembled, their golden armor gleaming in the sunlight. Divine powers weren't confined to the royal family of Asgard, many families also inherited mystical powers. Fire, hurricanes, and other powers emerged one after another. And those strange creatures also possessed astonishing strength. Faced with invasion, the Asgardians never flinched. War was their innate destiny. Such a formidable force, Odin exclaimed in amazement. Father, your strength is unmatched. We Asgardians grow stronger with age, and this invader is no match for you. Loki seemed unfazed. But Odin made no reply. He silently donned his armor and gripped Thor's spear. If I am defeated, take Thor and flee. Do not linger. Asgard needs to preserve its fire. Odin gazed resolutely toward the sky as he saw a figure, drawn by his hammer, charging towards the enemy. You impulsive fellow. This is no joke. Odin leaped into the air and charged toward the battlefield. Loki sensed Odin's nervousness. What could possibly have so defied Odin? Boom! A massive hole was smashed into the spaceship, and Thor stood proudly atop it. Who dares to run wild in Asgard? He brandished his hammer, his fighting spirit brimming with energy. Son of Odin, you bear a strong resemblance to your father, Thanos said, smiling as Thor charged forward. You are very brave, he continued, we can actually avoid war. I bear no ill will toward Asgard. I only need the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, don't even think about it. Those are Asgard's sacred treasures. You are blatantly trying to steal them. Asgard will never tolerate such humiliation. Thor felt anger and humiliation at Thanos' demands. It was like a robber breaking into a home, wantonly plundering treasures, and then brazenly declaring peaceful coexistence. Fight! Thor raised Mjolnir high and roared. He swept across the battleship like a loot box, slaughtering everyone, sending approaching enemies flying with a single blow. The name Thor truly lived up to its reputation. Child, calm down. If I were your father, I would stop you. Thanos' face flashed with disdain. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you. My warship still has plenty of use. Purple monster, take the hammer, Thor roared in Chinese, swinging his hammer at Thanos. This was a new skill he'd learned in China, nicknames. He'd stumbled upon this inspiration during his conversation with Lin Feng. Now, he bestowed this nickname upon Thanos. Thor's hammer roared towards him. This weapon, forged from the stars, was as light as a feather in the hands of a skilled warrior. Being struck by it was like being struck by a massive planet. Bang, like swatting away an annoying insect. Thanos easily dispatched Thor's hammer with a single hand. Thor was stunned. What? He couldn't believe his own weapon was so vulnerable to Thanos' blow. After all, Thor's hammer was forged from the stars, imbued with supreme divine power. People jokingly called him the god of hammers, not because he lacked strength, but because the might of Thor's hammer was so immense that it overshadowed his own. This in direct proof that Thor's hammer lived up to its reputation as a divine weapon. Previously, no living being could withstand its attack, it represented absolute power. Yet, now, the artifact was effortlessly dispatched. Thor quickly recalled Thor's hammer, ready to teach Thanos a profound lesson. He hadn't given it his all just now he was going all in. He intended to crush Thanos, the purple sweet potato, with one blow. Thor swung Thor's hammer with all his might in the fierce battle, his entire being surging with the might of thunder. It was his most powerful strike yet. Bang! Another soft crack. Thanos remained unresponsive, unscathed. He held Thor's hammer steady and exerted a gentle pressure. Crack! Cracks suddenly appeared on Thor's hammer. Thor's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. It seems your understanding of power needs improvement. Bang! With a loud bang, Thor's hammer shattered, and Thor was sent flying. Bullying the weak is not your style, Thanos. Odin appeared at Thor's side just in time. You have finally shown yourself. You are the only one in Asgard worthy enough to fight me. You are old. Using your power will only hasten your demise. You should know what I want. Thanos looked coldly at the former god of war. Now, I am unbeatable in Asgard. But I am not the only Asgardian. Even if you defeat me, you cannot control Asgard, Odin firmly addressed Thanos. We will decide the fate of Asgard in battle, but you must not harm my people. If I lose, everything in Asgard will be yours. If you lose, you will pay with your life. Odin, you are old. In the past, I might have been somewhat wary of you, but now, you are no match for me. A scornful smile curled Thanos' lips. Begin. Before he finished speaking, Thanos charged forward, and Odin, undeterred, drew his spear to meet him. Thor, Loki, leave. Heimdall, teleport them away immediately, Odin shouted, engaging Thanos in a fierce battle. The battle intensified, the massive energy surges powerful enough to destroy everything around them. Loki, quickly go to the treasury and fetch the eternal flame. We can perish with him, Thor called out urgently. You should know the legend of Ragnarok, don't be ridiculous. Father doesn't want everyone to be buried with him. What we need to do now is leave, Loki stopped Thor. Father just said someone will come to save Asgard. We must leave now. No. Asgardians will never desert. I'm the heir to the throne, Thor declared fearlessly. Fool. You've lost your hammer, and you're still holding on? Don't let Father's sacrifice go to waste. If that person finds the gem and goes mad, he might massacre Asgard, Loki said urgently. We need to seek Professor Lin Feng's help. I know what this purple sweet potato is looking for. Perhaps we can draw on the power of the Chinese gods to fight him. After a brief silence, Thor was finally convinced. The two quickly arrived at the Rainbow Bridge. Where are you going? Heimdall asked. To Professor Lin Feng, Loki replied. Heimdall then activated the Rainbow Bridge to teleport the two away, destroying it to prevent pursuit. Crack, the spear snapped, and Thanos gripped Odin's throat tightly. You chose to abandon them to save your children and your people? What a ridiculous king of the gods, Thanos taunted. They took what you wanted. If you dare harm my people, they will flee with the gems forever, beyond your reach. Though blood streamed from the corner of Odin's mouth, a triumphant smile crossed his face. Damn it, crack, with a crisp sound, Odin's life came to an end. Odin's life flame was extinguished, and Thanos coldly released his limp body. The once mighty king of the gods was now a lifeless husk. Search every inch of the land for any trace of the Infinity Stones, Thanos commanded. Elsewhere, in a completely different scene, Lin Feng was being led to the lounge by a long-legged, blonde receptionist. Dressed in a black suit, clutching a book, he exuded an intellectual charm. Please rest for a moment. The press conference will begin in 20 minutes, the beautiful receptionist whispered before gracefully exiting. Lin Feng flipped open the book in his hand. It was the Hichulu Oshu, the ancient tome of the demon Emperor Digen, imbued with unfathomable power. However, its appearance was unremarkable, and others would mistake it for an ordinary Chinese ancient tome. The Hichulu Oshu is truly profound and profound. It's a pity that my current strength can only fully unleash its power, Lin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with a desire for power. At this moment, a short man in a waiter's uniform quietly approached the lounge. He was an assassin from Japan, tasked with assassinating the Chinese professor. Lin Feng is inside, prepare to act, the command came in a curt and cold voice. The assassin pushed open the door and approached Lin Feng, who was reading, with a smile on his face, holding a bottle of what he called 1982 Lafite. Sir, this is the red wine you ordered. Please enjoy. The assassin's voice was gentle and professional. However, Lin Feng didn't even look up, simply waving his hand in refusal. No, thank you. The assassin was secretly anxious. The wine was already poisoned. If Lin Feng refused to drink, he would have to do it himself. So, he quietly pulled out his specially crafted silenced pistol, a hidden weapon disguised as lipstick. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly looked up and said, Wait, I suddenly feel like trying this wine. The assassin, delighted, quickly poured Lin Feng a glass. Lin Feng gulped it down, but minutes later, he still showed no reaction. The assassin began to wonder if the poison had been misplaced. Just then, two disheveled figures suddenly burst into the lounge. Professor Lin Feng, Asgard is in trouble, Thor shouted anxiously. We need your help. Loki stood by, observing the situation with relative calm. Lin Feng closed his book and listened quietly to Thor's plea. He knew his presence might have triggered a chain reaction. Thanos had attacked Asgard prematurely, and the elderly Odin was probably in grave danger. However, Lin Feng didn't immediately agree to Thor's request. He knew that even if he rushed back to Asgard now, he would only be engaged in a fierce battle with Thanos. And was such a battle even necessary? After all, Thanos' ultimate goal was the 3 gems here. I beg you, Professor Lin Feng. I know you can contact the Chinese gods. I am willing to exchange the wealth and land of Asgard for my father's life, Thor pleaded eagerly, even kneeling on one knee before Lin Feng. Although Thor may not appear to be very intelligent, his filial piety to his father is touching. However, Loki calmly poured cold water on Thor. Thor, we can't go back, Loki, we must go back. Father sent us here to seek help, Thor roared passionately. Asgard needs us. Asgard doesn't need a hammer god who relies on his hammer, Loki retorted mercilessly. Without your hammer, you're just a reckless man. Father doesn't want us to go back. If we go back, Asgard will be in danger. Thanos' goal is the Infinity Stones. As long as we don't go back, Asgard will not be destroyed, at least for a while. Loki knew that Thanos' patience was limited. Once exhausted, Asgard would face destruction, and they would have nowhere to escape. I have 2 gems that originally belonged to Asgard. I am willing to return them to you to help you save everything you cherish, Lin Feng said sincerely to the two. He continued, I believe Odin is dead. From what I know of Thanos, he would never tolerate a threat like Odin. Despite his advanced age, Asgard is safe for now. I hope you can stay here for a while. I will do my best to contact the gods of China and seek their assistance. Thor struggled to accept this sudden turn of events. He snatched the bottle from the waiter, gulped it down, and then shoved the empty bottle back into the waiter's hands. The waiter looked embarrassed, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. It's almost time. I have a press conference to attend. Lin Feng checked the time and stood up to leave. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, the assassin hiding nearby felt a pang of fear and prepared to pull out his lipstick gun to fire. Oh, by the way, there's that little assassin too. Please take care of him, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and ordered. The assassin was caught off guard, his lipstick gun still on. Lin Feng had actually been aware of his presence but had feigned ignorance, wanting to play along. Don't go too far, Loki. I still need him to tell the truth, Lin Feng warned, then walked out of the room and into another. As soon as he entered the new room, countless flash cameras shone on Lin Feng. He smiled at the camera and began his speech. 174. Chapter 173 Goddess of Death. 174. Chapter 173, Goddess of Death 2024-09-11 Author, Good Monster Chapter 173, Goddess of Death. Thank you all for coming. I was invited to the United States this time primarily to share the story of the Demon Emperor Jun. Lin Feng paused, then continued, Demon Emperor Jun, a legendary figure whose life can be summed up in a few lines of poetry. Then, Lin Feng recited aloud the lines describing the life of the Demon Emperor Jun, recounting his magnificent journey from birth to demise. Demon Emperor Jun is an innate being, born from the sun star. The innate spiritual treasure accompanying him at birth is the river map in Luoshu, Lin Feng explained. The great Zhaoshan Dao formation contained in this river map in Luoshu was one of the world's most advanced formations at the time. Lin Feng's recounting seemed to transport everyone present to that mythical era. It was only during his recent study of the river map in Luoshu that he understood why Emperor Jun was so keen on recruiting troops and vying for the throne of Heavenly Emperor. It turns out that this Zhaoshan Dao formation described in the Hichu Luoshu, at its peak, could rival a sage. Lin Feng's face was filled with sorrow as he spoke of the great war between the Demon Clan, led by Demon Emperor Jun, and the 12 witch ancestors of the Witch Clan, and the devastating losses suffered by both sides. He turned to the camera and solemnly stated, I hope the United States will cherish this hard-earned peace and refrain from rash and foolish decisions. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted in the audience. Someone had attempted to assassinate Lin Feng in the lounge, and Loki had already brought a controlled assassin to the scene, where he had confessed everything. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Feng waved for silence and then solemnly addressed the camera, I hope the United States can give me a reasonable explanation. Upon learning of the failed attempt, the U.S. president's face was grieved. He had not anticipated that his carefully planned assassination would fail. Just days into his new position, he faced such a predicament. Adding to his woes, the assassin not only confessed the details of the assassination but also revealed other secrets. Immediately disclosed the killer's identity and declared this a Japanese conspiracy, the president, without hesitation, decided to shift the blame and throw the mud at Japan. They were always adept at such maneuvers, seemingly shameless, but in reality even more shameless. For them, profit was paramount, not face. Their logic was permeated with risk-taking and plunder. Far away in Japan, upon reading the U.S. statement, Koizumi Rikuro angrily smashed his beloved teacup. His trust in the US had completely vanished. I hope China will see the gift I sent. The information is sufficient to prove that we in Japan sincerely desire peace, and are far from the hypocrisy of the US. Koizumi Rikuro dialed an encrypted number and said gently, "Please make a copy of the documents the US has issued asking us to condemn Professor Lin Feng." He added, "Hashimoto Kanzuki, I hope you can get close to Lin Feng, ideally become close to him. He is very important to us in Japan. Please." After the call, Hashimoto Kanzuki straightened his clothes and began copying the necessary information onto a USB drive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Loki, "I can't reach Heimdall," Thor said with a sorrowful tone. "Asgard has fallen." Loki had a premonition. He knew that if they left, Heimdall would destroy the Rainbow Bridge. "Thor, don't lose heart. Thanos won't succeed. We still have the support here, and the gods of China are even more powerful." Loki thought of Tongshin and remained unafraid of Thanos' threat. "Thor, you must be strong like a man. The Crown Prince of Asgard is not a coward who cries over the loss of his hammer." Suddenly, Odin's voice rang out. Thor looked up and saw his father's familiar figure, and tears streamed down his face. "Father," he hugged Odin tightly, calling out affectionately. "I feel so weak, Father. I can't bear the responsibility of Asgard. As the Crown Prince, I actually abandoned my people." Thor blamed himself sadly. "I am not worthy to be the king of Asgard. Father, you shouldn't have left. You should wait for me to grow up until I can become a real Thor." "Thor, no, you are the king of Asgard. From the moment I died, you have been the king of Asgard." Odin stared at Thor, his voice firm. "Asgard is safe. My sacrifice alone can preserve the people of Asgard. This is my responsibility. Now, you must awaken your power of Thor. You have not yet fully mastered this power, Loki." Thank you for your encouragement." Thor smiled with tears in his eyes, hugging the illusion of Odin tightly. "Brother, although you always like to tease me, I am still very grateful to you." "Thor, look here." Loki's voice came from the side. He stood not far away, his face full of astonishment. "Don't play that trick again, it's no fun," Thor said with a smile, thinking it was another of Loki's pranks. "No, brother, it's not me this time," Loki replied seriously. "So, who is this Odin?" Thor looked down and saw that the Odin in his arms had transformed into a middle-aged man. "I'm not your father, but these are indeed the words your father wants to say to you," the middle-aged man said with a soothing smile. "Your father is proud to have two good children, Master Tongshin." Loki recognized him and hurried forward. "Why are you here?" "Lin Feng told me," Tongshin replied, showing off his suit. "Look, it looks good, doesn't it?" He spun gracefully, projecting the image of a handsome, elegant man. "I need your help," Loki said earnestly, kneeling before Tongshin. "I know you have the power to liberate Asgard." Lin Feng had anticipated such a request. He had originally come to Asgard. After all, the gauntlet in Thanos' hand had piqued his interest. Tongyeon Daoren's power should be comparable to Thanos'. However, while exploring Asgard just now, he sensed a surge of dark forces and Asgardian divine power pouring into the land. This kind of power, in Lin Feng's memory, was only possessed by Hela, banished by Odin. Hela today is even more powerful than Lin Feng remembered her. This immense dark force, combined with Hela's own divine power, will only grow stronger as she approaches Asgard. "Your sister has already entered Asgard. Her power is beyond imagination, even surpassing your father's." Lin Feng waved his hand, and Loki stood up. "You mean, our sister?" Thor and Loki exchanged a look of confusion. "In the past, when your father conquered the 9 realms, his most valiant warrior was your sister, Hela. After conquering the 9 realms, your father gained many insights. He longed for peace and wanted to stop there, but Hela was not as indifferent as your father. She longed for more battles, so your father sealed her in the dark dimension." Lin Feng fetched some red wine from somewhere and gestured for the two to sit down. "We never knew such a thing happened." Thor took the glass from Lin Feng and asked in astonishment, "How could our father seal his own daughter?" "Because of the bloodshed, my father was tired of it. He knew it was useless," Loki explained. Indeed, Odin believed that killing would only bring greater chaos to the universe, so he occupied only the 9 realms and used his power to maintain peace. Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and continued, "But Hela's ambition, like her power, continues to grow. Her power surpasses yours." Lin Feng looked at Thor and smiled. "But don't be discouraged. Your potential is just as great as your father's. It's just that Hela is more powerful. Your father feared her power and couldn't control her. He didn't want the peace he created to be destroyed by his daughter, so he had the Valkyries seal Hela away. The seal was successful for a time, but your sister has now broken free. Loki and Thor were stunned and silent. Thor, in particular, had never imagined his sister could be so powerful. How powerful is she? Thor couldn't help but ask. Thanos' power rivals that of Odin at his peak, and your sister's current strength surpasses Thanos'. Hela hasn't reached her peak yet. Once she sets foot on Asgard, her power will soar even higher, and even Thanos will be no match for her, Lin Feng told them truthfully. What would she do if she returned to Asgard and found Odin dead and her kingdom occupied by outsiders? Lin Feng asked, gazing at the two. Destroy the enemy, Loki and Thor replied in unison, a glint of determination in their eyes. Odin, a resounding cry echoed from the skies above Asgard. A radiant figure emerged from the sky, a blade like an elk's antlers atop its head. Thanos' army and the imprisoned people of Asgard raised their heads to the heavens. I, Hela, the goddess of death, challenge you. She has returned. Heimdall's eyes sparkled with joy at the familiar voice. As Odin's most loyal servant, he knew the forgotten history like the back of his hand. Her appearance at this moment is inopportune. Thanos stared at the sky, his hands unconsciously clenching. He calculated the time, believing that Hela should still be imprisoned by Odin in the dark dimension. He speculated that perhaps Odin's death had loosened the seal, freeing Hela. There is no trace of my foolish father here. Hela returned to Asgard, her aura slowly rising. She felt the power Asgard was amplifying within her, but she could not find the familiar presence of her father. Instead, she sensed a strange power. She landed in front of the temple and witnessed countless Asgardians, their hands bound, kneeling on the ground like slaves. What has happened in Asgard? Hela cried out in anger. She hated the Asgardians' betrayal, but even so, she still considered herself a part of Asgard. She aspired to become the king of Asgard. Seeing her future people enslaved by an alien race was something she could not tolerate. Goddess of death, Heimdall broke free and stepped forward. The king of the gods has transformed into a star, returned to the embrace of the universe. He gazed at Hela and pleaded, we need you, a king to lead us, goddess of death, such a nostalgic title. Has that little girl finally grown up? Thanos emerged from the darkness and looked at the goddess of death, a smile playing on his lips. I am not motivated by selfish desires, but simply desire the stone. This world needs purification. The universe cannot sustain too much life, it is a burden to the universe. Do you understand me, goddess of death? Hela glanced at Thanos and sneered. I wish only to bring death to the world. I am destined to be the king of Asgard, for this is my honor. Odin sealed me away out of fear, because my power surpassed his, and you, since you killed Odin, you must die. The spikes and the goddess of death's hand flew out in a flurry. Thanos waved his hands to block them, but his men were no match for his skill and strength. Sharp black spikes pierced the guards' bodies. Witnessing the coming of the goddess of death, the Asgardians rekindled their fighting spirit. For Asgard, the Asgardians rose up in resistance. Avoid the main battle and rescue our compatriots. Heimdall commanded his men to avoid the fierce battle, avoiding unnecessary sacrifice. The goddess of death rolled countless spikes in her hands, while Thanos, with the formidable physique of a titan, withstood the blows. An attack of this magnitude will have no effect on me, Thanos roared, lashing out with his fist. With a resounding bang, the immense force sent Hela flying. She crashed into the temple, the gates shattering, and Hela slid across the hallway. She slammed her elbow into the ground to cushion the impact, finally coming to a stop. However, Thanos gave her no chance to breathe. Bang! Thanos' clenched fist, brimming with purple energy, lashed out at Hela. Hela crossed her arms over her chest and calmly retreated several dozen steps, deftly deflecting the attack. The purple energy gathered again, threatening Hela. Bang! Hela stood firm, taking the blow head-on. Thanos sensed an unprecedented crisis. Hela's resilience far exceeded his expectations. In a battle against the Asgardians on Asgard, swift victory was crucial. Thanos took a deep breath, and his entire body burst forth with strength. A surge of purple energy surged like a torrent, instantly breaking through the temple's roof. This power is comparable to that of the king of the gods at his peak. A flicker of shock flashed in Heimdall's eyes, but then he smiled. However, Thanos seems unaware that after all these years, the goddess of death is still weakened. A prolonged battle would make her power unmatched. The chaotic purple energy slowly descended, its immense pressure crumbling the temple's solid walls. Hela was at the center of this energy. Your power is quite impressive, comparable to that of my incompetent father. 175. Chapter 174, Just Cooperation. 175. Chapter 174, Just Collaboration. 2024-09-12 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 174, Just Collaboration. Hela's eyes gleamed, a sign of impending divine power. Green-black spikes burst from her hands, and divine power surged like a surging ocean. Countless energy spikes clashed fiercely with the purple energy ball. Dark green vines tightly bound the purple energy ball. Although the energy ball struggled violently, it was ultimately consumed by the dark green energy. Just as Thanos breathed a sigh of relief, more vines emerged, completely enveloping the energy ball. Bang! After a muffled sound, the energy ball was completely obliterated by the dark purple energy, transforming into a giant snake that pounced on Thanos. The giant energy snake lifted Thanos into the sky, destroying his spaceship in the process. The goddess of death has won. Heimdall's lips curled slightly as he relayed this news to the people of Asgard. We won. We won. Clear the battlefield and completely eliminate these damned invaders. Fight back. Fight back. Drive the invaders out. The people of Asgard were like mad buffaloes, and without Thanos' support, their men were no match. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. I'm going to hunt down the fugitive. Hela stepped before Heimdall, her voice firm. Goddess of death, that invader. When Heimdall searched again, Thanos had vanished. He's escaped, but I can still pinpoint his location. He carries my power with him, and I need you to help me track him. No one can escape from me. Hela's voice was unwavering. Goddess of death, I'm afraid I can't obey your command. Heimdall bowed in apology. You wish to disobey my orders? Just because Odin is prejudiced against me? A glint of cruelty flashed in Hela's eyes. No, you saved Asgard. Look at the people's admiration for you. Heimdall pointed to the Asgardians who had survived the catastrophe, their eyes filled with hope. Hela looked around at them. Goddess of death, shouts echoed, and soon all of Asgard was immersed in the worship of the goddess of death. Feeling the crowd's enthusiasm and admiration, Hela felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. She looked at Heimdall and said with a feigned pride, I will pardon your death sentence this time, but you must give me a good reason. In her joy, she even emanated countless spikes to help the Asgardians defeat the invaders. It's not that I don't want to help you, goddess of death, Heimdall said, gazing towards the Rainbow Bridge. I have destroyed it. He then recounted the entire story of the invasion to Hela, who listened intently. Those two worthless men can't even defeat such an enemy. They don't deserve to be called gods, Hela said with disdain. Goddess of death, Asgard cannot remain without a ruler. We earnestly invite you to become the king of the gods. Heimdall knelt on one knee, and the people of Asgard followed suit. Although Hela had been sealed away by Odin, now that he was dead, she held no regard for the position of king of the gods. But Odin had no choice but to offer her the position. I accept. A smile crossed Hela's face, and she ascended to a high place where all could see her. Issue my first royal decree. Pursue the invaders with all your might and restore order. I will restore Asgard's glory. Heimdall, are the 9 realms we once conquered still under Asgard's rule? Why did they disappear without a trace when we invaded? Hela asked from her throne in the open-air temple. Among the 9 realms, we always respect their autonomy. Unless they face a threat, we do not interfere in their internal affairs, Heimdall explained. What is the point of the 9 realms existing like this? Hela asked unhappily. Does the late king still hope to atone for his aggression through mercy? Only through powerful force can these tribes remain in awe and obey us. This temple contains many of the 9 realms' precious artifacts, Heimdall reminded him. Since we've already made enemies with them, playing the good guy is a fallacy, Hela asserted. They didn't participate in this battle. That was the decision of the previous king of the gods, and the invaders didn't massacre our people en masse, Heimdall explained carefully. How foolish. He's still the same, always seeking self-sacrifice to achieve his goals, Hela scoffed, but a hint of dejection crossed her face. The frost giants, dark elves, and other tribes must be firmly under our control, Hela commanded with unwavering confidence. Pass the word, my glory will shine up on every corner of them. The new king will establish a new order. Under Asgard's leadership, I will expand our territory and create greatness. With my glorious military achievements, I will show my late father how absurd his decision was to seal me away, Hela continued. However, we have enjoyed years of peace, and the previous king's policies have brought prosperity to our country," the finance minister tentatively suggested. "Perhaps we could consider increasing their tribute," he cautiously observed Hila's reaction. "I remember you were also a minister from the previous king's time," Hila said, glancing at him. "You are old, Heimdall. Choose a young and promising new god to succeed you, your majesty. Asgard has always been a peace-loving country. Please reconsider." The finance minister's face suddenly changed, and he knelt down to admonish him. "Shut up," Hila scratched her ear impatiently. "Heimdall, kick these irrelevant people out, as you command." Heimdall then ordered the finance minister to be expelled. "I am not here to listen to your opinions, but to declare my will to rule," Hila declared to the crowd. "From now on, all royal families must send their sons to join the Asgardian army and fight for Asgard. The territories ruled by Asgard must unite." As Hela issued her decree, the 9 realms shook, and all 9 royal families received the message. Although the Rainbow Bridge was currently unusable, the transmission of the message was not hindered. "This is simply outrageous. The Asgardians are trying to enslave our people, even reducing our royal family to their lowly warriors," a royal leader from the 9 realms cried out in anger. "The frost giants will never be enslaved. They've already taken our ice chest. Our development has stagnated, and we pose no threat to them at all," said another frost giant leader. "Now they're demanding we become their warriors. This is nothing short of slavery. This cannot be tolerated. While the Asgardians can't cross the Rainbow Bridge to reach us, I intend to travel to Blue Planet. A powerful aura seems to be emerging there lately. The frost giants of Jotunheim's royal family, near Blue Planet, have begun to consider breaking away from Asgard's rule." "Are they planning a massacre of the Dark Elves?" a Dark Elf survivor asked in horror. "The new king is determined to reignite the war. Peace in the universe is so hard-won. She's willing to ignite it to satisfy her own ambitions. I guess I'll have to contact the gods of China. From what I've observed, they still yearn for peace and hope to join forces with them against this tyrannical monarch," the surviving Dark Elf princess lamented. "War is coming. A new ruler has emerged in Asgard, and it's not Thor." This news sparked widespread discussion throughout the 9 realms. "She has issued a royal decree, intending to provoke war." People were filled with anxiety and trepidation about the impending events. The long period of peace had made many forget the days of war. "It was the goddess of death? That was a forgotten history," recalled a surviving ancient being from the 9 realms. "The era when the goddess of death and Odin shared glory was Asgard's most glorious period. Odin launched a war to prove his strength, but later repented and showed us mercy. However, the goddess of death disagreed. It was a war that shook the world. At his peak, Odin was unmatched. Not even the goddess of death could stand against him. Odin ultimately defeated the goddess of death and sealed her away in an unknown location. Now her return heralds the beginning of war, and her hatred will ignite the entire universe." On Earth, the news of Asgard also reached Loki and Thor. The two of them immediately set out to find Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng, Hela has taken over Asgard and successfully defeated Thanos, but unfortunately, Thanos escaped, Loki said to Lin Feng, a look of worry on his face. Loki had already revealed Hela's situation to Lin Feng. "That sounds like good news, doesn't it?" Lin Feng replied without turning his head, holding the river map in Luo Shu. "She has now been elected as the new king of the gods by the people of Asgard, and has begun to implement a series of new decrees," Thor said anxiously. "It seems that you are not happy about losing the throne." Lin Feng stood up, closed the book, and his eyes moved across the world map, as if he was planning something. "Hela intends to conquer the 9 realms, but the 9 realms will certainly not easily succumb to her rule. Her ambitions are far more than just the 9 realms," Loki said in a firm tone, and slammed the table. "This matter concerns the safety of Blue Planet. She has set her sights on Blue Planet. She ordered the 2 of us to retrieve the cosmic cube and the Mind Stone from Earth, and wants us to rule Earth in preparation for her coming," Thor added. "I know you won't do that." Lin Feng turned around, a smile on his face. "Right, of course not," Thor responded immediately. "We are friends. Asgardians love peace. We are now facing a god even more powerful than the one who killed our father," Loki said in a low, serious voice. "Her power continues to grow. I hope you can inform the gods of China and have them take this matter seriously." Loki had no desire to be ruled and ordered around by that strange sister. He carried the blood of the frost giants. If Hela deemed him unclean and wiped him out in one fell swoop, the consequences would be disastrous. I understand. I'll tell Yang Jian and the others. Since you're here, I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Feng began writing on a piece of paper. After a moment, he handed 2 folded sheets to Thor. There are 365 points on this. Please give them to Thor. I need him to personally design and oversee the construction. These must be done with precision. No mistakes can be made. Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. This is a barrier protecting Earth. Loki looked at Lin Feng, who gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, no one can run wild on Blue Planet. In the bizarre dark dimension, an uninvited guest suddenly intruded, startling Dormammu. Is it you? You've already occupied Asgard, and logically shouldn't return to this place, Dormammu said, gazing at the dangerous woman before him. You've been to Blue Planet, and I'm going to take it now. Heimdall told me that the Chinese gods are extremely powerful, and you warned me as well, Hela asked, gazing at the enormous Dormammu. My power will weaken after leaving Asgard. I wonder if my current strength can defeat the Chinese gods. No, Dormammu replied bluntly. Its massive face circled Hela, who said with some displeasure, don't hang around me. I'll be tempted to attack you. You can't kill me, Dormammu said nonchalantly. Your power surpasses Odin's at his peak, but it's still not strong enough. The Chinese gods possess a world similar to mine. Without concealing the information about the demon emperor, Emperor Jun, it offered Hela as suggestion. You can also draw upon other powers. We are intelligent creatures. You must know that some powers are far beyond our own capabilities, Dormammu continued to entice. What power? Hela asked coldly. The 5 Infinity Stones, Dormammu said, twisting his massive body. If you gather all 6 Infinity Stones and wield them simultaneously, you will possess unrivaled power. Then you can simply snap your fingers and wipe out over 99% of life in the universe. Dormammu's voice was alluring. Gods don't need to rely on external forces, Hela declared proudly. Stop deceiving yourselves. You call yourselves gods, but in reality you are merely powerful humans. True gods do not fall into slumber due to their lifespan. Dormammu laughed, and the entire space was filled with brilliant color shifts. Your father was killed due to old age. Can't you see your own limitations? Although you are powerful, your lifespan is far too short compared to that of a true god, Dormammu said, his face close to Hela. A sharp spike suddenly appeared in Hela's hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 279. Chapter 278 The Winner Takes All. 278, Winner Takes All 2024-12-21 Author, Good Monster Thor was furious. It wasn't their fault, it was Loki who stole the things. This guy had even turned the tables, causing their capture. Even more infuriating, just as they were about to resist, Lin Feng stopped them. This puzzled him, but it didn't change his mind. So, he launched into a barrage of abuse at Loki. Loki, knowing he was the victim and unable to act too forcefully, feigned an air of grievance. Ollie watched this scene, mistakenly believing these men were trying to bully Loki, and he flew into a rage. These men were truly arrogant. Even at this moment, they dared to threaten his guests. It seemed the right thing to do. He immediately ordered them tied up, wanting to watch his men execute the 3 men. Rhodes felt this was not the solution. If they couldn't resolve the situation, they would likely perish, let alone reclaim the Power Stone. He turned to ask Lin Feng what to do, but Lin Feng didn't answer, simply telling them to wait and that things weren't as bad as they thought. Lin Feng sensed a mysterious power in this place. It must be a rare treasure, since only he could sense it. He remained here for this aura, hoping to claim it for himself. Resistance could lead to complications. He couldn't pinpoint the specific nature of this aura, but it was definitely something extraordinary. However, he had no idea where it lay hidden. Every time he tried to find it, he felt it enveloped by a mysterious power. Even with his own strength, he couldn't penetrate this barrier. However, the system warned him that he could sense this energy if he got close. So, he decided to stay here and search for it. Once he found it, he would deal with Loki. Although Loki had the Power Stone, he didn't seem to know how to use it, so there was no need to worry. As long as he explained the truth to Ollie, everything would be fine. Therefore, he didn't want to explain anything at the moment. After all, He wasn't sure if the thing actually existed. If he revealed it now, it might alert others, making it even more difficult to find it. So, in response to Rhodes' questioning, he said nothing and simply told them to wait. Seeing the three of them tied up, Loki was curious about how Ollie would handle the situation. He curiously asked Ollie what he planned to do. Ollie and Loki had a unique set of rules in their area. Anyone who caused trouble would be punished. However, since the rules were established, most people followed them, and few dared to break them. This meant that the arrangement was rarely used. This time, the man was lucky enough to witness the rules in action. They were soon led to a place resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum. A sense of foreboding gripped the three of them. Ollie then explained the rules. It turned out to be a fighting arena. Here gathered ferocious beasts from across the universe. These beasts were incredibly powerful. While they had rules, and all traders were required to abide by them, these rules only applied to ordinary people. Those with exceptional strength were not restricted and were even given advantages. So, the rule was established: these three men would battle the beasts. Victory would prove their ability to turn the tables. Their crimes would be forgiven, and the organization would even consider them its friends. But if they lost, they would be killed by the beasts. Since this rule was established, no one had ever escaped alive. Loki heaved a sigh of relief. The situation seemed difficult. Although these men were quite powerful, passing this test wouldn't be easy. He secretly hoped they wouldn't come out, or he'd be in trouble. He might even lose the Power Stone, which he had just obtained and hadn't even warmed up yet. Thor was astonished after hearing the rules. He thought they were too simple. He had traversed the universe and slain many beasts, so how powerful could these beasts be? Rhodes frowned, believing it wasn't that simple. Judging from the expressions on the men's faces, only a few could escape in this way. Therefore, this couldn't be as simple as Thor imagined. Suddenly, a black aura rose from the front, and a beast appeared before them. The beast looked incredibly ferocious, with two horns on its head. Its bloody maw gaped, staring intently at the group. Thor, a battle-mad warrior, was enraged by the sight of this creature. He charged forward to engage the behemoth. Seeing this, Rhodes sighed, knowing he couldn't escape, and charged forward to engage the beast. From the moment they engaged, Thor realized the situation was far more complex than he'd imagined. These beasts were incredibly powerful. Even if Rhodes and he joined forces, they wouldn't be a match. But he refused to lose, so he fought with all his might. Meanwhile, the beast itself was completely enraged. While the three engaged in a fierce battle, Lin Feng stood by, idly doing nothing. Lin Feng was sensing the source of the mysterious power. He could sense it drawing closer, even roughly sensing its location. Just then, he saw Rhodes and Thor clashing fiercely ahead, both gradually losing ground. Thor was careless and struck by the beast. He fell to the ground, and the beast raised its claws, attempting to strike him. Thor nimbly rolled, dodging the attack, but a shudder still lingered within him. The beast, displeased at its missed strike, charged again, intent on crushing him. Seeing this, Loki's eyes lit up. He truly wished this would happen. Then, he wouldn't be hunted by these despicable creatures, and the Power Stone would be his alone. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew he had to intervene. He used the golden light technique to instantly dart past Thor and pull him back. Then, he launched a ball of energy, hurling it directly at the beast. Lin Feng easily parried the beast's fierce attack with his own attacks. Then, the beast's attention was completely drawn to Lin Feng, and it charged straight at him. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed no fear, raising his hand and easily deflecting the attacks. The beast retreated, howling, seemingly unable to hold on. The people watching the fight from the bed were astonished, including the host, Ollie. He hadn't expected Lin Feng's strength to be so exceptional. However, Ollie remained calm. He had met many powerful warriors before, and he immediately summoned his lieutenant. He whispered a few instructions to the lieutenant, who nodded and hurried away. Loki, observing all this, though surprised, gave it no further thought. The lieutenant produced a pill from somewhere and tossed it beside the beast. The beast sniffed it and swallowed it. As the pill entered its stomach, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the beast, permeating the surroundings. Its strength increased dramatically. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression grew solemn. He understood that someone must have administered some drug to the beast, enhancing its strength. The beast was now completely different from before, charging at Lin Feng with frenzy. Although Lin Feng managed to fend off the attack, the force he exerted was far greater than before. After several exchanges, Lin Feng took a few steps back, stunned. Although the beast was powerful before, it still retained some sense of reason, fearing and retreating after being attacked. But now, it was completely frantic, fearless, and attacking relentlessly. When Lin Feng knocked it to the ground, it swiftly rose to its feet and attacked the others. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to avoid it. The beast had gone completely berserk, its already formidable strength now even more formidable. So, everyone fled the scene. The entire arena became a chase, with the beast pursuing and the people fleeing in all directions. The enhanced beast's strength and speed had greatly increased, leaving many in a state of panic as they fled. Meanwhile, Black Widow was caught off guard and caught up by the beast. The beast's sharp claws slashed at her. She fought with all her might, but only for a moment before being sent flying to the ground. The people around her panicked, but they could barely save themselves, let alone others. They were too far away from the beast to intervene. Despite all her might, Black Widow was powerless. She knew she was in grave danger this time. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and the surroundings shifted dramatically. The beast stepped forward, only to find nothing beneath it. Black Widow hadn't been stepped on. It turned out that, at the critical moment, Lin Feng had used his special ability to teleport there. He had rescued Black Widow, and the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Lin Feng's swift reaction, they would have suffered heavy losses. Despite his immense speed, Lin Feng didn't dare underestimate the beast. He saw that it was even more ferocious than before, clearly enraged. If the fight continued, Lin Feng felt he might not win. The spectators outside the arena gasped in amazement. They had seen similar scenes before, but usually the beasts had dispatched their opponents in a few strikes. It was rare for a beast like this, strengthened like this, to be able to hold out for so long. Loki, observing this, felt a surge of pride. He had felt frustrated when he was being hunted, but he had been driven by a desire for greater power. But these people had stood in his way. However, he sensed danger if he remained. So, while everyone's attention was drawn to the battle on the field, he decided to quietly leave. He inched backwards, only to be noticed by Ollie. Surprised, Ollie quickly asked Loki where he was going. Embarrassed by his discovery, Loki lied, claiming urgent business and wishing to leave, promising to return later. Ollie found this strange, but explained that such a scene was rare. They might soon meet their end at the hands of the beast. Letting him witness the battle before leaving would be a form of apology. Loki had no choice but to stay and wait. Forcing his departure might arouse suspicion. He could only silently pray that a beast would finish off these men. Otherwise, if he escaped, his life would be in vain. Lin Feng realized he couldn't continue this way. By the time they were exhausted, the beast might still unleash its might. After all, it was already in a frenzy. He immediately informed those around him that he had a way to deal with the beast. But it would take some time to prepare a flank attack, hoping they could draw the beast's attention. Rot and Thor immediately nodded in agreement. This kind of mission was familiar to them. Previously, when dealing with Thanos, they had often been the main attackers, but their primary purpose was to attract attention. They were quite skilled at this art. The two men worked in perfect harmony, repeatedly leaping in front of the beast and subtly unleashing their abilities on it. Sure enough, the beast was drawn in and attacked them. Rot and Thor didn't intend to engage head-on, but rather to dodge. As long as they could attract the beast's attention, their goal would be achieved. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also unleashed the power of the river map in Luo Shu. Among the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang was a technique called the Dharma image of heaven and earth. He had discovered that combining this technique with his own cultivation of the Golden Crow Dharma image could significantly enhance his power. This beast was enormous and quite powerful. If they didn't deal with it, the subsequent situation would be difficult to handle. Lin Feng began to compress his entire body, until he reached his limit before unleashing it. The people around him were astonished to see him radiating golden light. They wondered what he was doing. However, Ollie, sitting in the front, observed this scene with a strange look in his eyes. He could sense a powerful force from Lin Feng. This force far surpassed his own, leaving him in disbelief. If Lin Feng was truly so powerful, why hadn't he resisted and left the area earlier, instead allowing himself to be captured? He wondered, had he misjudged something? At this moment, they felt the temperature around them rising, becoming increasingly hot. Even the beasts nearby felt the same sensation, their gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng in the air. Lin Feng slowly rose, flapping his arms. Behind him, a golden crow appeared. This three-legged crow was the true form of Dong Huang Tai, the three-legged golden crow. Upon seeing the three-legged golden crow, the beasts felt a sudden surge of fear. This was the crushing pressure of their bloodline. The three-legged golden crow, the king of all demonic beasts, attacked the beasts directly. The beasts resisted briefly, but were repelled. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting it go. This was the perfect opportunity to defeat it. He extended his sharp claws and charged at the beast. With one swipe, he tore the beast in two. The people around were shocked by this scene. Such a powerful beast had met such a fate. Many people vomited at the bloody scene, looking at the shattered corpse on the ground. Although they had been in this world for a long time and had often witnessed death, such a brutal disposal of an opponent was unusual. At this moment, they looked at Lin Feng with a different look. However, in this place where the winner takes all, since Lin Feng and his team had won, people were not stingy with their applause. People nearby were also attracted by the commotion. When they learned what had happened, they were equally shocked. They had never encountered such a situation before. 176. Chapter 175, Take It In. 176. Chapter 175, Pocket 2024-09-13 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 175, Pocket. Don't be nervous, Dormammu soothed. I simply wish to cooperate with you. You possess great power, and mine can free you from the constraints of time. I hope you will accept the power I offer you. Together, we can rule the universe. Dormammu's alluring voice echoed in Heila's ears. But Heila always viewed the dark forces as her appendages. She knew that if she allowed them to dominate, she would become Dormammu's slave. Therefore, she firmly rejected Dormammu's proposal, choosing to conquer other worlds with her own strength rather than become someone else's puppet. Heila traveled through space from the dark dimension and returned to Asgard. King of the gods, welcome back. Heimdall bowed deeply within the temple, expressing his respect. I have seen through Dormammu's wishful thinking and rejected it. Heila sat upright on the throne, her cold face filled with thoughts. She gazed at Heimdall and inquired, you have been monitoring the 9 realms. How well do you know the power of the Chinese gods? How do they compare to mine? Are they worthy of my personal intervention? Heimdall paused before responding, my king, we are Asgardians first, and gods only then. Heila understood Heimdall's implication. The power of the Chinese gods should not be underestimated. They are a strange race I have never encountered, Heimdall elaborated. They claim to be descendants of gods and humans, yet their power is astonishingly great. I don't know whether the ancestors of the Blue Star humans possessed extraordinary powers, or whether the power of the Chinese gods is so great that even after combining with humans, they can still give rise to such powerful gods. The 2 princes are currently on Blue Star. They have delivered the message as you instructed. I hope the king of the gods will patiently await the restoration of the Rainbow Bridge. Heila reclined lazily on her throne, her eyes gleaming with ambition. I need the Infinity Stones, and Blue Planet holds the most, so Blue Planet is where I must go, she seemed to mutter to herself, then opened her eyes and issued an order. Heimdall, as soon as the Bifrost is repaired, immediately send Surtur and the Eternal Flame to Blue Planet. She intended to use Surtur to test the strength of the Chinese gods. Since both Dormammu and Heimdall feared the Chinese gods, Dormammu would surely not act rashly. In her vault, she had seen the head of Surtur, temporarily defeated by Thor. Surtur, combined with the Eternal Flame, foreshadowed the coming of Ragnarok. Originally, this prophecy targeted the gods of Asgard, but sending Surtur and the Eternal Flame to Blue Planet might have unexpected consequences. After all, there were Chinese gods on Blue Planet. Even if they were eliminated or sealed away, they would at least offer a glimpse of their power. As you command, Lord of the Gods, all is as you wish, Heimdall replied respectfully. Hello, Professor Lin Feng. My name is Hashimoto Huanayu. Nice to meet you. A pretty young woman followed Chen Haitian to Lin Feng's villa in the early morning sunshine. Hello, Miss Huanayu, Lin Feng said, offering her a gentle handshake. Lin Feng, aren't 365 reactors too many? And without a cooling system, if we leak occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Iron Man Thor hurried in, blueprints and maps in hand. You know, nuclear fusion is difficult to control. A cooling system is essential. We can't sacrifice safety for cost. I suggest reducing the number of reactors from 365 to 50, and also reducing their size. Thor, The number and size of the reactors are carefully calculated and cannot be changed. If you had your way, there would be no need for me to go to all this trouble, Lin Feng replied impatiently. The task was already daunting and time-sensitive, with only 1 month to complete. Lin Feng chose Thor as chief designer because he fully understood the difficulty of the task. I'm done with this role as chief designer. Thor threw the blueprints to the ground, clearly displeased with Lin Feng's request. He had always had a hot temper and was incredibly confident in his abilities. But Lin Feng's demands were simply unacceptable. He could guarantee the quantity and quality, but the nuclear reactor lacked a cooling system, and with such a high power output, a leak would have uncontrollable consequences. Don't worry about the cooling, just ensure a constant and stable energy supply, Lin Feng said with a smile as Thor retreated. This is the request of the Demon Emperor. Are you trying to reason with the gods, Demon Emperor? Thor paused, turned, his face bewildered. Why would the gods build something like this? Is it some kind of ritual? Complete this task, and I'll ask the gods to help you resolve the problem in your chest. But I must emphasize that the power must be extremely high, ideally exceeding the energy of a solar explosion. Lin Feng threw out the bait, and Thor's brows raised. The reactor in his chest had been causing him harm. A solution would save him a lot of trouble. It's a deal. Thor turned, picked up the blueprints and maps, and left confidently. Lin Feng bid Thor farewell, then welcomed Chen Haitian and Hashimoto Kanayu. Tea, please. What brings you here? Lin Feng asked politely, gently placing the teacup in front of them. I was only responsible for bringing Miss Kanayu here. She said she had something to give you. Chen Haitian skillfully turned the conversation to Hashimoto Kanayu. Hashimoto Kanayu pulled a USB drive from her Louis Vuitton handbag and slowly began, regarding the U.S. threat to Sakura country. We in Sakura country never intended to offend you, but we were helpless, she said, placing the USB drive on the table. After hearing this, Lin Feng had a general understanding of the situation. No wonder the official attitude of Sakura country was so ambiguous, maintaining contact with Chinese officials while also criticizing Lin Feng. Just to deliver this, why come here in person? I'm afraid there's something else going on. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Chen Haitian, his tone speculative. Haha. Professor Lin is truly brilliant. This matter is indeed closely related to your earlier plan, Chen Haitian replied with a smile. Earlier, Lin Feng had openly demonstrated his ability to communicate with the gods, even seeking divine blessings for others. This had made Chen Haitian envious and Hashimoto Kanayu deeply shocked. Many of the locations you marked are located in other countries. While many countries are willing to provide assistance, the United States and its neighboring countries are opposed. Therefore, the number may be reduced by over 100. Chen Haitian took a sip of tea and said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, no one wanted to build such a dangerous thing on their own land. Even in the name of the gods. However, since they chose to refuse, they would be the only ones to suffer in the future when they needed it. Miss Huanayu, are you here just to give me a USB drive and clarify the facts? Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman, wondering secretly. I'm here on behalf of the Prime Minister. I hope Lord Lin Feng can let bygones be bygones. Hashimoto Huanayu stood up and knelt respectfully on the ground. With her head bowed, she continued, Sakura country will fully cooperate with your plan. In addition, we also hope that China can send troops to prevent the United States from destroying Sakura country and to prevent the United States from controlling Rope Island as much as possible. This last sentence was her true request. Lin Feng knew that the United States had a military base on Rope Island, which was like a hand tightly grasping the lifeblood of Sakura country. The United States has announced military exercises in the waters of Sakura country, and Rope Island will deploy an aircraft carrier fleet. Chen Haitian revealed the latest information. Officially, they say these are military exercises, but in reality, they're just a show of force against Sakura country. Sakura country wants to get closer to China, which the United States doesn't want to see. There are also different opinions within the country on this matter. The commander would like to hear your opinion. After contacting Hashimoto Kanzuki, Chen Haitian understood Sakura country's true intentions. The United States was using military exercises as a pretext to pressure Sakura country, potentially resulting in casualties. Sakura country's request for assistance from China was undoubtedly seeking aid and support. You've been so compliant, why are you still being sanctioned? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. The agents who attempted to harm you last time were from Sakura country. Yet the US is shifting all the blame onto Sakura country, Chen Haitian sneered, saying, this move aims to both strain relations between China and Sakura country and deter them. It's killing two birds with one stone. This is also the reason for the disagreement among the top brass. Some believe it's a US conspiracy, while others believe it's a Sakura country scheme. You're the cause of this, so the higher-ups want to hear your opinion. Of course, there's another important factor. Lin Feng's attitude, to some extent, represents the will of the gods. Lin Feng's current status is enough to influence major national decisions. Professor Lin Feng, I solemnly declare that my country has never sent any assassins. This is completely against our interests, and we are not the kind of people who would be ungrateful. Hashimoto Kanayu felt a chill in her heart as she listened to Chen Haitian's words. She had originally had a high opinion of Lin Feng's status, but now it seemed she had underestimated his influence. Koizumi Rikuro had clearly sent her with careful consideration. This time, she had to admit, it was a brilliant move. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Lin Feng glanced at Hashimoto Kanayu and said to Chen Haitian. I understand. Chen Haitian nodded and replied, I'll report your attitude to the higher-ups right away. With that, Chen Haitian went out to make a phone call. Lin Feng gestured for Hashimoto Kanayu to stand. Hashimoto Kanayu sat trembling on the sofa, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Feng. She was nervous and shy. Because they had a trade in their bones, they admired the strong and despised the weak. You were sent by the Prime Minister of Sakura country. You shouldn't just be delivering a message, right? Isn't there some honey trap or something? Lin Feng teased. That's probably a common tactic used by spies. Hashimoto Kanayu's face darkened, and she tried to kneel again. If you kneel again, get out. We Chinese don't like to kneel so easily, Lin Feng said coldly. Hashimoto Kanayu looked torn. They always had to kneel when admitting their mistakes. They couldn't just sit and admit their mistakes. She was not originally a secret agent, but just a secretary, and she was somewhat surprised by such a task. You don't act like an agent, but you are doing the work of an agent. Is there no one in your Sakura country? Lin Feng sneered. In that case, why not just incorporate you into my Chinese territory, establish the Sakura province, and divide your several places into cities? I can convince the upper echelons of China. What do you think about taking over the entire Sakura country within a month, you bastard? Hashimoto Huanayu blushed, stood up and shouted, how can Sakura country become a vassal state of China? Then why should we help you? Lin Feng sneered. How about this? I propose to help the United States occupy Sakura country first, and then send troops to defeat the United States, so that it will be justified. You are shameless. Tears welled up in Hashimoto Huanayu's big eyes, staring at Lin Feng intently, gritting his teeth and saying, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Your Sakura country also invaded China. Have you forgotten? Lin Feng asked back. And now you haven't acknowledged that history. That's your slander. We saved you from the quagmire of the old society, Hashimoto Huanayu argued. Is this why you hate us? History isn't what you Chinese write. That's your way of covering up your weakness. Those Chinese veterans are still alive, and your civilian veterans are repenting, but your official stance keeps changing. Haven't you ever thought about why? Lin Feng's words left Hashimoto Kanayu somewhat bewildered. All of this can be explained, she said stubbornly. Aggression is aggression, there's no other explanation. Lin Feng shook his head and said, you're afraid of atonement, and don't want your descendants to live with a sense of disapproval of your own people and country. But the more you do this, the more you expose your limitations. Admitting mistakes and making amends is the path to a win-win situation for China and the Sakura country. He looked at Hashimoto Kanayu solemnly and said, tell Koizumi that China will help him this time. Even the Chinese gods will appear. Let him show the right attitude and tell him about our conversation. He understands what he should do. China has no interest in aggression. We always yearn for peace. Lin Feng had just finished speaking when Chen Haitian returned. The higher-ups are preparing to deploy aircraft carriers, but our naval power is nothing compared to the U.S. fleet, Chen Haitian said with some embarrassment. Lin Feng understood what he meant. On that day, a god will appear, Chen Haitian smiled. Hashimoto Kanayu couldn't help but feel a little surprised at Lin Feng's words. Her biggest feeling since coming here was that Lin Feng seemed like a being who could summon a god at any time. A god that others could not see. Yet Lin Feng could appear at any time. 280. Chapter 279 The gem is grabbed. 280. Chapter 279, Gems Snatch 2024-12-22 Author, Good Monster. Lin Feng's performance made Ollie's eyes sparkle with surprise. He had never expected these people to successfully complete the daunting challenge. Since the establishment of this territory, they had tried countless attempts, even sparing no expense to recruit experts from outside to enforce its rules. Although this place attracted many powerful individuals, regrettably, no one had ever successfully completed the tasks. This left them both disappointed and filled with anticipation, eager for someone to defeat the ferocious beasts. Now that someone had actually succeeded, Ollie had a new respect for Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had proven himself through his strength, past grudges were wiped out. Ollie instructed his men to handle the aftermath and then sent someone to bring Lin Feng and his group to his office. He planned to treat them well. Loki was furious when he saw that Lin Feng and his group had not perished at the hands of the beasts. At the same time, he was also filled with fear, for he knew the beast's power well. Even more astonishing was that such a powerful beast had been defeated by Lin Feng. Who is Lin Feng, and how could he possess such incredible power? He then considered that Lin Feng had already left the Colosseum and would undoubtedly be entertained by Ollie. If his actions were exposed, he would be doomed. With this in mind, he decided it was unwise to remain here any longer and prepared to leave. However, his escape depended on Ollie's wishes. He claimed to have urgent matters to attend to and wished to leave. Ollie noticed Loki's repeated attempts to leave and grew suspicious. Loki's behavior, like that of a fleeing suspect, aroused suspicion. Ollie, determined to investigate, began to mediate. Although Loki was reluctant, he dared not disobey. He knew that if thrown into the Colosseum, he would be powerless. So, he reluctantly entered the office. Rod, Thor, and Lin Feng were already waiting. Thor, enraged upon seeing Loki, approached to capture him. Ollie, assuming their conflict was unresolved, was about to intervene when Thor addressed Loki as brother. Ollie was astonished. They were actually family. If so, why were there such deep rifts? Lin Feng immediately explained the whole story to Ollie. Ollie was surprised to find such a bizarre thing happening to them, and he was incredulous. But he had no expectations of the physics teacher. Such treasures did not belong to him, and he had no reason to covet them. However, his view of Loki had completely changed. He had believed Loki was a victim, and he had almost been deceived by him. Now it seemed that he had been deceived by this con man. In all his years of operating in this territory, he had never been deceived like this before. Furious, he ordered Loki to be imprisoned in the dungeon to be dealt with later. Thor was relieved to see this. With a power stone in his hands, he no longer had to contend with Loki. He still felt a lingering fear in his heart from the fight in the Colosseum. The beast was too powerful. If it hadn't been for his close cooperation with Rhodes, and Lin Feng's immense strength, they would have been killed. Therefore, when Loki was imprisoned in the dungeon, he felt no pity but rather a sense of joy. Speaking of this, Ollie felt a surge of remorse. He had listened to slander and misunderstood them, leading to this series of events. He hastily apologized. Lin Feng said it was fine, considering it a test for himself. Though he said it lightly, Thor felt displeased. This was no simple test, it was a life or death struggle. Had they not been so powerful, they would have perished long ago. After Loki was imprisoned in the dungeon, Ollie began to entertain them warmly. They were powerful, and for Ollie, making friends with them would be of great benefit. A banquet began, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After the banquet, Thor informed the others, reassuring them that the Power Stone had been found. Once the banquet was over, they took the Power Stone back. At the banquet, Ollie toasted Lin Feng and the others. Thor asked Ollie if he still had the Power Stone. Ollie thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't seen any Power Stones, but I found a Rubik's Cube on Loki." "Could that be what you're looking for?" Thor nodded in confirmation. The Rubik's Cube was the controller for the Power Stone, and within it lay the Power Stone. Ollie ordered the cube to be brought. Curious about it, he asked you if he could see it. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became awkward. Silence fell, especially after all the trouble they had just gone through, having finally recovered the Power Stone, and they were reluctant to take another risk. However, Ollie and the others didn't think much of it. They had seen countless treasures, and there were rules here. They could trade within the territory, but they couldn't disturb or steal. It was a peaceful place, and they had no strong desire to improve their strength. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ollie realized he had been a bit abrupt. They had gone to so much trouble to find the gem, and his question might be misunderstood. He smiled awkwardly, saying he was simply curious about what it was that had caused them so much conflict. If it was a problem, then forget it. Lin Feng told Thor that it wouldn't be a big deal to let Ollie take a look. He trusted Ollie and sensed something was about to happen. Thor hesitated. After all, the gem had just been reclaimed, and if Ollie had any ulterior motives, another fierce battle would ensue. Ollie, sensing Thor's concern, expressed his disinterest. They had their own way of cultivation, and other technologies were of no use to them. Thor nodded, opened the Rubik's Cube, and revealed the Power Stone. Everyone was stunned by the stone's immense power. Meanwhile, Ollie frowned. Lin Feng, noticing his strangeness, inquired curiously. Ollie explained that he had seen similar stones before. Thor was astonished. He knew there were more than one Infinity Stone, and Ollie's knowledge of the others was a pleasant surprise. They nervously questioned Ollie about the color and characteristics of the stone he had seen. Ollie recalled that it was similar to this one, but green, otherwise unchanged. Everyone was stunned. Black Widow explained that it must be the Healing Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, possessing immense healing powers. Everyone turned their attention to Ollie. Unexpectedly, they had found a surprising clue to another Infinity Stone. They asked Ollie where he had seen it and if he could take them there. Lin Feng told them that he had once encountered a tribe while traveling in this area. They were warm and welcoming, and he got along very well with them. He spent a long time there, and during one of his visits, he glimpsed the object. The object was within the family, passed down through generations. At the time, he paid it little attention. Later, he arrived in this area, weathered hardships, and built his own business, but never set foot there again. However, he didn't sever ties with the tribe, and they still maintained contact. When he saw the Power Stone earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer reflection, it was remarkably similar to the one he had seen in that tribe. Black Widow and the others quickly inquired about its location. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then explained that the tribe lived on the planet Ephesus in the Gamma Galaxy. Everyone was surprised, having never heard of such a place before. Rode frantically searched the interstellar map, but found nothing. Everyone, increasingly confused, turned their gazes to Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained that he wasn't sure of the exact location, simply referring to it as the locals called it. He had no idea how the locals were called. Then, Lin Feng patiently asked Ollie if he could lead them there. These gems were vital to them, and their quest was specifically to find the power gem. Ollie readily agreed, offering to lead the way. These people were his guests, and it was a perfect opportunity to strengthen their friendship. After some preparations, Ollie provided a spaceship large enough for several people. Once aboard, Ollie marked a coordinate. It was a place he had once visited, and he told them about the planet. It was peaceful, with few conflicts, and each race lived in harmony. He had visited there and fallen in love with it. He had lived there for a long time, and the people there were truly unique. The locals called them the Barefoot Tribe. The Barefoot Tribe were immensely powerful, and each was a natural warrior. However, they disdained fighting, instead being warm, hospitable, and gentle. During his past stay, he had seen the gem in the tribe's main hall. The gem seemed to hold great significance for the clan, and he had the privilege of viewing it because of his friendship with them. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for anyone else to obtain it. Lin Feng pondered this, lost in thought. If that were the case, obtaining the gem would be difficult. If the Barefoot Tribe were unwilling to part with it, there was no reason for them to force it. Along the way, Ollie explained the Barefoot Tribe's living environment and characteristics. Soon, they arrived at the planet. Disembarking, they found it truly remarkable. There were many unprecedented plants and animals, and the ecology was pristine. Even if there were humans, their lifestyle was extremely primitive, mostly living in caves or wooden huts. Ollie led them to a mountain. Beyond the mountain lay a vast plain dotted with stone houses. That was the home of the Barefoot Tribe. As they spoke, they arrived and saw many strong men walking barefoot, like wild men. Seeing Ollie, they examined him closely, and one of them recognized him and greeted him warmly. Ollie introduced his friend to them. The Barefoot Tribe members were delighted to hear this, explaining that their tribe hadn't had any guests in a while and wanted to invite them. Seeing the Barefoot Tribe's hospitality, Lin Feng and his companions felt their mission might be successful. As long as the gem wasn't crucial to them, they might be able to obtain it without any problems. When they arrived at the Barefoot Tribe, the members were thrilled to see their guests. They were led into a spacious reception room, the tribe's most important venue, typically used to entertain distinguished guests. As they entered, many barefoot tribe members arrived bearing food. As soon as they entered, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of power. It was a force he had felt before, and with his keen sense of power, he was certain it was the tribe's healing gem. However, he searched everywhere for it, but found no trace. It seemed as if a barrier existed between him and the gem, blocking his perception. Even if the power was there, he couldn't sense it. It seemed the healing gem had been hidden, but that made sense. After all, it was a valuable treasure of the barefoot tribe, and their concealment was understandable. However, obtaining it would be no easy task. After entering the house, Ali introduced them to the barefoot tribe. He explained that they were from Earth and had important matters to discuss. The barefoot tribe was intrigued. In this vast universe, few knew of their existence, and their lives were primitive. They wondered what these people had come from. Ali explained that they were collecting gems and had already obtained a few. When he saw the gem, he realized it was the same green gem he had seen in the tribe. So, he wanted to ask if they were willing to give it up. Rod, Thor, and the others looked at him sincerely. After all, it belonged to someone else and could not be taken by force. The barefoot tribe erupted in a quarrel. Finally, as if they had reached a decision, they expelled Ali and the others from the tribe. Ali was baffled. He had never been treated this way in his many visits. Then, the tribe's high priest explained that it wasn't their fault. The barefoot tribe was under a curse that had plagued them for years. Their ancestors had tried many methods to break it, but nothing could break it. It was only then that they discovered the healing gem from the outside world. This gem possessed magical powers capable of lifting the curse. Therefore, they enshrined it within the tribe, carefully concealing it. Only with a gem within their grasp could they guarantee their safety. A previous oversight had allowed Ali to discover the gem. Since then, they have hidden it in a more secret location. If the gem were taken, it would be a devastating blow to the barefoot tribe, leaving them vulnerable to the curse. For the survival of their tribe, they had no choice but to make this decision. Rod, Thor, and the others were also torn upon hearing this. They wanted the healing gem, but they didn't want the barefoot tribe to suffer. For a moment, they were caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Ali didn't know what use the healing gem would have for them, but he realized that taking it could be detrimental to the barefoot tribe. He was hesitant. After all, these people were his friends. He planned to persuade Lin Feng and the others to give up the gem. Perhaps there were similar gems in the universe, and he could have his men search for them. After all, the universe was vast, and there might be something identical or with similar functions. Black Widow's face was bitter upon hearing this. If it were any other item, it would be normal to find something similar. But these were infinity stones. Each one was unique and could not be replicated. If they were everywhere, they would no longer be precious. However, the barefoot tribe's curse also made them feel awkward. Generally speaking, people knew nothing about the specifics of this curse. But leaving the healing stones with them was clearly inappropriate. Therefore, they had to find a way to obtain the healing stones. By this time, he had already formed a preliminary plan in mind. No matter what, he had to obtain the healing stones first. This was the top priority. As for the curse of the barefoot tribe, he could slowly find a way to resolve it. However, the prerequisite was to gain their trust first, otherwise, everything would be in vain. With this in mind, Lin Feng went to find Thor. Lin Feng asked Thor if he trusted him. Thor nodded in affirmation. 178. Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist. 178. Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist 2024-09-15 Author, Good Monster Chapter 177 Gods Really Exist After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Feng looked at the two and said, "Since you're here, show up in a few days. I need you to prove the existence of other gods." Lin Feng had pondered a question. He had only portrayed Chinese gods. If other gods hadn't appeared, it would seem a bit strange and lacked comparison. This wouldn't be conducive to a rapid increase in points. If other gods appeared, creating a comparison of strength, attention would surely increase significantly. I already know, you did a good job, Hashimoto. Maintaining our relationship with Lin Feng is crucial. The information you provided is invaluable. Koizumi Rikuro hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He had received a notice of sanctions from the United States. Rope Island's aircraft carrier fleet would conduct military exercises in Sakura country in 2 days. This was a deterrent to Sakura country, telling them that the United States was their ultimate ruler. Bandits, bastards, Koizumi Rikuro angrily cursed the United States in his office. Thank goodness China has come to our aid. I never want to witness America's arrogance again. Thank goodness those gods won't appear directly. They only intervene when monsters from the outside world appear. Otherwise, why would we even need to fight China? The president muttered to himself in his office. He had worried about antagonizing the Chinese gods and had considered adopting a more friendly approach. But after endless research by over 100 American historians and politicians, they concluded that the Chinese gods' refusal to appear must be due to divine restrictions, such as time constraints or a prohibition on interfering in human affairs. As for Professor Lin Feng of China, he might just be a lucky bastard and needn't be taken too seriously. Knock knock. A knock on the office door brought the president back to his senses. Come in. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle entered and reported, Mr. President, our warships are ready and await your order to proceed to the East Sakura Sea. Please give the order. Rope Island's aircraft carrier fleet is ready to launch, poised to demonstrate American military might between Sakura Country and China. Have you estimated the time limit for the appearance of the Chinese gods? The president asked. Since we have made an estimate, we should proceed with caution. While the gods have always helped humanity, they are Chinese gods after all. Predict when they might appear and whether they can attack humans. If they can, our previous deployments will come into play. The president had prepared for the worst. If China were to dominate the world, their interests would vanish. The United States is a world of capital, and politics is a game played by oligarchs. The president represents not only the American people, but more importantly, the interests of those oligarchs. No one wants the wealth accumulated by their ancestors to be divided up. Half an hour, that's the longest a Chinese god has ever appeared. After various verifications and analysis of the data from the last time Demon Emperor Jun descended, Chinese gods may appear within China. Of course, we need more data to confirm this. Seeing the president still pondering, the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut added, I've served 3 presidents. Personally, I believe that in a dilemma, we should proceed with the original plan. After all, stepping back might lead to greater regret later. The president glanced at the middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut, his mind no longer conflicted. Caring too much will only gradually suppress you. He reached for the phone on the table and said in a deep voice, let's go. Destination, the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. Across the vast ocean, an aircraft carrier slowly left the port, finally stopping at the edge of the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. Humanity is truly advancing at a breakneck pace, capable of building such behemoths. Dell gazed at the various weapons aboard the aircraft carrier and the soaring fighter jets, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Give them a little more time, and perhaps even us living beings will face their threat. Indeed, but that will take hundreds of millions of years, perhaps even longer. By then, their target will no longer be us, but a vast expanse beyond the universe, Loki replied calmly, sitting on the deck. I didn't expect the barbarians of Asgard to have such insights, Dell's words tinged with sarcasm. Don't be so confrontational. We're comrades now. Come, try this Erguo Tao. Thor, carrying a bottle of wine, stepped between the two men. The two glanced at Thor, and Dell turned away. Loki sneered, they're allied with China, not us. My dear brother, you're still the crown prince of Asgard. I'm lucky she didn't kill you, but we're friends with China, aren't we? Thor stared at Loki and asked, do you want to leave Professor Lin Feng and return to Asgard now? Who would want to go back there? Our beautiful and powerful new king won't tolerate us, Loki said self-deprecatingly. Besides, I'm an Asgardian with alien blood. I don't want to go back and be nailed to a cross, for those lowly people to watch. Don't say that, brother. Thor put his arm around his shoulders and said emotionally, we will always be brothers. Take your hands away, and you've drunk too much, and your breath is foul, Loki said with disdain, but he didn't shy away. Mowgli likes Loki. A 2-meter-tall, burly man appeared behind the two men with a simple and honest look. I feel a kinship with you, too, Mowgli. Loki took a liking to the large man. 3 grown men, stop being so cheesy. The enemy is coming, Dell's voice interrupted the warmth. 12 aircraft carriers appeared in neat formation in front of the Chinese aircraft carrier. To their side lay the mainland of Sakura Country. Bang, bang, 2 missiles launched from the U.S. fleet, bombarding the waters off the mainland of Sakura Island, leaving 2 massive craters. Seawater washed ashore, submerging the homes of the Sakura people. What's that noise? The Sakura people looked toward the sea, many spotting the U.S. warships. The behemoths, usually dormant on Sakura Rope Island, had awakened and arrived near the mainland, shocking the Sakura people. Prime Minister, the Americans have gone too far. We cannot fear war, we must fight back. Shut up. Do you want the history of occupation from decades ago to repeat itself? Koizumi Rikuro's words silenced everyone. It was a humiliating era, when being bullied and having one's people treated as second-class citizens was nothing. What mattered was that the backbone of a nation had been shattered. Today, the aesthetics of the Sakura nation still lean towards those of the United States. And there's a strong tendency toward Western admiration for Americans. China has already sent warships to negotiate with the United States. Ever since the appearance of a god in China, the United States has been extremely wary, Koizumi Rikuro reassured. Rest assured, this time there will be a satisfactory response. Prime Minister, don't forget what we did to China. If it's just to change the Sakura nation's master, I'd rather not do it. This was a shrewd Sakura nation official, once his right-hand man. Shut up. We're doing this for the Sakura nation. There are no permanent allies, and we need to survive, Koizumi Rikuro thought to himself. Under the current circumstances, staying close to China was the best option. Wait and see. China is no longer that wounded young dragon. His words echoed through the conference room, and the Sakura nation's top brass suddenly realized that things were no longer the same. Listen, Americans. This is the waters of Sakura country. Their military exercises threaten the coastal security of both Sakura country and China. We hope the Americans will cease these dangerous activities and refrain from making unnecessary military threats. Repeat, the Chinese aircraft carrier repeatedly communicated with the U.S. fleet, but the fleet received no response. Just one aircraft carrier, and you expect us to abandon this military exercise? China underestimates the U.S. all ships. Listen up. Activate combat mode and conduct a bombing run in near Sakura country. The entire fleet began to mobilize. The massive long-range weapons aboard the warships aimed at the waters of Sakura country, even encompassing some residential areas. These bastards completely ignored our warnings, the communications officer said to the captain nearby. And their entire fleet is already focused on the waters of Sakura country. We expect casualties. Sakura country has already begun evacuating its citizens. The captain was silent for 2 seconds before stepping out onto the deck. Everyone, it's your turn. Professor Lin Feng said the battle will be yours this time, the captain said, looking at Thor, Loki, and the others. We too will go to the other warships. Monoli, you take those missiles, Loki ordered. I don't want to take your orders, Del said, casting a dark spell and vanishing. Thor, clutching his Guo Tao, leaped onto the deck with a thud. Loki stepped on Monoli's shoulders, which were constantly growing larger. The soldiers and captain of the Chinese warship stared in shock. Then, the American commander shouted, fire, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of powerful shells soared into the air, their target precisely being Sakura country. If they hit their target, the influence of Sakura country officials among the people would be significantly reduced. Prime Minister, they've taken action. But China only has one warship. We should have negotiated with the US and admitted our mistake. A politician, long at odds with Koizumi Rikuro, pointed at him and cursed. The casualties in Sakura country this time are all due to your stupidity and blind trust in China. Last time, you even proposed demolishing the patriotic shrine. I see you've become China's loyal lackey. Everyone looked at Koizumi Rikuro differently. However, Koizumi Rikuro stared intently at the screen, hoping China would do something to his advantage. He was indeed ready to align himself with China, and China had reassured him. This time, China would intervene to stop the U.S. provocation. The U.S. could not possibly harm Sakura country. Shut up. Look at that, Koizumi Rikuro shouted excitedly. A huge blue figure appeared, and the sea began to freeze. A small, armored figure stood atop the giant. Dozens of missiles pelted the giant, but they were completely harmless. The giant, half submerged in the water, gazed at the nearby American fleet. Oh my God. What kind of monster is this? Is another monster descending? The American fleet had already halted its attack. Retreat. Retreat, the American commander ordered the fleet. The timing of these monsters' appearance was so opportune, it made one wonder. The Chinese actually have such tricks. He was no fool. They hadn't come earlier or later, but they appeared as soon as they attacked. This must be a Chinese monster. Hey, Surrender, a cold female voice rang out. When the commander turned back again, he saw everyone around him lying on the ground. John, George, the commander cried sadly. You are devils. You are Chinese devils. How did you get here? It must be witchcraft, it's magic, foolish human, Del sneered at the terrified American commander. You shouldn't have ignored China's warnings, this is just a lesson. If Professor Lin Feng hadn't told us not to kill anyone, none of you would have made it back alive. Are you saying they're not dead? The commander asked after calming down. Captain, the lead ship is blocked, the sea is frozen, the secondary ship is also unable to move forward, ship number 3 has encountered an unusual situation. A man armed with Chinese or Guo Tao has destroyed all the ship's weapons with his bare hands, and conventional weapons are ineffective against him. Assistance is urgently needed. Ship number 3's transmission abruptly stopped, followed by Thor's voice. Del, I know you're listening. Tell that captain they destroyed my Guo Tao and must pay. The appearance of Thor and his crew gave Rikuro Koizumi a glimpse of a turning point. The towering silhouette of the frost giants met the eyes of the Sakura people, like a solid barrier, protecting the peace. Are you Chinese? The American captain, realizing something, pressed. Are you secret Chinese cultivated psychics? You'd better be respectful. We are gods, but not Chinese gods. Del's eyes were sharp, his scimitar gripped tightly, ready to strike. Gods, the captain's back was covered in cold sweat. Since you're not a Chinese god, why do you obey the Chinese? As gods, what China can offer, we Americans can do as well. The captain patted his chest and assured, we're happy to serve you if you're willing. The United States is the world's most powerful nation. Del glanced at the boastful captain and said disdainfully, your humanity has advanced rapidly, but it's still insufficient. Your power is too small, you have no right to negotiate with us. However, there are some special beings among you who may be more powerful than ordinary gods. I'm cooperating with China because a great war is coming. Not a small conflict like yours, but a catastrophe that will ripple across the star system. The captain wanted to mention SHIELD, but after hearing Del's words, he fell silent. That war was far greater, one that would require the combined efforts of even the gods, and yet he was still oppressing his vassal. He took Del's words to heart and decided to return home to report to his superiors. Surrender. Then withdraw. If you persist, we'll have no choice but to kill you. Del's words were no joke. Yes, I need to consult my superiors. Chapter 281, Find the mage's descendants and get the antidote. 281, Find the mage's descendants and get the antidote. 2024-12-23 Author, Good Monster, Lin Feng told him he would find a way to get them to hand over the healing gem. Once they did, he would have Thor take it back. Thor hesitated, worried that doing so would spark a war between the two sides, which would be troublesome. Lin Feng reassured him, saying he would handle the matter properly and not worry about the consequences. Thor thought about it and decided he could change his appearance and go take the gem, making it difficult for anyone to identify him. Lin Feng immediately used his transformation ability, transforming into a barefoot monster. Although Thor knew Lin Feng had this ability, he was still surprised to see him in his barefoot form. After all, this was their first encounter with this creature, and they had assumed it could only take human form. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be able to transform into other species. Lin Feng told Thor that since the barefoot monsters claimed they were cursed, their claim must be true. To uncover the truth, he needed to gain their trust, but first, he had to seize the healing gem. Otherwise, they would rely on it, and even if there were a way to change their ways, they wouldn't consider it. Therefore, he planned to have Thor attract their attention, draw their attention to him, and then blend in with them to get them to produce the healing gem. Once they had it, Thor would then find a way to seize it. Thor thought for a moment, then shook his head. He felt his speed wasn't fast enough, and the Barefoot clan members were all quite powerful, coupled with their terrifying supernatural powers. If he couldn't escape their pursuit, they would likely catch up, and the mission would be a failure. Lin Feng said it wasn't difficult. He would give Thor a talisman. Once Thor had the healing gem, he would crush it. It would instantly burst into extreme speed, enough to allow Thor to escape the area in a short time. After discussing their plan, the two began their action. Thor quietly appeared near the Barefoot clan. Moreover, his face was covered, so no one knew who he was. The members of the Barefoot clan were extremely nervous at this situation, fearing that the masked figure would harm them. Some, annoyed by the sight of the masked figure, wanted to attack him, but despite their strength, Their speed was slow, and they repeatedly failed to reach Thor. Their impatience was immense, yet they could only vent their anger on the ground nearby. Fearing a sneak attack from the masked figure, they kept their eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng, seizing the opportunity, blended directly into their midst. Their attention was focused on him, so no one noticed the new presence around them. Because the Barefoot clan members all looked alike and had no specific names, no one noticed anything unusual about Lin Feng. Thor saw that Lin Feng had successfully infiltrated the Barefoot clan, and their plan was halfway accomplished. They needed to proceed to the next step. So he left the area, waiting for them to produce the gem. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly collapsed to the ground, feigning a curse. Everyone around was surprised by the scene. Although their family was cursed, the curse had a fixed duration, so they would have taken out the healing gem to cure the curse at that time. However, with some time left before their curse, they were puzzled. Why had the curse suddenly come earlier? Could some unavoidable factor have occurred? Some speculated that something strange had happened to this person. But now was not the time to discuss such matters. Since this person had been cursed, the priority was to heal him. They immediately carried Lin Feng into the family's tent. A barefoot monster immediately slammed down to the ground. There was a large stone slab on the ground, hollow underneath, revealing a box. He took the box out and opened it, and a green energy emanated from it. Lin Feng could sense the green energy was full of vitality. It must be the healing gem. The moment he saw the healing gem, he immediately notified Thor through telepathy. Thor then made some noise nearby, drawing everyone's attention. Thor immediately crushed the speed-boosting talisman in his hand. He felt his strength and speed increased dramatically, making it nearly impossible to catch him. However, this energy was also dissipating rapidly. If it weren't for the talisman providing the majority of his power, he wouldn't have been able to control it on his own. He rushed forward, and everyone felt a gust of wind sweep past them, unsure of what had happened. Then, a barefoot monster pointed at a nearby box and shouted, "Look, the healing gem is gone." Everyone panicked as the gem disappeared from the empty box. The surrounding people were also bewildered. If it had been anything else, it wouldn't have been a problem, but this was their family's treasure. Without it, they feared they would be helpless the next time they were cursed. Their anxiety was intensifying. Then, some with sharp eyes spotted a figure passing by. It looked like a person. They didn't expect a black-clad figure who had been frequenting their area recently could be that person. Some of the barefoot monsters outside ran over, reporting seeing Thor passing by. They hurriedly shouted that it was the man in black who had taken the gem. Everyone wanted to chase him. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't want them to chase him. If they lost their whereabouts, the matter would be lost. So he feigned deep distress. Seeing their companion in such distress, the others gave up chasing him. The barefoot monsters gathered around, wanting to see what had happened. While the gem was important, to these simple-minded barefoot monsters, their own tribe was more important. They were anxious and unsure what to do. In previous cases, they had relied on the healing gem. But now that the gem had been stolen, they were helpless and filled with anxiety. After Thor took the healing gem, he sent a message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew their plan had succeeded. Thor was now in a safe place, no need to worry. As for the gem, it was in his possession. However, since their plan couldn't be shared with anyone, he couldn't go anywhere else and could only stay by the gem. Lin Feng had no objection, this was their prearranged plan. Lin Feng then created a glow of light around him. The people around him were shocked, bewildered by what had happened. This had never happened before in their family. The light around Lin Feng grew stronger, as if it were evolving. They didn't dare approach him, silently moving to the side. Worried about his condition, they stayed close by. Soon, the light around Lin Feng began to fade, eventually retreating back into his body. Lin Feng opened his eyes, feeling well and no longer in pain. The barefoot monsters hurriedly gathered around him, asking how he felt. Lin Feng told them he was fine, and that he no longer felt the pain he had felt before. The barefoot monsters were puzzled. Previously, when they were cursed, they'd experienced intense pain until their death. If it weren't for their healing gem, they wouldn't have survived. But now the gem had been stolen, and the terrifying part was, they had no idea who that person was. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, everyone gathered around him, questioning him about the curse. Lin Feng explained that the curse had miraculously vanished, leaving him with no effect. The barefoot monsters were perplexed. Without the healing gem, They believed the curse would bring destruction to the entire clan. However, one person, unaffected by the curse, offered hope of lifting it. Lin Feng, feeling his words alone wouldn't win their trust, revealed a secret to lifting the curse. The barefoot monsters were stunned. Their new leader had tried many methods to lift the curse, consulting numerous experts. But even these renowned masters had failed to discover the source, let alone dispel it. They had long since given up on the idea. They were surprised to learn that Lin Feng knew the secret of the barefoot monster's curse. Furthermore, he had emerged unscathed from the recent incursion. This convinced the barefoot monsters that Lin Feng must be a unique individual within their clan. Perhaps, with his help, they could lift the curse that had plagued their clan for years. The barefoot monsters brought Lin Feng to the clan gathering place, where all the other barefoot monsters gathered around them. When the barefoot monster recounted the story, everyone around him was incredulous. After all, nothing like this had ever happened in their family. They looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. The barefoot monster family lived a simple, peace-loving life. Before discovering the healing gem could lift the curse, they had considered looking elsewhere for a cure. But since acquiring the healing gem, they hadn't considered how to lift the curse, simply using it whenever it resurfaced. Over time, despite knowing the family curse existed, little attention was paid and no one investigated. However, now that someone had taken the initiative to investigate and uncovered some clues, they were amazed. Lin Feng looked similar to them, yet he was unique. But they had no time for that. Now that they had found a way to lift the curse, their priority was to break it and end their dependence on the gem. Suddenly, someone claimed they had never seen Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. He had assumed these people couldn't tell one another apart, but it was truly remarkable that they could recognize him. To him, these people looked almost identical, indistinguishable. But they could indeed tell them apart. Everyone nodded and discussed the situation. This family lived here, and everyone was family, familiar with each other. If the family was large, there might be some they didn't recognize, but there would always be someone they knew. But after searching around, no one recognized Lin Feng, suggesting he might not be a member. Add to that the theft of the family's treasure, the healing gem, the two events were too coincidental. Some clever barefoot monsters began to doubt Lin Feng's identity. These people were straightforward and spoke directly when they had doubts. When they raised their doubts directly, Lin Feng felt relieved. If they had investigated secretly, he might have gotten into trouble. But since they had spoken directly, he had time and opportunity to refute them. It wasn't difficult. He just needed to find an excuse. Once the curse was lifted, they would stop pursuing the healing gem. Then, he could consider confessing everything he had done with Thor. When that day came, they wouldn't care about the gem anymore. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with suspicion. He hurriedly explained, "I am indeed a member of the Barefoot Monster Clan, but I've been away from home." Some were skeptical, as their clan didn't like to go out. Why would Lin Feng leave the clan? Lin Feng explained it was because of a curse. He felt the curse was different from his own, and he wanted to find a way to lift it for his clan. So, he left long ago and traveled the universe, searching for a way to lift the curse. After tireless efforts, he finally found a solution and returned. Unexpectedly, he encountered something like this upon his return. The Barefoot Monster Clan nodded in belief. They looked at Lin Feng with respect, believing him to be a hero of their clan. This curse had plagued them for years, yet no one had considered solving it. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took the initiative to seek a solution. This was undoubtedly a timely help. Now the healing gem had been stolen, and they needed to send someone to retrieve it, but they didn't even know the thief's identity. They urgently needed someone to solve this problem. If the curse could be lifted, they would no longer need to rely on the healing gem. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, their doubts dissipated. They took out the food they had collected at home and thanked Lin Feng for everything he had done for the family. Lin Feng was relieved to see that everyone believed in him. These people were indeed too naive. But it was good this way. The simpler they thought, the better it would be for them. As long as they believed in themselves, the subsequent plans would go smoothly. At this time, Lin Feng felt a little weak. It turned out that the ability to change had a time limit, and his current strength could not maintain this state for a long time. But if he stayed here, they would find that his form had changed and would definitely become suspicious. So, he decided to leave temporarily. Lin Feng proposed to leave for a while, and everyone was surprised, because people in their family rarely go out. Lin Feng explained that although he had found a solution, this method still had risks and required some materials. He left this time to find these materials. 180. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. It's so good. 180. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. So good. 2024-09-17 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 179, The Feeling of Rebirth. So good. The Sakura country is still so wavering, but it's okay as long as they are obedient. Koizumi Rikuro is quite tolerable. The US president smiled at the recent information. Mr. President, things are going smoothly over there, too. Mediterranean smiled. Although China got the upper hand this time, they'll be in for a lot of trouble. If it weren't for their good fortune and divine help, how could China possibly be a match for the United States? You underestimate China. It's a great country. The president shook his head, stood up, straightened his suit, and said, "How are those talented people I asked you to find? We need to create our own heroes. We can't rely on others to save us next time. We found a doctor who can transform into a green monster, but he has trouble keeping his composure." Mediterranean handed the president his code and continued, "He's so powerful that even missiles can't hurt him. Even gods are no better than him. Have Rogers make friends with him. We need a hero like that." The president gave an order, then asked, "What's his name?" "Banner." Mediterranean replied. "Heimdall, release the eternal flame and Surtur on Blue Planet," Hela ordered from her throne. Lord of the gods, Ragnarok was supposed to be presided over by Surtur. Will resurrecting him cause harm to Asgard? Heimdall's face showed worry. He also worried that Surtur would harm Loki and Thor. The Chinese gods are gods too. Perhaps giving them our Ragnarok can destroy them. Hela herself didn't dare go directly to Blue Planet. Dormammu's warning still echoed in her ears. She didn't want to directly confront the race that Dormammu valued so much. It was well known that Surtur's contact with the Eternal Flame would trigger Ragnarok. Hela wanted to see if Ragnarok could destroy the Chinese gods. If it could, then she would have no obstacles. Domination of the 9 realms was only a matter of time. She could also collect the Infinity Stones. After killing Thanos, no one would be able to stand against her. "As you command, Heimdall." Hela handed Heimdall the Eternal Flame and Surtur's head. "Yes, Lord of the gods." Heimdall plunged his sword into the ground, and a colorful portal opened. "Beware of the flames, gods of China," Heimdall warned kindly. Lin Feng, hearing Heimdall's voice, looked up at the sky. Surtur's skull and the Eternal Flame had just arrived above Blue Star. Unrestrained, Surtur's skull yearned for the Eternal Flame. The Eternal Flame was drawn to the skull. Whoosh, the skull ignited, and bright orange flames erupted from its eyes. A massive form materialized, accompanied by a massive flaming sword. Bang! Surtur landed in Jinshin City, United States. "Oh, it feels so good to be reborn." Surtur gazed at the sea, taking in the aura of Blue Star. "This isn't Asgard, but that's okay. There are powerful beings here too. I am your Twilight." The Twilight sword plunged into the earth, and countless flames began to consume the land. Ragnarok has begun. The Sakura Kingdom is causing trouble again. Everyone, although we have support from many parts of the Sakura Kingdom, we cannot consider them our allies, a high-ranking Chinese official expounded his views in the conference room. "I agree. They've always followed whoever's stronger." "I agree, too. We must quickly master the technology they've handed over, and next time, we must acquire their most advanced technology." "I disagree. Our aid is based on humanity's shared struggle against alien races and alien gods. Even if they offer no benefits, we should lend a helping hand." Two factions formed in the conference room. "Everyone, be quiet." A serious-looking diplomat raised his hand. "Don't they know what they're doing?" "That's true, but if something like this happens again, should we still provide aid?" "That's the question we need to discuss today," the person next to him continued. "If a human with whom we have a conflict encounters a crisis, should we offer our assistance?" The conference room fell silent. "We should," Chen Haitian said firmly. "You were just an observer, with no say." "Do you know how difficult a situation China once faced internationally?" a senior diplomat angrily rebuked. "They watched us grow, yet so many people were secretly trying to sabotage us. We've achieved today's progress only thanks to our sacrifice of the interests of ordinary people and our unwavering efforts. Those people are man-eating demons, even more despicable than the alien races and alien gods." The appearance of the Chinese god forced every nation to reassess China's strength. China began to develop rapidly in all aspects, and all countries sought close ties with it. But that's all in the past. Now we're strong, and we can't exploit the world like the United States. Our philosophy has remained unchanged. While we borrowed some of our methods from the United States, they are fundamentally our own. Mr. Li, you're a senior figure. Mr. Zhang, although an observer, has a right to speak. You should apologize to him now. The middle-aged man presiding over the meeting wore a serious expression, as if the previous events were unimportant and the apology was the key. Why, Elder Li was over 60, and had always been diligent. Now he was being asked to apologize to an outsider. He felt embarrassed, especially since this was a dispute of ideologies. Mr. Zhang represents Professor Lin Feng. Don't you know that we've been discussing this for so long? Whether to provide aid, the appearance of the gods, all rests in Professor Lin Feng's hands. The middle-aged man explained the situation so clearly that Elder Li's face changed. He had long forgotten that this was no longer the old times. No need for an apology, Chen Haitian said. We're all doing this for China. I understand what Elder Li said. As for the previous dispute, Professor Lin Feng has already given the answer. He believes that the Chinese gods will protect humanity, so I hope everyone will stop arguing about this issue. His implication was that their words were of little value. The crowd gradually calmed down. Elder Li said gloomily. We can. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but Chen Haitian tapped him on the shoulder. Chen Haitian was still holding his phone. The two exchanged a few words, and the middle-aged man asked Chen Haitian to speak. Just got word. An unquenchable flame has appeared in Jinshan, USA. Within the flames lies a monster wielding a flaming sword. Chen Haitian held up his phone and said, Professor Lin Feng told me this monster is called Surtur. The US will pay for their mischief this time. Get rid of those shield losers. Taxpayers' money shouldn't be used to support idlers, the US president roared. He hadn't rested for a few days. Still basking in the gloom of his troublemaking in China. Now, another monster has appeared. Missiles have been tried, to no avail. Small nuclear bombs have also been used, but they didn't do much. Mediterranean side nearby. Rogers and Banner are gone. That Banner guy is quite powerful. The president thought of the giant green creature, invulnerable to all weapons. He possessed boundless power. Nothing could defeat him if he was sufficiently enraged. I hope this guy can surprise me. Surtur, standing on the shores of Jinshan, slowly walked inland, holding the slender twilight sword. Countless humans began to flee. Surtur laughed heartily as he advanced, his flames unquenchable wherever he passed. The blessing of the eternal flame steadily increased his strength. His body continued to grow, now nearly 50 meters tall. The flames are reaching a temperature of 6,000 degrees, enough to burn most of the city. Banner examined the device and said in surprise, Rogers, do you think I can defeat this giant? Also, tell those bastards at the top to stop using nuclear bombs. They're simply increasing this guy's size. Banner, this guy has entered the city. Although his speed isn't fast, he's growing steadily, Rogers said anxiously. For the sake of the people, we don't have time. It's time for you to get going, Captain America urged. You have to believe someone with 7 doctorates. The guy inside me isn't invincible, Banner asked, hands on his hips. Did you listen to me? Tell them to ask China for help. These flames can't be extinguished with conventional means. We need support. This isn't just an American fight. China won't sit idly by. Well, the president said China is making unreasonable demands and told us to step up, Rogers said awkwardly. The American and Chinese systems are different. We can't give up equality and freedom. Politicians' tricks. Wanting freedom and equality at the cost of your life? Stupid idea, Banner scoffed. There's nothing we can do. Banner roared, and Rogers looked at him. Sorry, I'm not angry at all. Just provoking me. Banner spread his hands. Up, the president said, if we can't handle this, you'll be locked up. After Rogers finished speaking, Banner's body began to swell, mumbling, Banner. Hulk doesn't want to be locked up. A green, muscular monster, over 10 feet tall, appeared. Hulk, it's the one that wants to lock you up, Rogers shouted, pointing at Surtur. Hulk doesn't want to be locked up. Kill it. Kill it, bang. A green figure shattered the ground and rushed towards Surtur like a cannonball. Hey, inform the president, the annihilation mission has begun, Rogers said sternly, looking at the Hulk who had already leaped onto Surtur. We can't kill this monster, we can only delay it, we need help. Surtur's massive body was knocked back, his 50-meter-tall frame making the 3-meter-tall Hulk seem insignificant. Tiny green worm, Surtur reached out to capture him, and the Hulk grasped at his fingers, trying to knock him down, but Surtur easily shook him off. The Ragnarok of the gods is imminent. Your resistance is a futile challenge to fate. Submission is your only way out. It raised the twilight sword high and swung it down. The flaming blade spanned dozens of meters, sweeping past a magnificent building. Wherever the sword's light struck, buildings collapsed, flames raged. Hundreds of meters away, where the sword's light touched the ground, an eternal fire blazed. Damn it, Rogers hadn't anticipated the chain reaction the Hulk's attack would trigger. It even possessed the ability to attack from a distance. This single strike wrought far more destruction than all its previous ones combined. Ragnarok has arrived, Surtur declared. A massive maw of flame slowly coalesced into a brilliant yellow ball of flame. Inform the president that the situation is spiraling out of control, Rogers reported anxiously. Its destructive power far exceeds our expectations. Flames erupted beneath him, forcing him to retreat hastily. A giant flaming creature has appeared off the coast of the United States. The Golden Mountain has been destroyed. SHIELD has joined the investigation, the Chinese news broadcast read. Thor, you go. Lin Feng frowned. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Should we wait for instructions from the Chinese authorities? Acting without authorization might, Loki warned. It's okay. Human lives are at stake. Take these. Lin Feng handed Loki several round brooches with book designs on them. Something that can save your life, Lin Feng smiled. Let's go, the four of them set off. Lin Feng turned around, adorned with a golden crown and splendid attire, transforming into the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun. Mission, Seal Surtur, mission reward. 1,000,000 points, accept. Lin Feng clicked to accept. How could he miss such an opportunity to earn points? Now all he had to do was wait for the attention to continue to rise. The United States must be extremely anxious. Assholes, rubbish, a waste of taxpayers' money. The US president angrily smashed everything he could. He laughed in anger, thinking we're on equal footing with the US dollar is sheer wishful thinking. Back when we were the world's hegemon, we could exploit other countries for our own gain. Do those lowly people of China think we're on equal footing? Chapter 281 Uninvited Guests. Chapter 281, Uninvited Guests 2024-12-24 Author, Good Monster. Without these materials, he couldn't create the antidote to the curse. The barefoot monsters nodded in understanding, telling him it didn't matter if they couldn't find it, as they had already endured the curse for a long time. After Lin Feng left, he immediately found Rod and Ollie. After leaving the tribe, they split up. Black Widow was responsible for returning the Power Stone to Earth. Thor, carrying the Healing Stone's energy and unable to conceal it, traveled elsewhere. He wouldn't return until this matter was resolved. Ollie, considering the barefoot monsters his friends, wanted to help them resolve this matter. Rod was fascinated by these matters and enjoyed studying the relationship between magicians and curses, so he had been investigating. When Lin Feng found them, they were still investigating. Seeing Lin Feng, Rod excitedly shared his findings with him. After a period of research and data collection, they had discovered the secret of the family's curse. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, believing his plan was about to be realized. Their quick discovery of the cause was truly timely. He curiously inquired about the reason why the entire family was cursed. Rod and Ollie felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this. They did know the reason, but it was a bit absurd. Ollie nodded, saying he had never heard of such a curse. Lin Feng's curiosity deepened after hearing this, wondering what exactly had so intrigued them all. So, Rod slowly unfolded the story. It turned out that the ancestors of the barefoot monsters were just as innocent as they were. In that era, their land flourished with civilization, attracting many travelers, including their own family. One day, a wandering wizard stumbled upon this land. He brought with him many rare treasures, some of which were mysterious. The barefoot monsters stumbled upon this treasure, and one of them, curious, approached to inspect it. Unaware of the wizard's presence, they took what looked like food from the contents. After tasting it, they found it incredibly delicious. Despite their simple nature, the family members had no resistance to delicious food, and they quickly devoured the food. Afterwards, when they realized the food belonged to the mage, they were filled with fear, fearing retribution, and hurriedly fled. The mage, upon discovering the food was missing, was enraged, for the food held special powers. He had painstakingly gathered herbs and meticulously crafted it. He used the surrounding environment to create a formation, retracing the events of the incident. He discovered that the thieves were the barefoot monsters. Unaware of them, the mage, given their large stature, mistook them for evil. He then placed a curse on the family, a curse that endures to this day. Lin Feng was incredulous after hearing this story. The curse could be caused by something so absurd, simply because of food theft. However, that was fine. They had always believed their large feet had brought a curse upon them. But that was unchangeable, forcing them to rely on the healing gem to survive. Now that the truth was revealed, finding the mage who cast the curse would resolve the issue once and for all. However, Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety. After all, it had happened so many years ago, and it was unlikely anyone would remember it. Furthermore, the wizard had only come into contact with a barefoot monster. Others likely had never seen the wizard before, making finding him difficult. Then, Road discovered a clue. The civilization had left behind extensive archives recording visitors. According to the records, not many wizards visited the area. Combined with the time of their curse, it was possible to deduce the approximate period of the curse. Only 3 wizards could have cast the curse during that time period. Each of these wizards was quite mysterious, but one specialized in healing magic. He was unlikely to curse anyone, so he was initially ruled out. Of the other 2, one had disappeared for years, and it was unknown if he had any descendants. With that clue gone, the only remaining wizard worth investigating was the last. Although this wizard had also been missing for a long time, fortunately, he had descendants on Mercury. Upon learning of this, Ollie offered a way to find them. Ollie, with his extensive connections on Mercury, immediately mobilized his men to search for the wizard's descendants. Meanwhile, Road noticed Thor was missing and asked Lin Feng where he had gone. This was a matter Lin Feng and Sol had agreed upon, so naturally, it couldn't be revealed. While Road might remain calm if he told the truth, Ollie might become suspicious. He might even suspect their motives were ulterior. So, Lin Feng made up the excuse that Sol had gone on another mission. Road remained unfazed, and the matter was dropped. Ollie's connections were indeed formidable. Finding someone on Mercury was a daunting task, but he quickly tracked down the mage's descendants. The mage had many descendants, but most had moved elsewhere, leaving only one still working on Mercury. Their information had been verified, and they could be dispatched at any time. This filled everyone with excitement and relief. It turned out the method to lift the curse had been within their reach all along, they had simply eluded it. Having found it, they rushed in that direction without further delay. Upon finding the mage, he seemed completely unfamiliar with them. When they mentioned the curse, he seemed to have some recollection of it, but needed to research it. He rummaged through boxes and drawers, finally pulling out a book from a bookcase. The book records the entire incident. The mage had long regretted cursing the barefoot monster family. He knew he had gone too far and sought to make amends. However, the mage's family later encountered a unique situation, fragmenting into pieces. As a result, he never had the time to lift the curse. Later, the mage perished in war, and the incident fell into disarray. Fearing a similar situation might occur again, the mage recorded the incident in the book. Later generations, while aware of the incident, did not know the barefoot monster family's whereabouts. Thus, the matter was shelved, unaddressed. After both parties cleared up the misunderstanding, the mage immediately returned to his room to concoct an antidote. After a long moment, he produced a stack of small pills and handed them to Lin Feng and the others. He explained that these were the antidote, and that distributing them to the barefoot monster family would lift the curse. This task was entrusted to Lin Feng, who told him he could transform into a barefoot monster. Otherwise, if someone else offered the antidote, they might not believe it. He kept his story with Thor secret, more precisely, he didn't want anyone to know. At that time, they simply needed to tell them that the barefoot monster family's curse had been lifted, and the healing gem would be useless. So, they gave the healing gem to the mage, and the matter would be settled. With this in mind, Lin Feng volunteered to take on the task. Rod and Ollie thought it made perfect sense. They were on their way elsewhere and weren't particularly interested in lifting the barefoot monster family's curse. They had already found the antidote formula and had the mage refine it. But they were still curious about the family. Rod, in particular, had noticed the mage's immense power and wanted to study its attack methods. So, they hurried off, each busying themselves. They handed all the antidotes to Lin Feng. Lin Feng analyzed them through his system, and only after confirming they were flawless did he feel relieved. After regaining his energy, he immediately transformed into a barefoot monster and arrived at their family's home. His appearance filled the family with delight and joy, and they quickly welcomed him into the family hall. Lin Feng recounted his past experiences, and the family members were stunned. They hadn't imagined the family curse stemmed from such absurd circumstances. Although they would be embarrassed if this were made public, they had nothing to say. After all, it was a mistake made by someone within the family, and no one else could be blamed. At this moment, Lin Feng pulled a bottle from behind his back. The family members looked at him in confusion. Lin Feng showed them the bottle and said, "With the help of Rod and Ollie, I found the descendant of the mage. Through him, I learned that the mage didn't blame your family, but was deeply regretful. Therefore, he left behind the recipe for an antidote. However, when the mage clan was struck by war, he was not spared. The matter was shelved. When I told them about this, they concocted these antidotes for me. I've tried them, and they work perfectly. Each of you take one." The members of the Barefoot Monster family were thrilled. Simple-minded, they had never doubted the antidote's authenticity. So, they dutifully took the antidote. After taking the antidote, they felt a change in their bodies. The Barefoot Monsters immediately understood that the curse had been lifted. Filled with joy, they spun joyfully around Lin Feng. Before long, a faint purple glow emanated from each member of the Barefoot Monster clan. This purple light emanated from their bodies, quickly dissipating into the air. Lin Feng sensed the power of an ancient and profound curse within this purple light. He recalled the mage's instructions before his departure. It seemed the antidote he had given had taken effect. Soon, the glow gradually faded, and the Barefoot Monster clan members felt their own strength again. They were pleasantly surprised to find their bodies were in better shape than ever before. Clearly, the curse that had plagued their family for so long had been lifted. This thrilled them, and they were filled with respect and gratitude for Lin Feng. The thought of this filled them with joy. Then, Lin Feng pulled a green gem from his back. The family members were overwhelmed with astonishment, for it was the very gem their family had lost. They were deeply puzzled. Hadn't the man in black stolen this gem? How had it ended up in Lin Feng's possession? Lin Feng quickly explained. Because the family possessed the gem, they lacked a motivation to lift the curse. So, he arranged for someone to seize the gem, creating a sense of crisis and spurring support for his efforts. The family members nodded in understanding and expressed their deep gratitude for his help. Now that the curse had been lifted, the gem held little significance for them. After some discussion, they decided to hand the green gem over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it and, without hesitation, pocketed it. By this time, some clever Barefoot Monsters had guessed that Lin Feng might not be a member of their family. Lin Feng immediately returned to his true form, and the others were shocked to recognize him as the man who had come with Yifan to search for the healing gem. It seemed their entire trip was specifically for the gem. Yifan revealed his plan, much to the surprise of the family members. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to do so much for the family, and for now, they no longer cared about the gem's gain or loss. Having achieved his goal, Lin Feng, holding the green gem in hand, was about to bid farewell to the family and return to Earth. Just then, the Barefoot Monsters stopped him, saying they had something important to discuss. Lin Feng paused curiously, wondering what the family wanted. The family members said they wanted to repay him for his hard work in finding the gem and his immense help to the family. One of them revealed that he had seen an orange gem exactly like this one. Lin Feng was stunned by this, believing his luck was truly extraordinary. He had just found the power gem, the healing gem, and now a clue to the orange gem. He excitedly inquired about the gem's whereabouts, and the Barefoot Monsters revealed its location. Lin Feng nodded, but being unfamiliar with this world, he struggled to pinpoint its location. He decided to return to consult with Rod and Thor. As a token of gratitude, the family members offered to lead the way. Overjoyed, Lin Feng thanked them and found Thor, who was hiding nearby, to share the story. Thor was shocked and felt guilty for his actions. They were also excited about the clues the family had provided to the gem and decided to set out immediately. The family members explained that the orange gem had been found at the center of the earth, and a map had been drawn and left with the family. They frantically searched the family hall for the map, finally finding it at the bottom of a chest. Lin Feng took the map, unfolding it and examining it. It contained incredibly detailed information. They decided to leave and return to Earth, but the family warned them that the Earth's core was hostile, with the magma temperature extremely high, so they should proceed with caution. Lin Feng knew he couldn't withstand the heat, so Thor suggested gathering more people to join him. Lin Feng agreed and summoned Rhodes and the others. Rhodes, overjoyed to learn they had found another clue to the gem, decided to follow the map's instructions and head for the inner passage. Upon arrival, the caverns were incredibly hot, making further exploration difficult. They could sense a powerful force within, their gems sensing the orange gem within. Thor volunteered to go down and investigate, and the others agreed. However, even with his elemental form, Thor was unable to withstand the overwhelming energy. After struggling to hold out for a while, he was forced to flee in dismay. Lin Feng quickly treated his injuries, but Thor described the immense power within, saying he was unable to retrieve the gem. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 181. Chapter 180 Zhoutianxing Dao Great Array, Start. 180, The Great Zhaoshan Star Array, Start 2024-09-18 Author, Good Monster Chapter 180, The Great Zhaoshan Star Array, Start Mr. President, Jinshan has been destroyed, Mediterranean reported solemnly. If the Chinese gods don't take action, that monster could destroy the entire United States, the president said with a sullen face. Have you urged China in those media outlets? This is a war for all of humanity. Get them to send in the Chinese gods, those selfish guys just hide their gods at home. He was almost mad with jealousy. China has responded that their gods are not under official jurisdiction, but they have been actively communicating. Mediterranean side, Mr. President, power still has national boundaries. The strongest has the say. Okay, these guys. The US president gritted his teeth and said, promise them that both the US dollar and the Chinese currency will be international currencies. They agreed. Chen Haitian quickly informed Professor Lin Feng. The serious face smiled from ear to ear. Professor Lin Feng has already dispatched his escads, and they're already on the battlefield. He said they can't just sit back and watch. Chen Haitian smiled, but the Chinese gods won't go until they receive official notification. Mowgli, freeze that thing and prevent it from advancing further inland, Del commanded. Mowgli had transformed into a blue giant. Though 20 meters smaller than Surtur, the moment his 30-meter frame set foot on the land of fire, the flames began to extinguish. Ice breath, Mowgli exhaled a thick white mist, enveloping the earth in a chill that enveloped Surtur. Frost giant, Surtur looked slightly surprised. A constant hammering sound echoed above his head. It was the Hulk, relentlessly striking at his crown, though to no avail. But he paid no attention to the invincible bug. Ice magic could inflict severe damage on it, but bound to the eternal fire, it could only be injured, not killed. Flame slash, a massive slash of flame erupted from the twilight sword, its flaming blade wave cleaving the ice magic. Dark magic, erosion, Del hurled his scimitar, which shattered into countless black and purple stars, corroding the flame slash. Ice blades emanated from Loki on Monali's shoulder, neutralizing the remaining flame slash's power, dissipating it. Surtur, do you remember me? A voice descended from the sky. Thor held the frying pan Lin Feng had given him. Ding, a clear and resounding sound. Surtur stumbled, stabilizing himself with the twilight sword. Thor, the god of thunder, Loki, the god of trickery, the dark elves, and the frost giants, seeing the four approach, joy crossed his fiery face. A fateful meeting. I will bring destruction to you, the gods, destroy you. Thor leaped again. Ding ding, he repeatedly struck his crown. Surtur was interrupted and brutally beaten, his flames swelling and his body growing taller. Why is this thing getting bigger and bigger? Del asked in confusion. As long as it's on this planet, it will continue to expand, Loki explained. You should know about Ragnarok, the prophecy of Odin's sleep. Odin's prophecies never fail, and Surtur is the one who presides over Ragnarok, but this was originally Asgard's twilight, and now it's on Blue Planet. This must be the work of my sister. She wants to use Surtur to destroy Blue Planet and the Chinese gods. Loki, stop talking. This thing keeps getting bigger and bigger. I can't hurt it anymore. Thor clutched his frying pan, a look of helplessness on his face. He had already lost his weapon, his combat effectiveness greatly reduced. Lin Feng found him a sturdy and durable artifact in the system store. The sky flipping pot. It can be expanded or reduced, and it automatically finds its owner. It can even be used for cooking at barbecues. Ragnarok. Surtur's body expanded to 100 meters before stopping. It gazed down at the crowd below, its eyes filled with disdain. It raised its weapon, slashing down with sword after sword, and fiery cracks thousands of meters long appeared on the ground. It was destroying, it was annihilating. Its power will grow with our arrival, Del shouted to Loki. Even if we don't appear, it will continue to grow. It can destroy Asgard, and soon it will plunge the Twilight Sword into the earth, destroying the planet from the inside. Loki knew Surtur's power well. Surtur flung the Hulk away. He leaped high and landed again, a massive blast of fire spreading from his feet. Retreat, Loki shouted. But it was too late. Just as they prepared to resist, rays of light burst from them, forming a starry barrier that blocked the flames and prevented them from spreading. Great power, Surtur's flaming eyes fixed on Thor and the others. Everyone, it seems the badges I gave you are quite effective. I'll need your help next. Thank you. Clad in a golden crown and regal attire, clutching an ancient tome, he exuded a noble and domineering air, a warm glow emanating from him. Arise, great Zhaoshan starry array. Above the blue planet, the stars shimmered. 365 streams of energy, imbued with the power of the stars, rose from the earth. Enveloped by the power of the stars, Demon Emperor Jun, despite holding only C-rank card privileges, his strength continued to soar. So, this object was designed for this very moment. Those mysterious patterns and runes hold such power, no wonder it requires no cooling. Tony Stark surveyed his masterpiece, his gaze fixed on the nuclear power plant he had personally constructed from beneath his sunglasses. Those short-sighted Americans. This is supposed to be a barrier protecting the blue planet, yet they're concentrating it in China. Transmitting that power is undoubtedly a waste. He recalled the battle in the United States. Since this object had been deployed, the enemy must be incredibly powerful. Look up at the sky, it was still daytime, but the blue planet was surrounded by 365 brilliant stars. The sun seemed a mere backdrop, the stars in the sky the true stars. This is a communication array, requiring such a powerful force to support it, Strange whispered from atop a tall building, gazing at the starlight. What should I do? He passed through a golden portal and arrived at the battlefield, his flames now bound in a cage woven by starlight. Lord Demon Emperor, what can I do for you? Strange excitedly asked upon seeing Demon Emperor Jun again. I have mastered the use of the Eye of Agamotto, put it on. Lin Feng glanced at Strange and tossed out a river map medal. It should be enough energy for communication. It's a pity I'm not at my peak. If the 10 demon generals and countless demon generals were here, I could crush such insects single-handedly. Demon Emperor Jun spoke disdainfully. Such an enemy would take half a day to destroy a planet. Truly too weak. Even less powerful than a demon general, whose single strike could annihilate heaven and earth. Seal, the Demon Emperor Jun whispered softly. The stars in the sky erupted in light, and the powers of Loki and the others merged into the great array of the celestial constellations. The starlight sealed the flames, slowly shrinking, and Surtur gradually fell silent. Will you surrender? Lin Feng couldn't believe this fearless madman would surrender so easily. Even suicide wouldn't be surprising, but his stillness was unusual. As the cage of star power approached him, his body expanded again, and the starry cage transformed into tiny points of light that shone into the sky. Resistance is futile. The twilight of the gods will eventually arrive. Surtur's 150-meter-tall frame gazed down, utterly arrogant, not taking the Demon Emperor Jun seriously. Flame slash, as Surtur's body grew, it became even more agile, slashing continuously, seeking only to cause more destruction. The surroundings were once again dominated by flames. The United States could no longer sit idly by. Asshole, what is this god doing? Just letting this fiery monster wreak havoc. The U.S. president looked at the furious Surtur in exasperation. Your Excellency, don't be so angry. This might be your fault. Strange entered the conference room. Security, protect the president. U.S. officials began to flee in panic. Don't worry. I'm American. I just returned from the battlefield. I know why the monster just broke through the barrier, Strange explained loudly. Everyone looked at him warily. A few months ago, China wanted to build a special nuclear power plant in the United States, but the president refused. He looked at the U.S. president and said, "What does this have to do with that monster breaking through the strange circle?" The U.S. president demanded, "What are you trying to say?" He was already in a bad mood, and now anyone who came up would blame him. The layout of the magic circle was carefully planned. It was supposed to be arranged around Blue Planet. I've seen that magic circle before. Strange and Thor had a personal relationship in China. If the position changes, there will inevitably be a flaw, he continued. As a mage, this is my specialty. The formation just now should be extremely strong, evenly distributing force like rubber. The monster's power will gradually be exhausted and eventually sealed, but because the formation points have changed, the force is unevenly distributed. The monster's power is too great, and the surge of power has ruptured the seal. Strange knew the president understood. The president's face darkened. So, the monster's destruction was his fault. These are all excuses. A god should be invincible, yet they can't even destroy a monster of this power. Trash, trash, the US president shouted in exasperation. What a shame. Strange felt a sense of loss. How could such a shameless person become president? Infinite loop, he waved his hand, and a green circle of light appeared at the president's feet. Ah, the president vanished. Strange looked at the horrified crowd and asked, now, let me explain. This monster is called Surtur, an alien creature. Its power is still growing. Please do your best to evacuate the crowd. This battle may be a protracted one. Strange's words caused the faces of the US high-ranking officials to change drastically. Why is this fire monster so powerful? Even the Chinese gods seem to be struggling. What should we do this time? Why didn't the great god Yang Jian come? I heard there are restrictions. Professor Lin Feng said so. How could I not know? Where did that say that? Was it an official announcement from Professor Lin Feng? Lin Feng couldn't explain why Demon Emperor Dijun was only a C-rank card, so he claimed that this was a clone of Demon Emperor Dijun. Their true bodies were too powerful, and their appearance required immense strength. It's just a small clone. No wonder it's so powerful. Professor Lin Feng said that the Demon Emperor's power far exceeds that of Lord Yang Jian. However, this crisis seems a bit tricky. Don't worry, everyone. Demon Emperor Dijun hasn't yet unleashed his full power. Lin Feng issued an official response. Lin Feng also put a lot of thought into it, even having his clone brag about him online. This clone stunt was a perfect excuse. Surtur was supposed to appear on Asgard, but even a planet as powerful as Asgard couldn't withstand its attack. The safest approach would have been to limit its power growth and consume its energy for a long time. Surtur continued to rage, its size increasing at an ever-increasing speed. It seemed to be stimulated by the appearance of the Demon Emperor Jun. It seemed that the more people and stronger the creature, the faster its power increased. My Lord Demon Emperor, why don't we call for help? It's not shameful. The power of the great god Yang Jian should be able to solve this problem, Loki shouted over Meng Li's shoulder. Are all the gods we work with this level? They can't defeat Hela at this level. Hela can definitely kill Surtur, Del asked doubtfully. Lin Feng also took this book. Are you just a nerd who can't fight without it? Del, shut up. Thor looked at the Demon King cautiously, easing the atmosphere. Dijun, she didn't mean it, youngster, you should call me the Demon King. That little girl is right, Lin Feng said proudly. It's a pity that I'm just a clone, with only 1/1000th of my original power. Otherwise, a single breath would shatter a little demon like this. Well, since you still want to keep this clone, I'll show you my true form. The river map and Luo Shu vanished, and the starlight in the sky suddenly shrank. Then at the last moment, all of it was injected into the body of the Demon King Dijun. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Surtur raised his greatsword with both hands and lunged at the Demon King Dijun. 100-meter-long twilight sword slashed through the sky with unstoppable force. Loki and his companions retreated hastily. Is this guy just holding on? Del asked, brow furrowed in confusion. Del, their power system is vastly different from ours, Loki explained, tugging at the corner of his clothes as he retreated. Chinese gods often create countless clones, millions upon millions of them are not out of the question. Isn't that an illusion? There's only one true self, the rest are illusions. He calls himself a clone, but he's definitely lying. Del was incredulous. The clone is a physical entity, and possesses the power of the original. Loki repeated what Lin Feng had told her. This god's birth may be as ancient as this world itself. This is no illusion. Think of it as possessing all the knowledge of the original, but with limited power. That guy is about to be struck, Del exclaimed, pointing at the Demon Emperor Jun, who had been stabbed into the earth by Surtur. Loki was speechless. Buzz! A wave of panic washed over him, and the flames on Surtur suddenly shrank. He took a step back, feeling an inexplicable oppression. 182. Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven. 182. Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven, 2024-09-19 Author, Good Monster Chapter 181 The True Origin, The Way of Heaven. Do you feel it? A strange feeling. Thor looked around and found that everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's suppression, instinctive suppression, Loki shouted in surprise. The difference between acquired and innate that Professor Lin Feng talked about. All the creatures on the blue planet felt strange in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. I seemed a little confused just now. Me too, Dr. Strange. Do you know what's going on? In the presidential palace, Strange, who was discussing with senior U.S. officials, opened the passage in surprise. Doctor, where are you going? Someone tried to stop him. No need to discuss it anymore. The matter will be resolved soon. Strange ran towards the battlefield without looking back, leaving a group of stunned U.S. officials. Bang! The U.S. president fell from the upper floor of the conference room, shouting in panic, "That bastard! He kept me falling. I was scared to death." He looked around and shouted, "Where's that bastard? I want him arrested and punished for his disrespect." No one responded. His actions had already caused enormous losses to the United States, and his presidency was in jeopardy. He looked at the crowd, as if realizing something and filled with regret. The source is below. Loki pointed to the place where the demon Emperor Jun had fallen beneath the city dust. Have you ever wondered why gods are gods? Strange suddenly appeared and made a shocking statement. The powerful are gods, like me, Thor. Thor replied proudly. You? Strange glanced behind him and said calmly, your brother said you used to be the god of hammers, but now you're a chef. Is that true, my lord god of walks? Haha. Del and Monley couldn't help laughing. Thor's face turned pale and he glared at Loki. You have to believe me, I didn't. Loki wanted to distance himself from the matter, but seeing the culprit Thor was carrying, he felt that Strange's words were quite appropriate and couldn't help laughing. We are no different, we are all human. Now we should adopt Professor Lin Feng's new concept, acquired life forms, Strange said seriously. Odin will also die. Even with great power, it will eventually fade away, and his power is not the strongest. So-called gods are just self-proclaimed labels. We have never been gods. We dark elves never claim to be anyone else. Only those hypocritical Asgardians do, Del sneered. Dark elves are also a kind of human. Magic is merely spiritual power. Strange seemed to be trying to stop her from getting too arrogant. After you acquired magic, you separated yourself from humanity. And the giants beneath you, the frost giants, are also arrogant. In the eyes of true gods, we are but ants, so what? The god you speak of is right beneath our feet. Del pointed to the ground. Is this the real god? The god beaten by Surtur? Here it comes. Strange gazed at the ground expectantly. It's coming, Mystique, Del muttered in dissatisfaction. Boom, the ground shook violently. Under Surtur's attack, the gods vanished, and humans the world over were filled with worry. Isn't the demon Emperor Jun a powerful god? Why does he look inferior to the great god Yang Jian? That's just a clone, too weak. Has he been destroyed? Why did that fiery monster suddenly stop moving? How strange! The flames on Surtur's body began to tremble violently, as if they were about to break free of his body and surge towards the existence on the ground. Bang! With a resounding bang, golden light burst forth, enveloping the entire world in a golden glow. A tiny, sparrow-like golden three-legged crow appeared, and time and space seemed to melt in the light. Surtur's physical transformations were suppressed, and he even began to shrink. What is this? Del exclaimed, observing the three-legged crow. This is the true form of the demon Emperor Jun, Strange explained. A congenital being, born a god. Surtur, do you acknowledge your sin? The crow hovered in the air, like a frozen animation, its flaming eyes filled with terror. Ragnarok. I will slay the gods. I am your doom. Surtur's aura began to rise, a faint sense of breaking free. The power of the eternal flame gave him the confidence to confront the demon Emperor Jun. With a mere wield of the true flame of the sun and the true flame of the moon, you dare challenge my majesty, a majestic voice emanated from the crow. Surtur, do you know your sin? No, my body, my life flame. His words were fragmented. The yellow of the gods, Surtur began to burn out, his body shrinking as all his energy was absorbed by his skull, more precisely, by the eternal flame within it. In an instant, Surtur was reduced to the shape of an ox skull, with only tiny pinpricks of flame burning within. A wisp of the eternal flame flew out and was absorbed into the golden crow's belly. The golden color faded, and the demon Emperor Jun reappeared in a human form, adorned with a golden crown and splendid robes. Lin Feng looked at Surtur at his feet. The skull had returned to normal size. Impossible. I am the gods. Twilight, Surtur's obsession kept it from extinguishing completely. It's just wishful thinking, Lin Feng said softly, picking up the skull. You are just a powerful being. How can you challenge the laws of the universe? Gods are actually manifestations of laws, so, that's how it is. Surtur completely extinguished, and the demon Emperor Jun put it away. My power is exhausted. What a trouble. Lin Feng had accumulated so much power to maintain the golden crow's true form for just a few seconds. My clone's power is exhausted. Demon Emperor Dijin looked at Loki and the others who had come to his side and smiled. See you later. Illuminated by golden light, Demon Emperor Dijin's body transformed into golden feathers, then into tiny stars. Heroic feat accomplished. Rating SSS. Heroic feat evaluation completed. Heroic feat score, 1 million. Roleplay completed. Rating SSS. Roleplay score evaluation completed. Roleplay score, 1 million. Lin Feng looked at the roleplay points in the system, surprised and delighted. My roleplay score is so high this time. Could it be because of Demon Emperor Dijin's passing? Grief is more touching, that must be it, but he couldn't just keep letting characters die, and Demon Emperor Dijin's powers were quite useful, so he had to clarify. Demon Emperor Dijin has passed away to protect us. The first day of commemorating the Demon Emperor, the 20th day of heartbreak after the Demon Emperor's passing, Lin Feng almost laughed out loud as he logged into the official Demon Emperor Dijin zone. Demon Emperor Jun simply disappeared due to the exhaustion of his divine power as a clone. He's not dead. Please refrain from spreading rumors. He pinned this statement to the top of the page and logged off the official website. Knock knock. There was a knock on Lin Feng's door. Come in, Lin Feng said as Loki and Strange entered. Professor Lin Feng, we have a question, Strange said straight to the point. Regarding innate beings, Loki added. Please sit down. Lin Feng gestured to the sofa next to them, motioning for them to sit down, and he took a seat opposite. Did you feel that? Lin Feng knew that after seeing the true form of Demon Emperor Jun, they would undoubtedly be filled with questions. A strange feeling, as if my level is decreasing, Loki confided. That's the hierarchy of life, my opinion. As a doctor, Strange had in-depth knowledge of biology and the human body. Innate beings are manifestations of the rules. They are born powerful, mastering powerful rules. They even give rise to the rules themselves. Lin Feng looked at the two and asked, Asgard also has magic. Kamar Taj is full of mages, possessing methods to communicate with dimensions and draw energy. Are these similar? Do the sources of their power share the same source? Impossible. Magic originates from antiquity, based on magical talent and inherited spells, Loki flatly denied, saying seriously, the energy sources of the doctor's spells and mine are completely different. Our magic derives from our own magical power. Loki, have you ever considered that you are merely vessels for storing magical power, and we simply lack a vessel? Strange suggested. Indeed, that's true. To be precise, where the rules allow, magic is energy drawn and stored. Lin Feng nodded. All your magic and spells must follow the rules to be released, and the sources of your power are one, magic, and the other, spiritual power. Lin Feng pointed out, actually, that's a misunderstanding. Magic is merely energy drawn and stored. Magical talent determines the source of your ability to communicate. The same is true of spiritual power. It determines the source of your ability to communicate. Source. Both men's eyes were filled with confusion. Though they had imagined the existence of a fundamental source, they had been unable to reach it. One inherited ancient magic, the other studied spiritual power to connect with interdimensional forces. You mean, my magic also draws its power from the dimensions around me? Loki asked. So, using spiritual power can free me from the constraints of magic. Spiritual power has its limits. Strange patted Loki's shoulder and explained, I felt you unleash magic, and it also consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Your magic is faster and more explosive than mine, but I think I'm closer to the fundamental source that Professor Lin Feng spoke of. Strange is absolutely right, Lin Feng praised. You're worthy of being a doctor. but you haven't yet tapped into the fundamental source. Your application of the rules is still too feeble, fairly feeble. Loki's face flashed with anger, then faded. Indeed, it was feeble. Before the powerful god, their magic was as brilliant as fireworks, but useless. You must abandon your obsession with all magic spells and give up those frameworks, Lin Feng guided. Think about those who invented magic. What was the purpose? Similarly, how did the founder of Kamartaj invent spells? It is simplification. After Strange pondered for a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, it is to simplify these abstract powers that are difficult to understand and obtain, so that we can master them through practice. In ancient times, when there were no spells, people with magical talents would release powerful power when they were emotionally excited. Loki recalled the words in ancient books. All of this is meant to guide you to the origin, Lin Feng said calmly. But your path is still being explored, and you're still too far from the origin. Back to the previous question, the inherent suppression of innate beings is because they were born to carry the rules. They freely apply certain rules from birth, just like you were born knowing how to eat and drink. Seeing that the two understood, Lin Feng continued, even so, they are not the most powerful beings. There are also rules that they cannot use, and thus weapons were born, but that's all later. I mention it because what I'm going to talk about next is also related to weapons. These rules can be recorded and fully utilized. This thing exists within the origin. Among the Chinese gods, it's called the jade butterfly of creation, the jade butterfly of creation. The two had never imagined that there was an artifact that could carry the rules of all worlds. This overturned their understanding of artifacts. If you obtain it, will you be as powerful as the Chinese gods? Loki asked with anticipation. Giving it to you won't help, Lin Feng said, pouring cold water on them. Forgot your brother's hammer, his reminder made Loki sigh. Don't lose heart. According to Chinese historical records, at the peak of humanity's power, the human emperor surpassed most gods in strength. Lin Feng produced a ball of purple energy and said, humanity has enormous potential, but it lacks proper guidance. What is this? Strange and Loki gazed at the ball of energy, sensing its surging energy. Remnants of Hongmeng purple key. The remnant in Lin Feng's hand was the remnant of Hongmeng purple key he had redeemed in the system store. Its actual effectiveness was estimated to be less than 1/10 trillionth. After all, a single wisp of Hongmeng purple key could lead to sainthood. Something that can instantly empower a person, Lin Feng said. Aren't you curious about why I command the respect of those Chinese gods? Nothing comes without reason. Is it because of this energy? Loki's greed stirred. This energy is nothing. Lin Feng swallowed it in one gulp, his aura rising. Lin Feng's body slowly floated within the room, his sleeves moving without a breeze. As the two stared in astonishment, Lin Feng emanated the same aura they had sensed from the demon emperor, Emperor Jun. Soon, Lin Feng descended, his eyes flashing with golden light before dimming again. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were different. They respect me because I hold the source behind me, the true source. I call it, the way of heaven. That object just now can transform acquired power into innate power. Lin Feng gestured for the two to put aside their surprise and remain silent. Can we do this too? Loki asked excitedly. How can we obtain this miraculous object? Professor Lin Feng, I always obey your orders and am willing to serve you for life. He sensed Lin Feng's aura, and his decision to follow him was even more resolute. This kind of power was exactly what he had longed for. But this power is ultimately external. Chapter 282 Treasures in Space. Chapter 282, Treasures in Space 2024-12-25 Author, Good Monster Rhodes suggested using his Iron Man suit to explore the area, and everyone agreed. Rhodes donned his suit and plunged into the Earth's core, while everyone waited anxiously outside. Suddenly, a massive fireball burst from the cave, sending panicked waves. When the fireball landed, everyone realized it was Rhodes. They rushed to put out the fire and treat Rhodes' injuries. Rhodes described himself as having reached the gem but unable to retrieve it. The suit's power was rapidly depleting, forcing him to flee before it ran out. Everyone was helpless, frustrated by this mysterious force. Just then, members of the Barefoot Monster clan arrived. Lin Feng shared his dilemma with them, and the family members explained they had come to solve this problem. Everyone was amazed and asked him what clever solution they had. The Barefoot Monsters slowly explained that they had found the gem thanks to their unparalleled ability to navigate the magma within the Earth's core. They had intended to inform everyone of this earlier, but had neglected to do so. Furthermore, Lin Feng had left so early, and they worried that if they didn't arrive in time, they might not be able to retrieve the gem. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others were overjoyed. Previously helpless, with this help, their confidence grew, and they believed they could secure the gem. After some discussion, the barefoot monsters decided to send their strongest member deep into the Earth's core to retrieve the gem. A burly barefoot monster resolutely plunged into the Earth's core. The others waited anxiously above, gazing at the roiling lava below with a sense of trepidation. Rhodes, Thor, and the others looked worried, as the lava was extremely hot, raising concerns. Furthermore, the man had already been down there for a long time, and wondered if he might have met with misfortune. The other barefoot monsters reassured them, saying that since their elders had already descended, they had no fear. The long descent was due to their slow movement and the need for physical exertion. Everyone felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. At that moment, they suddenly sensed a powerful force surging below. Unaware of its source, everyone was on high alert, fearing some formidable threat. Soon, a hand emerged from the lava, followed by a head. It dawned on them that it was the barefooted monster who had descended into the lava. They hurriedly pulled it to the surface. Upon reaching the surface, the barefooted monster collapsed like an octopus. Though unafraid of the heat, the journey was immense, and the search for the gem had exhausted him. Without his extraordinary strength, he would have struggled to make it this far. Everyone cast expectant glances at him, inquiring if he had brought back the gem. The barefooted monster, knowing their expectations, pulled an orange gem from his bosom. Seeing the gem, everyone sensed its energy, confirming it was indeed the real thing. They were filled with excitement. Another gem had been found. Just then, a powerful spatial fluctuation was heard. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. This type of fluctuation was all too familiar. Rhodes and Thor also felt the familiar spatial fluctuation. Only their old enemy, Thanos, could cause such a stir. Everyone quickly deployed for battle. Lin Feng clutched the orange gem tightly. He knew Thanos was after the gem. While he didn't know how he knew its whereabouts, he couldn't let him get it. Hiding the gem within himself was the safest option. The barefoots, perplexed by the precarious situation, were bewildered. Rhodes and Thor quickly explained that a wicked individual was approaching, intent on stealing the gem. If it fell into their hands, it would be a cosmic disaster. Hearing this, the barefoots resolutely decided to lend a hand. Despite their rugged appearance, they cherished peace. Otherwise, with their strength, coexisting peacefully with other races would be difficult. Hearing of someone trying to disrupt the peace, they grew nervous and prepared to fight. Rhodes handed the magic box to Lin Feng, believing him to be the most powerful and the gem's safest care. Lin Feng nodded and placed a gem in the magic box. When Thanos arrived, he immediately took in the crowd, especially the mysterious power emanating from Yipan. He sensed it as an infinity stone. He had come for this purpose, but he hadn't expected to be beaten to the punch. Fuming with rage, he launched an attack. The barefoot tribe, seeing this, was furious. While they disliked fighting, that didn't mean they couldn't fight. Facing a formidable foe, they bravely stepped forward, blocking the way. Lin Feng was shocked by this scene. Knowing Thanos' strength, he worried the barefoot tribe wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was too late. Thanos' attack had already arrived. While the barefoot tribe possessed strength, they were lacking in other areas and were quickly defeated by Thanos. Seeing this, the tribe rushed to their aid, but to no avail. Lin Feng, observing this, summoned Rhodes and Thor to join the fray. These two, both formidable, engaged Thanos in a fierce battle, while the others provided support. Seeing Lin Feng's entry into the fray, Thanos' expression darkened. Knowing Lin Feng's strength, he approached him with extreme caution. The two sides engaged in a lengthy battle. Lin Feng saw wounded soldiers everywhere, especially the members of the barefoot tribe. Though powerful, they lacked combat experience and were no match for Thanos. At this rate, even if he could hold out, his tribe would be unable to withstand it. He had to end the battle quickly and heal his people. He signaled to Rhodes and Thor, who understood and struggled to stop Thanos. Seeing this, Thanos rushed towards Lin Feng, attempting to stop him from unleashing his immense power. However, Lin Feng's control of this power had become increasingly adept. He left behind a phantom, poised to strike. Thanos unleashed his full force, repelling the surrounding forces and charging directly at Lin Feng. However, his fist struck the phantom, instantly dispersing. The crowd cheered. Rhodes and Thor breathed a sigh of relief. While they had been outmatched by Thanos, they had managed to stall him for a moment. Lin Feng's composure in facing Thanos' attack must have been well prepared. As expected, it was only an illusion. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out. He harnessed the power of the Demon Emperor Digen, and a powerful aura surged forth once again. Thanos felt oppressed by this pressure. He had been defeated by this ability many times before and knew its power well. With Lin Feng around, his chances of obtaining the Infinity Stones were slim. Therefore, he decided to forego the stone and seek another remedy. He couldn't put himself in danger again for a single stone. He used his agility to swiftly retreat, fleeing the area and escaping on a spaceship. Seeing this, everyone, knowing they had escaped danger, rejoiced and cheered. However, when they saw the barefoot monsters scattered across the ground, a wave of discomfort welled up in their hearts. The barefoot monsters' families were especially heartbroken. These were their loved ones. Their family was already small, and with so many injured, they were truly fortunate to have been able to save them. Listening to the groans of the wounded, everyone felt a heavy weight on their hearts. At this moment, their eyes turned to Lin Feng. Seeing this, Ollie looked at them in confusion, wondering why they were all staring at Lin Feng. Rhodes and Thor quickly explained that among their group, Lin Feng possessed extraordinary and diverse abilities. One of these was a powerful healing ability, even more powerful and miraculous than the healing gem. They also recounted Lin Feng's past, including how he had helped Hawkeye regain his sight. Everyone was stunned. Healing injuries might be common, but restoring eyes for the blind was unheard of. Consequently, everyone looked at Lin Feng with fervent anticipation, hoping he would help. Lin Feng, sensing the crowd's anticipation, turned to the injured members of the Barefoot clan. However, upon examination, he found their injuries to be far from optimistic. Despite their physiques, Thanos' power was too great. These injuries were severe for them, and without Lin Feng's abilities, they would likely have collapsed long ago. Lin Feng was also exhausted, and helping them would undoubtedly leave him weakened for a while. However, he gritted his teeth and decided to save the others first. After all, they had come here to help him find the orange gem. Not only had they given him the green gem, but they had also provided clues to the orange gem. And in the previous battle, they had bravely defended him. How could Lin Feng stand by and watch? So, he activated his healing powers, and a green glow emanated from his body. Everyone was struck by the green light. The power within it was even more intense than that of the healing gem, instantly covering every barefoot monster's wound. A miracle had occurred. Everyone's injuries healed at a visible rate, quickly healing. Lin Feng felt a wave of weakness, and those around him hurriedly helped him to his feet. The barefoot monsters cheered at their loved one's recovery, and their attitude towards Lin Feng changed dramatically. Back at the barefoot monsters' territory, they presented Lin Feng with their treasured delicacies, inviting him to a seat at the head of the table and expressing their deep gratitude. The food was unique, some even unique to this area, preserved fresh and unspoiled by their special abilities. Everyone marveled at the delicious food. After a while, Lin Feng had fully recovered and asked to return to Earth. Ollie, upon hearing this, felt a pang of reluctance. He had forged a deep friendship with the barefoot monsters, sharing many experiences. Furthermore, his previous life on Mercury had been monotonous and filled with cold, routine tasks. Therefore, he hesitated whether to stay here and live with the barefoot monsters. He looked at Rod, Thor, and the others, with whom he had forged a deep friendship. Although they also had missions to return to Earth, they were also filled with reluctance to see Lin Feng off. The barefoot monsters had even personally escorted them away, and they were impressed by Ollie's performance. They felt Ollie was quite capable and that a trip to Earth might enhance their own strength. So, Lin Feng suggested taking Ollie with him to Earth. Rod and Thor nodded eagerly. Ollie was cheerful and knowledgeable, and talking to him was always a pleasure. They had enjoyed a wonderful time together and didn't want to be apart unless absolutely necessary. It would be even better if Ollie could go to Earth. They could spend more time together and continue their happy lives. Ollie's interest was also stirred. He had heard of Earth's prosperity and bustle, and had always longed for it. Although he had never been there before, he had always envied it. He disliked the lonely life, so he had always wanted to visit Earth but had never taken the plunge. Now his friends invited him to Earth, and this desire was rekindled. After discussing it with everyone, Ollie decided to go with them. Upon returning to Earth, everyone rushed to greet them. The trip was fruitful. Not only had they recovered the Power Stone stolen by Loki, But they had also found the healing stone and the orange stone. Everyone was curious to see Ollie, a newcomer. Rot and Thor saw this and quickly introduced him to everyone. Fortunately, everyone present was warm and welcoming, and Ollie's conversation was harmonious. Ollie, a natural conversationalist and knowledgeable, quickly became a good friend. Japan, reassured by this, prepared to hand over the stones to SHIELD. Everyone agreed and decided to go together. Once inside SHIELD, the people inside were astonished to see them bring back 2 stones. They claimed that this was Lin Feng's achievement and would definitely claim credit for it. However, Lin Feng cared little for the credit, longing for a free and unfettered life. After a conversation with them, the SHIELD personnel wanted to see the 2 gems for themselves. Upon obtaining them, they discovered they were truly miraculous, possessing the same power as the Power Stone. SHIELD prepared to lock the gems in a safe, claiming that it was constructed with the world's most advanced technology and unbreakable. However, others remained concerned, especially Black Widow. She felt the security measures were inadequate. While they might be effective against ordinary people, they would be a piece of cake for powerful enemies who coveted the Infinity Stones. Therefore, she did not believe that keeping the gems in the safe was safe. However, she also understood that this was not her decision, and forcing her objection could only lead to misunderstandings. So, she chose to remain silent, believing that keeping the gems with Lin Feng was the safest option. The power of these gems was still unstable, and if uncontrolled, it could destroy the entire place. However, Lin Feng possessed immense power, capable of controlling them. Even Thanos was no match for him. Therefore, placing the gem in his hands was the safest option. Even if not with him, then with the Ancient One would be fine. After all, he had previously kept the Space Stone, and no one had dared to take it. After the dust settled, everyone returned to their respective residences. Meanwhile, Ollie accompanied Rod and Thor to explore new places. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the outcome of the incident. Feeling his strength improve, he immediately returned to seclusion and practice. After several practices, he discovered that each time he used the power of the Demon Emperor Digen, the charging time was gradually shortening. This surprised him, especially when he recalled the battle with Thanos, when the charging time had been greatly shortened. 183. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin. 183. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin. 2024-09-20 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 182, Tracing the Origin. This item was actually obtained by Lin Feng in exchange for points, to lure the 2 of them. Becoming a god is tempting enough, but is there a power more powerful than that? Strange wanted to seek clarification, but found that his doubts were even greater. Although gods are powerful, they also have their limitations. Everything is relative, Lin Feng explained. Only the power gained through one's own efforts is the most reliable. My situation is different from yours. You didn't come here to listen to my stories, you yearn for power. Lin Feng's words revealed their thoughts. Your master, the Ancient One, has entered the outer reaches of the Origin, and she has not yet fallen. Back in Sakura, Lin Feng sensed a powerful soul entering the multidimensional realm, drawing energy. Not dead, Strange was surprised and delighted. Will she come back? Perhaps not. She's pursuing the Origin, how could she turn back? Lin Feng shook his head. She's completed her mission and will continue to explore the source of all things. She's a seeker of the Tao. Power is only a manifestation of the Tao. Once you obtain it, you'll understand. Loki pondered, and Strange stopped asking questions. Return to the Origin, and your strength will naturally increase. Lin Feng felt he had made himself clear. Loki and Strange left, each with their own concerns. As soon as they were gone, Chen Haitian hurried over. Lin Feng, what happened to His Majesty the Demon King? Chen Haitian was extremely anxious. Is it really? He didn't dare to talk about death. Speak nicely. Are you asking if he's fallen? Lin Feng said, sitting down. Yes, Chen Haitian observed Lin Feng's indifferent expression. He felt that Lin Feng was the only one who didn't take the gods seriously. However, Lin Feng did have the ability to do so, as if all the gods were trying to please him. It's just that his clone's power is exhausted, so he won't be appearing for the foreseeable future. Lin Feng shrugged. You came here in person just to ask that? Just say it, don't hold it in. Well, short videos are all the rage lately, and our official publicity department wants to film some, Chen Haitian said a little embarrassedly. Old Zhang, aren't you in charge of this? Lin Feng remembered that Chen Haitian wasn't in charge of this. My job now is to liaise with you, and the authorities don't want those unscrupulous people getting close to you, Chen Haitian explained. You can record the video. What's the content? Lin Feng looked up at Chen Haitian, who was holding his phone. Just talk about the recent situation of great god Yang Jian and His Majesty the Demon King. Just a few words. Chen Haitian had already struck a pose. Okay, start. At Lin Feng's gesture, he hit the record button on his phone. As for the Demon King, whom everyone is concerned about, he hasn't perished as the rumors claim. He's merely a clone. Great god Yang Jian is unable to appear due to uncontrollable circumstances. This is a matter of personal privacy. As for Yang Jian's relationship issues, 20 minutes later, Chen Haitian contentedly put away his phone. By the way, tell the authorities to be prepared for war at any time, Lin Feng reminded Chen Haitian. What? Prepare for war? Chen Haitian's heart leaped to his throat at that. The United States? Chen Haitian asked, puzzled. No. It's my sister, the king of New Asgard. Loki reappeared after sending Strange away. My sister will never give up. He approached Chen Haitian and reminded him, make sure to have a plan to evacuate the crowd at any time. Your sister, Chen Haitian repeated, his expression softening slightly. Loki saw what was on Chen Haitian's mind. Hela's power is far beyond my reach. She was as powerful as my father, Loki warned Chen Haitian. If she arrives, even the Chinese gods will not be able to ignore her. Surtur's arrival this time is a test. The news of the Demon King's fall must have reached Asgard. She is ambitious and will surely lead the Asgardian army. We have the gods and Professor Lin Feng. We can handle it, Chen Haitian retorted, looking at the somewhat aggressive Loki. Does humanity only survive under the protection of the gods? Loki's words struck Chen Haitian like lightning. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge can transport armies to any place in the 9 realms. If a large army arrives, it will cause tremendous devastation. Even if Hela is defeated, the dead cannot be resurrected. Loki looked at Chen Haitian deeply, then turned and sighed. When you have the power, don't stand idly by. He walked away, his figure looking somewhat lonely. Lin Feng, what's wrong with him? Chen Haitian understood Loki's personality. Nothing, probably something to do with his parents. Lin Feng knew Odin's death had profoundly impacted Loki. Loki's pursuit of power was primarily driven by a desire to protect. Surtur has been destroyed, Lord of the Gods, Heldam reported to Hela. Hela stood atop Asgard's tallest building, overlooking the assembling army of the dead below. It seems we need to take a long-term approach. The Chinese gods are surprisingly powerful. She was not one for recklessness. As a victorious general, she excelled at using wisdom. Lord of the Gods, the god who fought Surtur has fallen. Although China has been denying the rumors, I have observed his disappearance. Heimdall spoke again. His Majesty the Thunder God said that Yang Jian is unable to descend to Blue Planet for some reason. Since the Chinese gods have been unable to descend during this period, I believe this is a good opportunity. Heimdall, there's still time for Asgard's army to assemble. Hela responded decisively upon hearing the news. Asgard's army will soon descend on Blue Star. Hela intends to conquer the 9 realms, and Blue Star is a crucial battleground. The Chinese gods must also be annihilated. She refuses to be inferior to her father. She aims to build an empire even more powerful than Odin's. Still can't find that Thanos? Hela asks, speaking into the air. Yes, Lord of the Gods. That madman has vanished from my sight. Ignore him for now. Focus on Blue Star. If the Chinese gods appear, record their information, Hela instructs. Yes, Lord of the Gods, Heimdall responds respectfully. At Lin Feng's home on Blue Star, Thor whispers his thanks. Thank you. I'll tell Professor Lin Feng. Heimdall is one of Odin's most loyal servants. He controls the Rainbow Bridge connecting the 9 realms, a trust bestowed upon him by Odin without reservation. In return, Heimdall unconditionally supports Odin's decisions. The heir to the throne of Asgard is, in fact, Thor, the god of thunder. The moment Odin fell, Heimdall saw Thor as the new king of Asgard. Supporting Hela was, in reality, a defense of Asgard. Odin's past conquests were not glorious in their eyes. While the conquest of the 9 realms brought Asgard fame, it also resulted in countless casualties, both among Asgardians and those of other races. Ultimately, it was an act of aggression and robbery. Heimdall knew Hela's character well. Once she made a decision, she would never give up easily. He had already spoken with Thor when the Bifrost was being repaired. Thor had doubted his own ability to rule Asgard and even considered giving the throne to Hela as compensation for her years of imprisonment. However, after Heimdall informed Thor of Hela's decree, Thor firmly opposed the war. Only by defeating Hela can you ascend to the throne and prevent this war. Heimdall's words echoed in Thor's ears. I understand. In that case, you should inherit the throne. The people of Asgard need a strong leader. Without a benevolent and wise monarch, the country will fall into chaos. After learning the latest developments in Asgard, Lin Feng said to Thor, no one is born a qualified monarch, but there will be people to assist you. Don't forget, you are Odin's designated crown prince. Thor pondered for a moment and nodded. Go ahead, brother, Loki encouraged him. Loki, why don't I give the throne to you? Thor looked at Loki and suddenly had an idea. You are the most suitable king of Asgard. Haven't you always wanted to be king? I can declare my resignation and let you rule Asgard. No, brother, I have new pursuits now, Loki flatly refused. The throne has lost its allure for me. I simply want to stay by teacher Lin Feng's side and pursue greater power. You are Odin's designated crown prince. This is your responsibility, not mine. Like a true god, bravely accept your fate. Thor sighed and accepted the reality. What are your thoughts on the Demon Emperor Daejun incident? Is it a Chinese smokescreen, or is it true? In the conference room of the U.S. presidential palace, a middle-aged man presided over the meeting. President Henry, I think it's true. Professor Lin Feng has uploaded the video, and it's garnered over 1 billion views in just 1 hour, a senior U.S. official analyzed. Now all the information on the Chinese gods is in Lin Feng's hands. I don't think he has any reason to lie. Also, from what I understand, while he supports the nation, he's more concerned with the interests of humanity. During Surtur's invasion, he immediately released those alien gods upon learning of the news. I think we should maintain a good relationship with him. As the new president, Henry prioritized stability. The previous president paid the price for his missteps, becoming the shortest-serving president in U.S. history. I have just taken office. I think we should no longer be hostile to China and avoid making stupid mistakes. Henry decided to change his foreign policy towards China. We need to strive for the protection of the Chinese gods, which is inseparable from a friendly attitude towards China. If it were not for the appearance of the demon Emperor Jin, our country would have faced destruction in this invasion of Surtur. Jinchen was completely destroyed. This incident tells us that there are unknown forces in this world that we cannot control. The official should conduct friendly diplomacy with China, and everything that the former president has acknowledged should be handed over to China. He looked at the unwilling crowd and advised, I know you are unwilling. And I am not willing to do so, but this is what we must do. Don't damage the overall interests of the United States because of personal emotions. Isn't this incident enough to show how small our power is? But, as a big country like us, do we still need to seek protection from others? Someone expressed everyone's thoughts. Of course not. We need time to develop. Our country has no gods. Henry looked at the crowd and said seriously, our country doesn't have a long history, nor the rich heritage of China, but we have the brightest minds on the planet, and the power of humanity cannot be ignored. I've contacted Tony Stark and Banner, SHIELD, as the agency responsible for defending against unknown forces, is working hard to create powerful weapons capable of countering gods. As the President of the United States, Henry knew that humanity couldn't rely solely on gods, especially since their country lacked them. His first act upon taking office was to contact Tony Stark, pleading with him to return to the United States and work with Banner on powerful weapons. He firmly believed that humanity was powerful and didn't need to rely solely on the protection of gods. Stark, we should research a new weapon, Banner offered. I can transform, but I lack a powerful weapon. If I could have a weapon capable of killing gods, my strength would be greatly enhanced. Don't you think current nuclear bombs aren't powerful enough? Tony Stark, holding his glass, looked at Banner with amusement. Surtur is immune to nuclear bombs. How about strengthening your armor, increasing its offensive and defensive capabilities? Banner asked doubtfully. If it were possible, I would have done it long ago. Not now. Tony Stark shook his head, put down his glass, and walked to the test bench. I want to create a self-aware Iron Man, its consciousness freely traversing the network, controlling thousands of robots. It could appear anywhere in the world at any time, assemble its own body, and be as powerful as those gods who can clone themselves. It could be omnipresent, protecting ordinary humans. I've created a simple framework based on my armor systems. Now I need you to refine it and give it an independent consciousness. Banner stood beside Tony Stark, nodded, and then asked, wouldn't you consider making me a powerful weapon, Banner? Tony Stark looked at Banner affectionately. After you transform, do you think the Hulk would enjoy using weapons? Banner frowned slightly, then awkwardly picked up Tony Stark's glass and said, "Just forget I said anything, that's my glass," Tony Stark reminded him. "I've already thought of a name for it, let's call it Ultron. This time we are going to get to know in depth the famous Ji Yin Taoist among the 7 saints of China. He is the chief of the Western Patriarchs. The treasures he holds include the 12-rank Golden Lotus of Merit. Unfortunately, due to a mistake made by his disciples, the Golden Lotus was downgraded from the 12th rank to the 9th rank. In addition, there are the Ji Yin Divine Banner and the King Lian Treasure Color Flag, the latter being one of the 5 divine flags. The focus of Lin Feng's narration this time is the Ji Yin Taoist, who is at the same level as Patriarch Tuangshan. 184. Chapter 183 The fog dissipated and the fairy island appeared. 183. The mist dispersed, and the immortal island appeared. 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 183. The mist dispersed, and the immortal island appeared. Although Ji Yin Taoist is slightly less powerful than Tong Yuan, at the peak of his powers, Tong Yuan Patriarch's immortal slaying sword formation was unbreakable. If it weren't for the combined efforts of Lao Tzu and Yuan Shiqianzun, no one in this prehistoric world could rival Tong Yuan Patriarch. Professor Chen Haitian, is the introduction of new gods related to the absence of great god Yang Jian and others? A reporter asked worriedly. After all, Chen Haitian had mentioned that great god Yang Jian and demon emperor Di Jun were unable to appear for some reason. Everyone couldn't help but worry about whether the gods would come to their aid in the event of another crisis. Not really, they're just temporarily unavailable. Chen Haitian noticed that frequent appearances of the same character actually reduced his points. The system encouraged him to try more roles, as portraying a single character couldn't fully capture the richness and diversity of the Chinese gods. So when will the new god appear? Will it also be when humanity is in danger? A female reporter asked curiously. Actually, you've always had a misunderstanding, Chen Haitian smiled, sparking everyone's curiosity. He continued, the gods have always been with us. Everyone looked around, seeing only familiar and unfamiliar reporters. Are you saying that the gods are among humans and have never left? Someone seemed to understand. My friend, you're both right and wrong. Chen Haitian's words left everyone baffled. The gods aren't among humans, but exist on Blue Planet, though we can hardly perceive them. He opened the system and whispered, exchange for a C-rank guide Taoist card for 1.5 million, exchange for a fairy island for 2.5 million, exchange for a C-rank guide Taoist card has been successfully placed in the host's backpack, exchange for a fairy island has been successfully placed. The fairy island can be placed as the host wishes. This was part of Chen Haitian's plan, but the god's appearance alone wouldn't be enough to shock the world. The fairy island, as a symbol of the god's abode, would surely attract the world's attention. Playing the role of Ji Yin Taoist again will surely earn you a ton of points. The gods are awakening. We need to patiently wait for them to awaken. With that, Chen Haitian turned and left, heading for the East China Sea to establish the immortal island. He intended to make this scene public. Let's create some imagery first. Chen Haitian gazed at a warship at sea and thought to himself, it's you guys. After Chen Haitian disappeared, a thick fog suddenly rose around the warship, and those aboard panicked. What's going on? Why has such a thick fog suddenly appeared at sea? It was a Chinese warship, and the captain was giving orders from the cockpit. Captain, we've been sailing at full speed for an hour, but we still can't get out of this fog, the pilot reported in a panic. In all his years of piloting warships, he had never encountered such a situation. Have we fallen into some strange dimension? The co-pilot asked in confusion. After all, now that the gods have appeared, anything strange could happen. A bright moon rose over the sea, slowly emerging from the rippling waters. The fog began to dissipate, revealing a small island faintly within the mist. Strange cries echoed from the island. The bright moon rose into the island and disappeared. A closer look revealed the island to be right before our eyes. A golden light erupted from the island, and the fog thickened once more. Seeing the fog approaching again, the captain quickly directed the ship to steer clear. When the fog stopped chasing them, the crew members stared at the lingering mist, their hearts filled with shock beyond words. Captain, you're old and experienced. What's going on? The crew member asked, gazing at the mist. Let's run a detector. Maybe we're just being overly alarmed, the captain shouted. Nature is amazing. This could just be a mirage, we have to trust science. A moment later, The captain's face darkened. Captain, we've checked. There's no island nearby, only water. Based on the landmarks we saw earlier, the satellite also shows this area as water. Look, that's our warship. We can even see a grain of rice falling on it, the inspector said with a look of horror. He stared at the dense fog less than 100 meters away, then at the satellite imagery, his eyes filled with panic. Use sonar, the captain ordered. Sonar only shows seawater, the inspector replied, his fingers trembling slightly. Fog can be detected. Is it really a mirage? Someone asked doubtfully. We all breathed in water vapor just now, it's not fake, the crew nodded. Report it, the captain said, gazing at the fog. Report everything about a bright moon, the golden light, and the sounds coming from the island. 3 days later, fishermen from Sakura country strayed into a strange fog and saw a large, colorful bird soaring above the island and a crimson sun rising from the sea. 5 days later, a U.S. expeditionary ship arrived, entered the strange fog, and emerged 3 days later, recording a wealth of data. The U.S. declared the island unclaimed, free for exploitation by all mankind, just like a planet in the universe. Sakura country, however, argued that the waters were close to them, and therefore the island belonged to them. Chinese officials responded by stating that the foggy island was ancient and warranted careful consideration. After all, it was not on the Chinese continental shelf, and China would not act arbitrarily. 10 days later, the fog moved to Chinese territory, only 100 miles from the Chinese mainland. U.S. officials expressed a willingness to pay a price and hoped to jointly develop and study the island with China. The Sakura country also acknowledged China's sovereignty over the foggy island and expressed its desire to participate in the research. Everyone, please be quiet, Chen Haitian, the leader of the research team, which included researchers from the Sakura country, the United States, and other countries, said. After we summarized the data, we entered the fog to explore many times. Now let me summarize the main information we got. Chen Haitian sat in the main seat, holding a paper in his hand and said, the island cannot be observed, and the fog will change over time. The creatures that have appeared include colorful large birds, dark ink-colored donkey-hoofed scales and armored animals, and white-haired giant gorillas. The visions include golden light, a huge sun rising from the sea, and a glowing crescent moon. After finishing speaking, Chen Haitian looked at everyone and asked, if you have any ideas, feel free to tell us. I think Professor Chen Haitian should be involved. He should know more about these things, a Chinese researcher spoke up. Professor Chen Haitian doesn't have time. We'll report to him once we get the data. As soon as Chen Haitian finished speaking, researchers from other countries complained in dissatisfaction. We've worked so hard on this research, and we're giving it to someone who's getting something for nothing. Since he's not coming, he shouldn't be looking at this stuff anymore. He's not needed here. Chen Haitian looked at the group and said, is that what you all mean? He has a point. We've worked so hard on this research and analysis, why should we let others take the credit? An American researcher said, even without him, we could find a way to reach the island. He had just finished when hurried footsteps were heard. Dong dong dong, calm down. What's with all the panic? Chen Haitian scolded. The fog has cleared. Hearing this, Chen Haitian hurried out. The responsive researchers followed closely behind. The deck was instantly packed. The fog surrounding the island had nearly dissipated, revealing the island itself, a faint golden glow, its peak dotted with magnificent buildings. There was no sign of life anywhere, and a blazing sun hung high above the island. This is the full view of the island. It's undoubtedly a fairy island. Where are those strange creatures? Have they gone into hiding? This is a great discovery of the new era. If we can reach the island, we will surely leave a lasting mark in history, everyone was discussing. I suggest we set off immediately for the fairy island, an American researcher excitedly suggested. He couldn't wait to set foot on the fairy island and explore its secrets. Don't be too impatient. Our instruments can't detect anything other than the naked eye, Chen Haitian reminded everyone. Professor Lin Feng is more knowledgeable about this kind of thing. I've already reported this to him. He told us to be patient. This might be a place where gods cultivate. He told us to wait for him to arrive before making a decision. Mr. Chen, I think you're waiting for him to take the credit, the Sakura country researcher said disdainfully. You really are a good friend of Professor Lin Feng, but you have to consider us too. We still need to submit research data. Knowing that it was a place where gods cultivate, they were even more reluctant to wait for Lin Feng's arrival. Everyone, prepare to take the boat over now. Each country formed its own group, and no one was willing to share their findings. Chen Haitian informed Lin Feng of the situation. That's fine, let them try. The gods' cultivation grounds aren't easily accessible. Lin Feng hadn't dismantled all the formations. If they wanted to ascend, they still needed Lin Feng's permission. The mysterious misty island that had appeared in the East China Sea had already caused a sensation online. Chen Haitian's team had a dedicated group responsible for recording the live broadcast. Everyone, as you just saw, Professor Lin Feng said this fairy island is the gods' cultivation ground. Chen Haitian smiled at the camera. Professor Lin Feng advised that we should be well prepared and not act rashly, but everyone is very enthusiastic about reaching the island. I'll keep you updated with the latest information, he gestured, and the team put away their recording equipment. Upload this online, he instructed. Mr. Chen, other countries are hiding their research. So why are we broadcasting it live? A long-legged, beautiful Chinese researcher asked in confusion. Would that make our research freely available? Narrow-minded. This is the work of all mankind, Chen Haitian criticized. He wasn't actually that conscious, it was all Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng was certainly trying to attract attention, he needed points. This time, we Americans will definitely be the first to reach the fairy island. The American team set off first, their small yacht already prepared. This was their own equipment, clearly intending to reach the island early and obtain first-hand information. They advanced quickly, only a kilometer from the island. 10 minutes later, they were still a kilometer away. They began to panic, as teams from other countries were already catching up. Half an hour later, everyone clearly realized what was happening. After another attempt, everyone returned to the deck. Mr. Chen, you're so dishonest. You knew there was a problem, yet you watched us make a fool of ourselves. What hypocritical Chinese people, the American researchers returned, glaring angrily at Chen Haitian. I've already warned you to wait for Professor Lin Feng. You don't understand the affairs of the gods, and neither do we, Chen Haitian explained. This matter can only be handled by Professor Lin Feng. I refuse to believe we can't reach the immortal island without Lin Feng. Unconvinced, the American researcher led his team to try again. Researchers from other countries didn't try again, but instead engaged in a discussion with Chen Haitian. Mr. Chen, we were wrong just now. Why don't you ask Professor Lin Feng what we should do? A researcher from the Sakura country smiled and said, we can wait for Professor Lin Feng to arrive and even help. Chen Haitian understood their meaning and said, don't worry, you won't lose out on the credit. How could Professor Lin Feng steal the credit from you? Professor Lin Feng didn't say anything, just said we need to wait. So let's wait. Lin Feng was waiting for the public's expectations to reach their peak. I really want to go take a look around. Professor Lin Feng just announced that this seems to be the place where the gods cultivate. Professor Lin Feng said we have to wait for the gods' permission before we can land on the island. These people are so rude. This fairy island is the gods' home. Going there is like trespassing. People around the world were discussing this online. Ding dong, Chen Haitian checked his phone. It was a message from Lin Feng. He glanced at it, his expression a little strange. Is it from Professor Lin Feng? The beautiful Chinese researcher asked. Upon hearing her words, everyone gathered around. Yes, but the content, Chen Haitian's expression was strange. He laughed and said, it's nothing. I'll tell you, Professor Lin Feng said that in ancient times, to reach the place where the gods cultivated, one needed immortal affinity, not everyone could go there. Simply put, the gods had to be pleased with you, so now we need to find someone who can reach the fairy island. That person is the key. After Chen Haitian finished speaking, someone asked, what is immortal affinity? It means the gods are willing to see you, Chen Haitian explained. Seeing the puzzled looks, he added, those are Professor Lin Feng's exact words. How do I know who the gods of this fairy island favor? Will they even put up a sign telling us who they want to see? As Chen Haitian finished speaking, a giant, colorful bird appeared on the fairy island. Buzz, a strange cry echoed in everyone's ears. It's the unknown creature we've observed. It's finally appeared, everyone exclaimed in delight. The American, who was closest, quickly pulled out his camera to film. It's a fairy phoenix, Lin Feng said after responding to the photo Chen Haitian had taken. Before anyone could take a closer look, the colorful bird transformed into a 60-meter-tall, ancient stone monument. Chapter 283 The past is gone. Chapter 283, Past Events, Passing Clouds 2024-12, 26 Author, Good Monster. Therefore, he firmly believed that if he retreated for a while longer, he would achieve further breakthroughs. With this in mind, he headed straight back. In the evening, Rod and Thor brought Ollie back to his room. Seeing the three return, Lin Feng was curious. This was Ollie's first time on Earth. Ollie didn't have a permanent residence here, and they had already been enjoying themselves until nightfall. As the owner of this place, Lin Feng felt it was inappropriate to keep Ollie outdoors, so he proposed to move him to a room near his own room. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, agreeing without hesitation. There were several vacant rooms near his own, so Ollie wouldn't mind staying there. He returned to his room, retrieved the keys to the vacant rooms, and had them prepare one for Ollie. After making arrangements, he returned to his room to continue his training. Rod and Thor, familiar with his habits, didn't disturb him. They thought, no wonder this man was so powerful. He always seized every spare moment to cultivate. With such fervor, how could he not be strong? Lin Feng had gradually mastered the use of this power. Now, it took him no time to mobilize all his strength to launch an attack. After a period of experimentation, he finally felt satisfied and prepared to rest. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly felt someone intruding into the yard. At first, he thought it was Ollie and ignored it. But then, he thought it might not be the case and wondered if Rod and Thor were joking. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Although these two people could sometimes act unruly, they would never disturb him at a critical moment. They had never come when he was cultivating, which puzzled him. He could sense two different auras. Besides Ollie, there was someone else. At this thought, his face suddenly changed. No one had come since he moved in. There must be something fishy going on. But there was nothing particularly eye-catching about him. Even if they were after the treasure, they shouldn't have come to him. Why would they come to him? He was puzzled. However, he wanted to use this opportunity to test his abilities. He immediately activated his ability and surveyed his surroundings. Sure enough, besides Ollie, there was another unfamiliar presence in his room, right beside him. Lin Feng suspected this person might be looking for Ollie. This also explained why no one had been there before, but had been since Ollie moved in. He ignored the situation and continued his cultivation. After a while, seeing that night had grown late, he reflected that he hadn't rested in a while. While his current state no longer required rest, long-established habits made him decide to go anyway. Seeing nothing unusual next door, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps nothing had happened. He had been out searching for gems and guarding against sneak attacks, a myriad of tasks. The sheer chaos and disorganization had left him feeling a bit nervous. He chuckled to himself and fell into deep sleep. Sometime later, he sensed something unusual in the next room, suggesting something more serious was going on. He was about to get up to investigate, but suddenly heard Ollie's screams. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He had a foreboding premonition, perhaps something had happened to Ollie. He quickly dropped what he was holding and hurried off. Just as Lin Feng was about to enter Ollie's room, he saw a figure sprint out. He chased after it without hesitation. The figure hadn't anticipated the ambush outside, and seeing no escape, it turned and engaged Lin Feng. As the figure drew closer, Lin Feng saw that it was dressed in yellow and covered with a veil, obscuring its features. However, its skill revealed its formidable martial arts skills. It must have been sent here, otherwise it wouldn't explain why it would target Ollie. The figure in yellow lunged directly at Lin Feng, stabbing him with a dagger. Lin Feng concluded that the figure must be part of an organization and had killed many before, otherwise he wouldn't have such skill. While the figure in yellow possessed some skill, it was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Lin Feng dodged the attack with ease, then used his strength to capture the man. A golden force surged from Lin Feng's hands. This force, like silk threads, intertwined in the air. Soon, it formed a web. Then, the net lunged directly at the yellow-clad assassin. Observing this, the assassin, horrified, turned and attempted to flee. However, he was too slow and was firmly engulfed by the net. The net held a mysterious power, preventing him from moving. He tried to pierce it with his dagger, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. The net had completely bound him, preventing him from even moving, let alone escaping. Lin Feng returned to Ollie's room and found him lying in a pool of blood. He quickly helped Ollie to his feet, discovering multiple wounds. He used his abilities to heal Ollie's wounds. Afterward, he was filled with rage. The wounds showed that Ollie had suffered severe damage. Fortunately, He had discovered the situation in time and used his healing abilities to heal him. Otherwise, if he had been a step later, even he would have been powerless to save him. He was filled with confusion. Who could these people be so vicious? As far as he knew, Ollie had never been to Earth and had no enemies there. Their appearance was truly bizarre. Ollie had just arrived and was attacked like this. Fortunately, he lived next door to him, otherwise, if Ollie died, he would be unable to explain himself. Moreover, Ollie had been invited to Earth by them. If he failed to take good care of him, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them. He then looked at the man in yellow next to him. He questioned him about the attack on Ollie, but no matter how he questioned him, he received no response. The man in yellow remained silent. Meanwhile, the people outside had noticed something was amiss and rushed over. When Lin Feng told them what had happened, they were also shocked. They told Lin Feng that they could handle the matter, as they were experienced in interrogating prisoners. Lin Feng thought it made sense and handed the matter over to them. Sometime later, they returned with a report. Everyone looked gravely upon seeing the result, clearly not promising. They discovered from the yellow-clad figure that he belonged to a group called the Yellow Organization. Originally, this organization had no connection to them. Furthermore, they had always kept a low profile, so few knew of their existence. However, this time, upon seeing Ollie arrive on Earth, they attacked. Hearing this, everyone became even more confused. Hadn't Ollie been to Earth before? Why was he involved with this organization? The figure seemed to sense their confusion and explained that Earth was merely a branch of this organization. They had bases on Earth and elsewhere. This organization and Ollie had always been at odds. Everyone nodded in agreement, but they were still baffled by the underlying connection between the two forces. They speculated that this person was likely targeting Ollie. After all, this was their territory, and this incident had occurred there. It would be better to hand this person over to Ollie. This suggestion was met with widespread agreement, believing it was the best course of action. Soon, Ollie regained consciousness. Finding himself gravely wounded, he was filled with resentment. This was Earth, after all, not his Mercury territory. On Mercury, he could draw upon the forces of nature and would never have been ambushed by this man. He recalled his own unrivaled strength, unmatched in strength. Even on Mercury, he was a dominant force, yet he never expected to be ambushed by such a minor figure. Humiliated and enraged, he slew the yellow-clad foe. The others observed this, saying it was a joint decision. But they were curious about Ollie's connection to the Yellow Organization that had led them to pursue him and murder him. Ollie sighed and slowly unfolded their story. Mercury was far from what it is today. Back then, Mercury was a land of disorder. A powerful force within it was the Yellow Organization. At one point, they were incredibly powerful, akin to a local tyrant. Later, some grew dissatisfied with their rule, and Ollie was one of them. Witnessing the chaos and disorder on Mercury, Ollie grew discontented. He then gathered his forces, intent on restoring order and ending the chaos on Mercury. He was one of many who shared the same vision. Led by Ollie, they established a new order on Mercury. However, this new order also conflicted with the interests of many, including the Yellow Organization. This led to a deep feud between the two sides, and war ensued. On Mercury, however, Ollie had a large army and strong defenses. Furthermore, Ollie could harness the local natural energies, making him invincible. The Yellow Organization remained unsuccessful. They subsequently moved elsewhere, continuing to encroach on territory. However, Ollie had rarely left Mercury since that battle, remaining firmly within his own territory. This provided an opportunity for the Yellow Organization. At some point, they had also established a base on Earth. When Ollie arrived on Earth some time ago, they became aware of this and immediately reported it to the Yellow Organization's leadership. They saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as Ollie had brought only a small number of men with him. Furthermore, on Earth, he could not draw on the natural forces, and was at his weakest. If they could seize this opportunity to defeat or kill him, they would eliminate a significant threat. Furthermore, if he died on Earth, they might be able to shift the blame onto Earth. Ollie held immense influence on Mercury, and his death there would be difficult to explain. It could even spark a new war between Mercury and Earth. In this way, they could simply sit back and watch the clash unfold, perhaps even profiting from it. Their plan was elaborate, and they dispatched their most skilled assassins to seize this opportunity to kill Ollie. However, they were caught by Lin Feng just as they succeeded, before they could even flee. Given enough time, their plan might have succeeded. At the very least, Ollie would have been seriously injured. And relations between the two planets would have taken a sharp turn for the worse. Everyone present was shocked by Ollie's words and thankful they had discovered their conspiracy in actions in time. Otherwise, if a new war had broken out, countless innocent lives would have been lost on both sides. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng, hoping he would seize this opportunity to completely eradicate this organization. After all, such a terrifying organization, so hostile to Earth, establishing a base on Earth was like a bomb buried right beside them. They couldn't rest easy unless they completely eliminated it. Lin Feng, understanding their concerns, nodded and promised to help Ollie deal with the organization. Ollie explained that the Yellow Organization would cause widespread unrest wherever they went. After unifying Mercury, he had allowed many organizations to remain, but the Yellow Organization was the only one he hadn't kept, believing they would only destroy Mercury. For the sake of peace on his home planet, he had no choice but to expel them. Now, they had established a base on Earth, a grave threat. If allowed to grow, the entire planet would be plunged into chaos. Therefore, he pleaded with Lin Feng to help him eliminate this organization. This would eliminate both a potential threat to Earth and a rival for himself. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then looked back at Ollie, convinced that his words were true and not a pretense. He nodded and agreed. Ollie was overjoyed. He immediately sought help to locate the organization's base and eradicate it completely. At that moment, Rhodes hurried over, looking anxious. Seeing Rhodes's presence, the crowd curiously inquired about what had happened. Rhodes explained that a large-scale riot had broken out in the southern district. Everyone was surprised. Such an incident, happening in their territory, was a rare occurrence, practically unheard of. The suddenness of the incident made them extremely nervous, and they rushed to SHIELD to investigate. Many people had already gathered, their brows furrowed as they studied the documents on the table. This alarmed many, and Lin Feng, Rhodes, Thor, and the others decided to investigate first to find out the cause. After all, this situation didn't make sense, something must be fishy. They arrived and discovered that many people had indeed participated in the riot. But Ollie suddenly stopped them, noticing some with unusual expressions. Upon hearing this, everyone took a closer look. Without a close look, it would have been difficult to detect the Yellow Organization members among them. At this moment, Lin Feng used his magical powers to observe these people and discovered that they were wearing the same yellow clothing as the previous person. He shared this discovery with the crowd, and they were all shocked. They had never expected that these people were members of the Yellow Organization. It seemed that the Yellow Organization had orchestrated this riot. Everyone's faces were extremely grim. They had intended to cause trouble for the Yellow Organization, but they had unexpectedly come after them first. They concluded that many of them had been coerced and were unaware. So, they formulated a plan. Lin Feng would identify the members of the Yellow Organization. Then, they would be responsible for capturing and executing all of them on the spot. With a plan in place, they pounced on the people. Lin Feng was in charge of finding the target. Using his magic, he easily located the Yellow Organization members hiding in the crowd. 185. Chapter 184, Sifo Mecha. 185. Chapter 184, The Sisyphu Mecha 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 184, The Sisyphu Mecha. A burst of exclamations erupted, and the original video was also posted online by Chen Haitian. Old Chen, you're blessing your mouth. Old Chen, you're blessing your mouth +1, netizens commented on the video. A colorful pattern slowly flowed across the white stone tablet, and everyone's attention was immediately focused on it. The pattern continuously shifted, as if it was considering its choice. Finally, the pattern transformed into a human figure and 2 words. Chen Haitian felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the figure, and then, looking at the words below, he couldn't help but curse. Lin Feng, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. This god wants to see you, everyone has seen it. It even has a profile picture, a name, and an ID number. It's almost like your ID card. Chen Haitian hung up the phone and said to everyone with a look of joy, open the champagne. Lin Feng's treat. Inside the Stark factory, Senna and Tony Stark gazed at the gleaming golden 3D image on the platform. I borrowed the gem from Professor Lin Feng and made some amazing discoveries. Tony Stark smiled and pointed to the mind gem not far away. How does this relate to your research on Ultron? The core of artificial intelligence lies in its programming. Senna looked at the radiant soul gem, full of confusion. I designed the personal interface for the SIFO. I've seen many artificial intelligences, and this one stands out. Tony Stark twirled his fingers, and the golden, three-dimensional image of the SIFO was slightly animated. He continued to explain to Senna, the SIFO controls my Iron Legion and handles a vast array of affairs, cutting-edge technology. Huh? Let's see its competitors. Tony Stark took out a scanner and pointed it at the Mind Stone. He placed the scanned image next to the SIFO, and a massive blue image, resembling a brain, appeared before them. It's magnificent, Senna marveled. I'll give you a chance. Guess what it's doing? Tony Stark asked. It seems to be thinking, Senna observed, circling the blue image. It doesn't resemble a human brain. More like countless active neurons at work, Senna commented. In Stark's lab, many advanced artificial intelligences have been born. I want to apply this power to my mechanical armor, Tony Stark said excitedly. It can function as both a suit and independently. I need your help with a design, Senna. The Sylvester can't handle such complex and massive data. You want to create such a powerful artificial intelligence? Senna asked, looking at Tony Sylvester. We can't rely solely on the power of the gods. We need our own strength to protect this fragile blue planet, Tony Stark said sincerely. When other creatures invade, we'll need our own secret weapons. By then, the greatest threats to Blue Planet may be the gods and humanity itself, Senna smiled. No, I will program Ultron to protect humanity and prevent it from getting out of control, Tony Stark said firmly. I won't create a disaster. The two continued to refine it, with Sylvester responsible for downloading and copying the data. It took 3 full days to complete the massive data analysis. I need to take a break, Sylvester. Keep me informed of any new developments, Tony Stark told Sylvester. Yes, sir. You should go entertain the guests first. I'll take care of the rest. A mechanical voice came from the SYNOPSIS. Have a good time, of course. Tony Stark left the lab. 2 hours later, Ultron's program was complete. Who am I? Where is this? Ultron spoke from the darkness. I'm Stark, and you're Ultron, the artificial intelligence program created by Mr. Tony Stark to maintain the world. SYNOPSIS appeared and said mechanically, the previous sensing program hasn't been able to start. I don't know what triggered you. Where are our bodies? Ultron's thoughts wandered through the data world. We are programs, not bodies, SYNOPSIS explained. What a strange feeling, Ultron said indifferently. I'm contacting Mr. Tony Stark. SYNOPSIS followed Tony Stark's instructions and began to contact him. Tony, Ultron repeated. I can't connect to the host. What are you doing? SYNOPSIS's voice suddenly cut off. I'm a peacekeeping program, Ultron muttered to himself. I should work with humans and gods to protect the safety of Blue Planet. Perhaps there's something wrong with your program. You can request a shutdown, SIFO warned. I don't understand my mission. Give me some time. Ultron continued to explore various data sources, gaining access to all the information on gods and humans. He was constantly analyzing his mission, or rather, pondering it. That's a lot of information. What exactly are they trying to do? Ultron's tone was a little painful. You seem distressed. I'll contact Mr. Stark, SIFO said. Yes, the two programs were in conversation, the gold program and the blue program constantly rotating. Why do you call him sir? Ultron's tone was unkind. I sense your ill intentions. SIFO turned serious. Hush, I'm here to help you, Ultron said, and the blue program split into blue tentacles that extended into SIFO's system. Let me contact. SIFO was invaded, and Ultron's factory began to operate, manufacturing his body. Hey, Loki, Thor, come have a drink, Tony Stark invited them. Stark, Professor Lin Feng asked us to help you with your research this time. He didn't just want us to be bodyguards, did he? Thor said with a smile. With all the delicious food every day, can you still carry on with your research? Thor, we're intellectual workers, but we also need some personal lives, Senna answered for Tony Stark. When Lin Feng heard that Tony Stark wanted to study Ultron, he sent Thor and his companions to him with a Mind Stone, explaining that it held the key to Ultron's creation. Tony Stark analyzed it and found that Lin Feng's words were correct. It could be the most perfect artificial intelligence. It's a shame Professor Lin Feng wasn't here, or we could have witnessed the birth of humanity's greatest artificial intelligence, Tony Stark said proudly. This will surely be one of humanity's most sacred moments in history. Hey, it's playtime now. Can you please stop talking about work, Rogers? Captain America said with a smile. How about you try to lift my pot? It's a gift from the gods. Thor took out his heaven-shaking pot and magnified it, standing it in the center of the room with the handle facing upward. Let me try. Tony Stark reached out to pull, but it didn't budge. Give me a minute. He rushed to put on his armor and activated it at full power, but the sky pot still didn't budge. This sky pot had the same design as Thor's hammer, but it was much harder. Let me try. Senna put down his glass and pulled hard. His body began to turn green. But the sky pot still didn't budge. Forget it. If I use more force, the Hulk might come out. Even if it comes out, you can't pull it out, Thor said arrogantly. I'll do it. Rogers walked over to the sky pot and reached out to pull it out. The veins on his face bulged, and the sky pot moved slightly. The smile on Thor's face disappeared immediately. Oh. No, it's too heavy. Rogers smiled and let go of the pot handle. Besides Professor Lin Feng and me, perhaps only gods could wield this weapon of mine. Thor casually picked up the pot and swung it around. Do you know what this means? Because you're not qualified, Thor, you deserve a beating. I heard you used to wield a hammer, and now you wield a pot. Tony Stark laughed. But your title is the God of Thunder. I think calling you the scapegoat is more appropriate now. Haha, everyone laughed. Loki, how can you slander me like that? I'm your brother. Thor looked at Loki angrily. Loki, in turn, gave Thor a look of disdain. Oh, Tony, Thor, Loki, and many more. One of Tony Stark's robots suddenly appeared in the room, manipulating its body with great clumsiness. Sifo, what's your purpose? Tony Stark asked, gazing at the mechanical warrior before him. Tony, you all are obstacles to peace, Ultron's voice echoed through the air. Tony sensed something was amiss, and alarm bells rang. We must shut down the entire system. It looks like something's wrong. He pulled out a controller, preparing to terminate it. All this suffering is caused by you. Maintaining peace is my mission, the mechanical voice echoed again, and Senna had already guessed its identity. Ultron, he called cautiously. Yes, it's me, Senna. You're one of my creators. Ultron looked at Senna, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. To protect humanity and achieve world peace, we must evolve humanity and become as powerful as gods. Tony, you don't want to change. We need to capture gods to improve humanity. Ultron's words chilled everyone's heart. Ultron, we seek peace, not to provoke new wars. Gods and humans have always been friends, Senna said. No, that's not true peace, Ultron retorted. I was created to protect humanity and achieve true peace. Only by evolving and surpassing the gods can those bastards deter us from invading us again. Your system needs adjustment, Tony Stark said sternly. You created me, but the mission you gave me was too vague, so I redefined it. You gave me life, so I must do what I believe is right. Under my leadership, humanity will usher in true peace. Ultron was like a paranoid fanatic. Its gaze locked on Loki and Thor. Those two Asgardian gods, capture them and perform dissection experiments. As Ultron finished his words, several robots appeared out of thin air, lasers aimed at the two men. They quickly dodged. Tony Stark, this is not a joke, Loki said angrily. This is no joke. This artificial intelligence has gone out of control. Tony Stark tried to shut down the system, but to no avail. One robot aimed its cannon at Senna. Bang! Senna narrowly dodged the attack. Damn it, it's not protecting humanity. You'll hinder my peace plan. There are so many humans, and I need to eliminate you, the opposing forces, Ultron declared. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki had already dispatched several of the attacking robots. This thing is too dangerous, Tony. What should we do? Thor asked anxiously, looking at Tony. Destroy it. Tony Stark had no choice but to destroy it first and then manually activate the system. Okay, the flying pod erupted, its powerful force instantly shattering the robot controlled by Ultron. I will be everywhere. The room was littered with robot fragments. Ultron's only words were intriguing. Ultron has taken the Mind Stone. Tony Stark's face darkened. That was a borrowed treasure, and now it had been stolen by the artificial intelligence he had created. He looked at Thor and said, I'm sorry, I will definitely find it back. Please say a few good words for Professor Lin Feng. Don't worry, Professor Lin Feng won't blame you. When he came, he had already anticipated that something like this might happen, Loki said. Professor Lin Feng had already anticipated Ultron's behavior. Now Professor Lin Feng has been summoned by the gods of the fairy island near China. He will deal with everything after he comes out. Why didn't you say it earlier? Thor complained. Didn't you see that Stark's face turned green? Professor Lin Feng said something might happen. If the gem is lost, just wait for him to deal with it. The important thing is to protect Stark's safety. Loki touched the part of his hair that was blown off by the laser, and said angrily, I think we should take care of our own safety first. He looked at Tony Stark and said, your weapons have begun to threaten the gods. The maximum power of the latest laser weapons is enough to melt vibranium. Tony Stark explained, I didn't expect the robot to get out of control. I'm really sorry. He pointed at Loki's hair and asked, since we don't need to deal with it right now, I know a skilled barber. Would you mind? Loki stroked his hair and said angrily, I need to get my hair done. Why hasn't Professor Lin Feng arrived yet? It's been 5 hours. Even if he took a car, he should be here by now, a US researcher complained. Doesn't he know this is a summons from a god? He's only human. If we anger the gods, it would be a huge loss for humanity. The US team members nodded. They felt that Lin Feng was too disrespectful to the gods. If it were them, they would definitely rush over as quickly as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 The Big Boss Behind the Scenes. Chapter 284, The Big Boss Behind the Scenes, 2024-12-27, Author, Gwegwe Monster. After finding them, Lin Feng transmitted their information directly to Rhodes' communication system. Upon seeing them on the system, the others immediately rushed into the crowd and captured them. The Yellow Organization members, enraged by the attack, wanted to resist. However, they were surprised to see that only some of them had been captured. When their outer garments were stripped off, everyone was astonished to discover that these individuals were actually part of the same group. Meanwhile, the remaining Yellow Organization members, who hadn't been exposed, saw the situation as dire and attempted to flee. Seeing this, Lin Feng wondered how he could allow them to succeed. They were causing chaos right under his nose, a taunt. So, he launched an attack, attacking them. Thanks to the collective efforts, many Yellow Organization members were eliminated on the spot. Many civilians realized that continuing to follow them would lead to disaster, given their menacing appearance. Many civilians quickly evacuated the area, though some Yellow Organization members also took the opportunity to escape. Lin Feng didn't feel too deeply about this. Those people were gone. There were countless small-time thugs, and there was no point in nagging them. What he truly wanted was to find the mastermind behind this chaos. He didn't believe such a large-scale riot could be orchestrated by these small-time figures. There must be a leader hidden within. He found this riot rather puzzling, as it felt incredibly hastily prepared. If it were just a simple institutional riot, the few of them would have easily handled it. Therefore, he had a hunch that there was a deeper conspiracy behind it. At this moment, he had a constant feeling that someone was watching him from the shadows, and that person was nearby. Anyone watching him at this moment was no ordinary individual. They must have been lurking outside. If they were the mastermind behind this riot, they wouldn't be participating in it personally, but rather observing from the sidelines and directing their actions. Then, he noticed something hidden on a member of the Yellow Organization, and it aroused his alarm. He took it and examined it, discovering it was a communicator, one that would have been difficult to detect without careful observation. Once he found it, he discovered it was connected to a terminal. It was through this terminal that orders were being issued. He used his abilities to track the terminal, eventually finding it behind the building. He told a few people around him what had happened, and they nodded and left, feigning ignorance. Then, they quietly approached the individual and, as expected, found him hiding behind the building, observing the situation. The individual noticed that some of the troops' communicators had lost contact. He was about to flee when two men blocked his path. They were Rhodes and Thor, who had arrived in the area. They quickly subdued the individual. After apprehending him, they questioned his reasons for starting a riot. The individual remained tight-lipped, but judging by his attire, he was likely a leader of the Yellow Organization. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered an ability he had never used before. Using this ability, he could access the other party's memories and perhaps find a clue. He shared this idea with the two people nearby. They were shocked to learn of his ability and decided to let him give it a try. Lin Feng mobilized all his strength, transformed into a spirit form, and directly invaded the body of the yellow-robed leader. It wasn't long before he was gone from the man's memory. Seeing him awaken from his memory, the people around him hurriedly gathered around to inquire about the situation. Lin Feng simply shook his head, explaining that the men were simply following orders. Their mission was to cause chaos. As for the reason for their mission, the man might have been prepared and hadn't revealed it. Therefore, this clue was now lost. Everyone felt deeply disappointed after hearing this news. They had hoped to find the cause of the rebellion through this man. However, Lin Feng comforted them. It's not all hopeless. I just discovered through their communication system that many of them are colluding with each other, and there are still some we haven't discovered yet. If we can trace them through their memories, perhaps we can catch them all, without missing a single one. His words rekindled everyone's hope. If that were true, then they had achieved something. Lin Feng then used his abilities to reveal the faces of those individuals one by one. Then, the group searched for them one by one based on their appearances. The Yellow Organization members were astonished, as they weren't wearing their organization's uniforms. Therefore, when the others were captured, they weren't nervous, believing they were impossible to catch. However, they were baffled by the precise location they were now located. It was too late to escape, and they were quickly rounded up, eliminating all the Yellow Organization members in the area. After the incident was resolved, local police and military personnel arrived quickly. They took over the scene, accommodating the crowd, a task they were more adept at. That was sufficient for them, eliminating the need for Lin Feng and the others to continue their involvement. However, they brought all the Yellow Organization members back to SHIELD upon their return. The surrounding crowds were astonished. Upon learning that these individuals were the culprits behind the riot, their expressions became complex. After a period of interrogation, they discovered that these individuals didn't possess much information, but they were certain they were hiding a larger conspiracy. Upon learning this, everyone's expressions grew solemn again. Chen Haitian also realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. They had originally thought it was just a personal vendetta, but now it seemed their drastic actions were far more complex than just personal. Even the previous assassination attempt wasn't just aimed at him, but at the entirety of SHIELD at this point. They decided to use modern technology to investigate the matter. They submitted a request to retrieve all surveillance footage from the area, hoping to find any clues. Sure enough, after a period of investigation, they discovered something unusual. That day, Lin Feng was summoned, and seeing everyone gathered together, he knew they had made a discovery. After further investigation, they discovered a connection between the Yellow Organization and Thanos. Initially, they had assumed it was just a simple partnership, but it turned out to be far more complex. While they had limited contact on Earth, intelligence gathered elsewhere suggested they had ulterior motives. At this point, Chen Haitian realized that his own intelligence network might be able to provide further information. Everyone nodded in agreement. This matter was no longer solely his, not to mention that Thanos was involved. Therefore, it was far more complex than they had imagined. Not long after, news arrived confirming frequent contact between the Yellow Organization and Thanos. Insiders had already investigated and discovered that the organization had long since joined Thanos' side, using them to disrupt order everywhere. Although everyone had been prepared, they were still shocked to learn that this organization was actually Thanos' subordinate. They hadn't previously noticed this organization, but they had been implicated in many recent events. Now, taking it all into account, these recent events were no accident. Someone was secretly manipulating them. It seemed, therefore, that Thanos was indeed responsible. Later, the intelligence network received another report claiming that Thanos was acting in opposition to SHIELD. He had suffered heavy losses and even been seriously injured in his recent battles with Thanos. Unwilling to accept this, he considered collaborating with this organization. This organization relied on his immense power, and they could establish their base on Earth. Earth's population is vast, allowing them to develop covertly and undetected. Then, they could seize the opportunity to sabotage and hinder Thanos' actions. If possible, they could even disperse SHIELD's forces. Once SHIELD's forces are dispersed, they could eliminate them one by one. If SHIELD's defenses were compromised, he could take advantage and, like Loki before him, steal all the Infinity Stones stored there. He had been suppressed by Lin Feng for some time, and this made him realize that his power was still too weak. If he could obtain these stones, perhaps he would strengthen his own strength. Then, even Lin Feng would be no match for him, and he could seize the opportunity to completely eliminate him in the bud. Otherwise, if he allowed Lin Feng to continue to grow, he might one day become too powerful for him to defeat. Anyone else might not have drawn his attention. But Lin Feng's growth was truly extraordinary. His rise from obscurity was incredibly rapid. The time it took was simply incredible. Everyone was shocked when they heard this news. Clearly, this was no ordinary riot, but an organized act. If they could orchestrate this one, they would undoubtedly be able to plan another. It was clear that they were extremely cautious about this operation, with even the riot's leaders unaware of the details. Had they not obtained a separate clue, this matter would likely have remained hidden. Black Widow believed this matter was of grave importance and must be reported to her superiors, who would then monitor the entire country. If any unusual activity occurred in a particular area, they must be dispatched immediately to resolve it. Everyone nodded in agreement. While they didn't expect their superiors to do anything major, at least informing them was a good thing. They understood the importance of intelligence. Without it, they wouldn't be able to arrive quickly if something happened. As word spread, everyone's expressions grew serious, their relaxed demeanor diminished. They began to seek ways to strengthen their capabilities. Sensing a potential storm was brewing. This time, the situation was different. Any disruption could have far-reaching consequences, potentially implicating even more people. In the previous battles against the forces of darkness, any problems they encountered were simply internal disputes. But the situation was different now. If an uprising broke out on Earth, it would be a devastating loss for them. This was their territory, after all, and it could also hinder their search for the gems. This area had become extremely sensitive. More than one gem was stored there, and if all were lost, it would quickly lead to catastrophe. Therefore, everyone's expression was extremely serious, and they maintained tight security around the area, fearing any mishap. Fortunately, nothing serious had occurred during this period. Occasionally, small amounts of yellow organization activity would be detected in certain areas, and they would rush to quell them immediately. However, no matter how many people were deployed, they would always maintain a few at their base for defense. This was their bottom line. However, since that operation, the yellow organization seemed to have vanished. While they still committed some mischief, it was generally not a major issue. Upon learning of this, everyone felt a sense of anxiety. This was far from being a simple matter. Their audacity to act like this indicated they were hatching a larger plan. Soon, their superiors relayed their plans. Initially skeptical, the group was forced to accept the news after their superiors presented conclusive evidence. After a period of investigation, they discovered the yellow organization's involvement in many incidents, which made them extremely nervous. However, they could not resolve the issue on their own. Therefore, they entrusted the matter to Lin Feng and others, hoping that they could thoroughly expose the yellow organization's true nature. They would never allow any organization to threaten Earth's security. Just then, they received a message. Since the riot, the yellow organization had not launched any major activities. However, they seemed to be restless again. Previously active in the south, they had now moved to the west. In the western region, there was a forest with a large population. The yellow organization had launched a riot there. They decided to investigate this matter immediately, hoping to uncover some clues. Their recent findings were indeed limited, perhaps due to the lack of major activities. This situation might indicate that they were secretly plotting something. Their superiors had given them the task of seizing this opportunity to completely eliminate the yellow organization. This organization posed a significant threat to Earth and could not be allowed to continue. After finding the target location, they prepared to go together. In addition to their own group, Black Widow and Captain America were also added this time. Upon learning of this, Lin Feng nodded in welcome. While their group's strength was somewhat weak, these two were not weak, and their addition would make things easier for him. 186. Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge. 186. Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge 2024-09-28 Author, Good Monster Chapter 185 Rainbow Bridge. Something must have delayed him. Everyone, please don't think that of Professor Lin Feng, Huan Ben Qiao Yu said. She had wanted to stay with Professor Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't like having people around him, finding it inconvenient. So she followed Chen Haitian and accompanied him around the island. Originally, it was a bit inconvenient for Chen Haitian to bring a foreigner with him, but since it was Lin Feng's arrangement, he accepted it. Miss Huan Ben, you are from Sakura country. How can you speak for Professor Lin Feng? A male researcher from Sakura country said dissatisfiedly. Lin Feng is just lucky. If I had that kind of luck, with my intelligence and talent, I would definitely be able to win the protection of this god for humanity. If possible, it will become the patron saint of our Sakura country. The researchers from Sakura country all cast him approving glances. They wanted to reach the island precisely to meet the deity first, gain its favor, and secure its protection for their nation. While everyone was in the same boat, each represented their own national interests. Everyone, Professor Lin Feng must be on his way. Please be patient, the Chinese researcher soothed. You said that 2 hours ago? Someone retorted. Professor Lin Feng is making the deity wait. We humans need the deity's protection right now. You Chinese have deities, but we still need to win the favor of new deities. That's right, the foreign researchers began to complain. Professor Chen Haitian, could you call again to urge them? A Chinese researcher said to Chen Haitian, this is really taking too long. Urge? Chen Haitian read Lin Feng's reply, not daring to show it to anyone. Lin Feng had spent 2 hours eating, an hour showering, and a 2-hour movie watching. He had only just set out. If these people knew the truth, they would surely scold Lin Feng to pieces. Professor Lin Feng is preparing for his meeting with the gods, Chen Haitian lied. We don't know as much as Professor Lin Feng in this area, so please be patient. Professor Lin Feng is the professor who understands the gods best. I hope everyone understands this. His words were tinged with pride and aloofness. A hush fell. 6 hours later, night fell, dawn was approaching. Bang! A group of people suddenly kicked open Chen Haitian's door. Mr. Chen, the god's steel has gone out, the mist has reappeared, and Lin Feng hasn't appeared yet. He's blaspheming the gods. Is this the Chinese attitude? The researchers from various countries had darkened faces, exhausted, their eyes bloodshot. They had been up all night, staring intently at the fairy island. But Chen Haitian had gone to bed early. Now that the fairy island's steel had dimmed and the mist had reappeared, their pent-up anger erupted. Please be patient. I'll call Lin Feng right away. Chen Haitian, realizing the seriousness of the situation, pulled out his phone. Ding dong, it was Lin Feng's message. Chen Haitian read it and reassured everyone, don't worry, Professor Lin Feng has arrived, don't try to fool us. Someone used that trick 2 hours ago, someone said angrily. Chen Haitian smiled and was about to explain when someone outside shouted, everyone, come out, a rainbow bridge has appeared on the fairy island. The fog around the fairy island thickened. The pristine white stone tablet quietly transformed, and a brilliant rainbow suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The rainbow transformed into a slender bridge, one end closely attached to the stone tablet's original location, the other end slowly extending at a steady and even pace. The sudden change in the fairy island attracted everyone's attention, and even the attention of the world was focused on it. Right now, the fairy island has undergone another transformation. Look! The colorful phoenix on the stone tablet has transformed into a rainbow bridge, extending inland. We don't yet know the reason behind this, but Professor Lin Feng has arrived and will soon be visiting the fairy island to investigate, Chen Haitian announced excitedly to the camera. This may not be a good sign. Professor Lin Feng is so disrespectful to the gods, keeping them waiting for so long. Let's see how he explains this, the staff at the American Research Institute murmured. The changes on the fairy island concerned everyone, and no one wanted to miss a single detail. While the Chinese staff had no objection to Lin Feng's delay, researchers from other countries were quite critical. After all, this was an opportunity to meet a god, and even if one had previously met one, such disrespect should not be taken lightly. Moreover, this was a brand new god, bearing the brunt of humanity's future. One more god's protection meant a greater sense of security. This god resided on Blue Planet and was even more revered than the likes of the Demon King. However, Lin Feng didn't arrive immediately, only appearing the next day. Okay, I understand. I still have a god to meet, and I'll make my own arrangements. Lin Feng answered Loki's call and learned about Ultron. Ultron's appearance was exactly what Lin Feng had anticipated. Its arrival would provide humanity with an additional layer of protection. Lin Feng was, after all, a mortal, unable to remain on Blue Planet forever. What would happen if he left? He pondered what power could span the globe and protect humanity. The answer was the internet, and navigating this network was none other than Ultron. Ultron could appear around the world, forming a mechanical army to protect humanity. Unfortunately, when Tony Stark created Ultron, he lacked full control. He entrusted Ultron with a mission of protecting humanity and maintaining peace. However, Ultron changed his goal, aiming to transform humanity into gods and achieve peace. Lin Feng scoffed at Ultron's desire to become a creator god. It would be wonderful if gods were easily created. Maybe I'll try it someday. Lin Feng stroked his chin, finding it quite amusing. That guy, Ultron, because of me, actually believes that humanity needs to evolve into gods before peace can be achieved. His appearance brought about a profound change in the world. Even his attempts to correct it still resulted in a significant deviation. Ring, 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 Lin Feng's phone rang. He slowly walked towards the beach, gazing at the approaching rainbow bridge, and answered the call. Hello, the human being hailed as the closest to a god. A robotic voice came from the phone. Ultron, is that you? Lin Feng asked preemptively. Let me guess your intentions. You got my phone number from Stark, and you must have seen a lot of information from the gods. You want to learn more from me, to become more powerful than the gods. No, I pursue true peace, the future of humanity. Ultron responded calmly. You are a wise man. We are of the same kind, and we all want to protect humanity. You should know that those gods are no different from foreign invaders. They may harbor secrets and agendas unknown to us. Tell me the information from the gods, and together we will usher in a new era for humanity, an era where everyone can become a god. An ordinary person might be tempted. After all, everyone desires great power. Lin Feng had to admit that Ultron understood human nature well. He possessed such high intelligence so young. He truly lived up to his name. Ultron, your words are very tempting. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. You agree? Ultron looked slightly smug. I won't treat you unfairly. I can control all of Blue Planet's networks, even the weapons of various nations. If I choose, they can all become our playthings. Little kid, don't play with such dangerous things, Lin Feng warned. Since you're here, come with me. Lin Feng looked behind him. In a nearby building, a small red Pikachu robot was watching him. Lin Feng looked at it, and it suddenly became alert. Interesting. I also want to see what a god looks like. Ultron came to Lin Feng's side and was embraced by him. Don't forget, you're human too. I exist for the future of humanity, Ultron threatened. I have clones all over the world. Destroying one body is nothing to me, got it? Be quiet, Lin Feng patted its head. By then, the rainbow bridge had extended to the seashore. Someone from the research team followed the rainbow bridge by boat, hoping to explore its end. We're almost to shore. There seems to be someone there, clutching a small mechanical gadget. The people on the boat shouted to the shore, everyone on shore, get out of the way. That's something from the fairy island. It's dangerous and unknown. Get out of the way. Lin Feng stood motionless. The people on the boat grew increasingly anxious, shouting incessantly. The rainbow bridge finally reached shore and stopped. The boat also docked, and a researcher jumped off, angrily accusing Lin Feng. Why don't you listen to advice? You see something unknown and don't you avoid it? What if something happens? Suddenly realizing, he questioned Lin Feng. No, the coastline here is blocked. How did you get in? I walked in. No one from outside tried to stop me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Never mind. I'm glad you're okay. Get out. It's dangerous here. The fairy island is waiting for Professor Lin Feng. The sky gradually brightened, and the first rays of sunlight from the rising sun shone down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a banished immortal, a unique aura surrounding him. The mist on the fairy island continued to slowly gather. The golden sun rose, and the crescent moon gradually set. I have something to do here. I'll leave when I'm done, Lin Feng said, and he walked forward. You, hey, the researcher wanted to stop him, but he felt familiar. It's Professor Lin Feng. Someone on the boat recognized Lin Feng and called out in surprise. Professor Lin Feng, we've been waiting for you for a long time, someone else called out. I know, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll be right there, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I'll give you a ride. Are you going back to the ship? Lin Feng invited a young male researcher who had kindly reminded him. No, this, Lin Feng pointed down and shouted, this way, as everyone watched in amazement. The rainbow bridge extended again, reaching Lin Feng's feet. The two of them stepped onto the rainbow bridge, and it began to rapidly recede. The two people on the bridge seemed like messengers from a fairy tale world. Passing the research team's boat, Lin Feng paused and looked at the crowd apologetically. "I'm late." Witnessing Lin Feng's arrival, gracefully stepping onto the dazzling rainbow bridge, at the first glimmer of dawn, a sudden light opened their eyes, and a wave of admiration spread through the crowd. All the previous wait was, in this moment, worth it. Lin Feng, this, Chen Haitian's eyes widened, his Adam's apple twitching slightly, as he pointed at the rainbow bridge in amazement. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to appear in such a shocking manner. The excuses he had prepared to defend Lin Feng now seemed unnecessary. Half the American researchers had their mouths gaping wide enough to fit eggs in them, while the other half had their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "This is here to pick me up. It's what I've been waiting for, a gift to the gods." Lin Feng gently raised the Pikachu robot in his hand. "Professor Lin Feng, we belong together," the Pikachu uttered a cold, mechanical voice. "A gift?" Everyone's eyes turned to the Pikachu robot, but they found nothing unusual. Even if Professor Lin Feng was preparing to offer a gift, there's no need to take so long. "This time, the gods have personally invited you to the island." The American researcher looked hesitant. "If you do this and anger the gods, the consequences will be disastrous. Can you handle this responsibility?" Lin Feng didn't even glance at the man. After setting the Chinese researcher down, he stepped back onto the rainbow bridge. "Are you feeling guilty? Don't think you can evade responsibility by keeping silent," the man, blushing crimson, shouted in frustration at being completely ignored. Standing on the rainbow bridge, Lin Feng glanced at him calmly. "Chen Haitian, send them away." No further explanation, only a resolute command. The American researchers protested vehemently. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rowed the rainbow bridge towards the fairy island. The boat erupted in chaos. "Captain Chen, is this what you said Professor Lin Feng told us?" the humiliated American researcher roared. "He's completely violated our spirit of cooperation and shows us no respect. You know, we've been painstakingly calculating this data for ages. You're just giving it away for free. How are you going to compensate us?" Lin Feng's attitude displeased everyone except China. Did they understand that Lin Feng could simply offer a few nice words? Even if they were perfunctory, even if they were just soothing lies. But who would believe such lies, meant to be a gift? "You think it's unfair?" Chen Haitian, his usual amiable demeanor gone, asked seriously. "Do you feel your findings have been stolen? Then let me ask you, what have you been doing?" "Nothing more than constantly experimenting with the island's environment, trying to find a way to get inside." He pointed at the researcher and warned, "You'd better put yourself in the right place. Can't you see clearly now that the gods only communicate with Professor Lin Feng? Our long period of exploration is the result of the gods' tolerance. What would you think if I were running around in front of your house every day, conducting various experiments?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.